All right, man. It's Friday night. It's time for another Skull Bro show. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good.
Good, good, good. Yeah, sorry we're late. There's a cat got stuck in a tree out here. I was throwing rocks at it, and the old lady started crying. I was laughing at her and shit. It took a little while.
But
But
did you get it out of the tree? Yes.
yeah, it came down. It was clawing at her face when she was walking down the street.
Oh, shit. Mission accomplished, though. You got the cat out of the tree. She might lose an eye or two, but hey, we've been talking about pirates a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she already had some really gruesome scratches on her jacket. It was all covered in cat shit and stuff. It was nasty. It was pretty
God
bad.
bless you. Got a good heart. That's why I do streams with you, because you have a real big heart like that. God bless you for saving that cat.
Yeah, just took a couple rocks in the head. It came down.
It'll be fine. That's why they have bandages and stitches, bro. Come on, that's why we got vets. What's up, Carol? What's up, MRH and Beers and everybody else in the chat?
Yeah, everybody's coming in. Yeah, thanks to everybody that's been coming through, listening. It's always good to see you. We had some, it's low, but there's starting to be some people over on Rumble checking out the show. So if anybody hears this over there on Rumble later or live, hit the like button, maybe share it out or leave a comment after we get through all the news and crazy shit tonight. Let us know what's going on.
When you put it on Rumble, do you link the YouTube channel too?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably live there right now. Most weeks I hit both of them. It says that we're live on Rumble right now as well. But most of the time on Rumble, it seems like we get 20 or 30 views within the next couple of days. Before it was only like 5 or 6, and then it was like 18, 19. You know what I mean? Now it's going up a little bit. We're going like 20 or 30. That's why I was just putting that at the beginning of the show. Anybody that's over there that's listening now or that hears this later, do us a favor, subscribe, click the like and all that, leave a comment maybe.
Yeah, leave some comments. Yeah. Come show us some fucking love. No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, come leave some comments either on the Rumble or come see us on YouTube. Show some support because we love you.
Yeah. As you used to say, don't treat us like you're fucking Gumaro.
Yeah. Don't treat us like some straggler. Don't treat us like that. Like a side hoe.
No
we ain't
doubt
no side
about it.
Bitches, man.
That's right, man. No doubt about it. But yeah, it's good to see everybody in here too. Like I said, click the like button if you're in YouTube land as well. It helps the algorithm gods know that we're alive. But yeah, we've got a bunch of good news this week. We've got the Diddy trial has gone to the jury, so we'll get into what happened this week.
So he never took the stand
before. No, he did not. No, and it's really funny too that you say that is one of the quotes from, I think it's Agnifilo, but one of his attorneys, one of the quotes from him months ago when he did one of these documentaries or interviews. There's been several of both, but I believe it was a documentary. When he was in it, he was quoted as saying, "We cannot keep him off of the stand. It's going to be difficult for us to keep him off the stand." He is adamant, right? He's insisting. But, obviously they talked him out of it. And remember, they gave no defense whatsoever. They basically rested. They did maybe I think it was like 45 minutes, if that, of a defense. And then they closed.
Wow. Yeah, they must have told him, buddy, you getting on that stand ain't going to help you one iota. Forget about it.
Oh yeah, it only hurt him. Right. We touched on that a little bit last week, which was that one of the lawyers in one of these shows that on YouTube, they were saying that there's been 4 or 5 weeks from the prosecution. You've had 30 witnesses, so it would take at least 5 days of him on the stand just to be cross-examined by the prosecution, because they would literally get up and they would stand there and they would ask him about every single one of those witnesses and every fucking topic that had come up. It would have just been destructive for him. He'd have got pigeoned in. His ego would have taken over, as you've pointed out before, and he would have fucked up. They'd have caught him somehow. There's another good point that's been brought up along those lines, as far as like people that would have testified for the defense. And it says a lot. They purposefully, the defense did not call any of his main security or the main people that worked for him to defend him. right? Now, this went back and forth in a small tit for tat with the government and the defense as to like, okay, well, you could have done that, and you could have done this, and you could have done that. The prosecution pointed out that, listen, you didn't fucking call Fahim, the main security guard. You could have let him clear his name. A lot's been said about him. We've shown a lot of forensics that said that this guy was literally in charge of paying for everything. He would get cash out of the bank, and then he would oversee all of these people that bought all of kinds of shit, drugs, that outfits, lube, plane tickets, etc. They would buy all those things with their own credit cards or their own accounts, and then he would reimburse them upon being given receipts. That way, none of those things showed on Diddy's bank account, right? And that was a point that they made in court to say, well, this is how you're like hiding this, and so you could blame some of these people later if you got caught, which they did, right? Which is exactly what the defense did. So that was one thing that got pointed out. They said you didn't call Fahim, you didn't call KK, his number one gatekeeper. She makes $600,000 a year, lives in his fucking homes when he's not there, just switches around, lives in absolute luxury. She's been in charge of the payouts to these women when there's been civil cases. She's been in charge of every fucking thing, right? Everything with him. She knows about schedules for him. Word was that Fahim and KK were going to be facing their own indictments. We'll see if that happens. That's one of the things that the defense tried very hard not to get brought up in court when they were going back and forth, right? So the prosecution would say to the defense or to Diddy's team, you didn't call KK. Let her explain herself, right? Let us ask her questions. If she's so innocent and honest and you guys are so, clean, you could have brought her on for part of your defense. You didn't call KK. You didn't call Fahim. You didn't call any of these other people. The reason that the defense probably didn't say, well, neither did you, is because they know why the prosecution didn't do it. 9 out of 10 lawyers that are on YouTube right now are saying the only reason the prosecution would not have called those people is for 2 reasons. One, they would have thought they already proved their case about them through the testimonies of other people. And 2, the probability that they're going to be charging them with their own federal crimes and that they're going to be using those other people's testimony and hopefully write what they hope is a successful case to then bury them fucking later. Right. So that made sense too. Another big thing came out this week that a lot of people grabbed a hold of, and it was all hype and propaganda. And it started, imagine this, at the root from TMZ, a bunch of people that should be put in fucking prison. TMZ put out a report on Wednesday saying that there was mad charges dropped, right? They said that the government dropped a bunch of these charges last minute from Diddy's docket. So you had all these ignorant fucking YouTubers giving these shows going, oh shit, they must know their case is weak and Diddy might go home. Diddy gonna be free, y'all. With all this clickbait and bullshit. But here's what actually happened. TMZ knew that was a lie. Like most rumor mill companies, they deliberately twisted the language to be clickbait, right? What really happened is on Tuesday, the judge actually made a point that you've made early on in our conversations about this, which is, man, the jury instructions are going to be mad complicated. Yeah. Right? You've pointed that out several times. You're like, bro, these charges, if they have to go through all of this shit, they're going to be sitting there for hours. The jurors might forget things. They might not understand certain things, right?
Yes. Yeah. They get lost. Well, you get piled on with so much shit that a lot of shit gets lost in the weeds and shit like that,
Right, sure. And that's what the judge was saying, essentially. He goes, we've got to figure out a way to make it through all of these different charges in the RICO and all of the different instances or your examples of these other 4 charges as well. He goes, if we go through every single one of these as line items He goes, you're going to be here for 8 fucking hours just doing the charges and explaining them to the jury. It's literally what he said. He goes, you're going to be here for like 8 hours if you go through the RICO line by line with all of the instances of like every financial thing, right? Just in minutia. He goes, there's got to be a way, after all of this testimony, all of the information that the jurors have already heard and seen, he goes, there's got to be a way for you to kind of slim this down, maybe grab big chunks of this and like put them in small packages and just kind of like explain the packages to the jury. They'll understand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So on Wednesday morning, the prosecution, the government, wrote the judge, Your Honor, we totally understand and we agree. We think the jury is intelligent enough and has seen enough and heard enough that they will understand this in like a more packaged way. So they said, these are the things we agree to not talk about in minutia. Several of those paragraphs that they were going to read aloud in court had to do with like a couple of the kidnappings. Some of the language they agreed to omit from their arguments and shit like that pertain to like some of the drug distribution, some of the financial, this, that, and the other thing. So when TMZ saw that, they decided to put out into the world from their rumor mill that the prosecution had dropped all of these charges. They were like, oh, prosecution drops arson and kidnapping from the Diddy docket, knowing full well that's not what happened, right? It was insane that they said that. And so chaos ensued in the land of social retards this week on Wednesday. Everybody thought, you know, all these pro Diddy people was like, oh, Diddy's going home, y'all. Praise Jesus. And yeah, that's just not what happened at all. He's absolutely still charged with everything that he was charged with before. Nothing has changed about that. Now, we had closing arguments, dude, yesterday and today.
Was it strong?
Go ahead.
Was it strong? The prosecution? Who was stronger, the defense or the prosecution, in your thought?
I mean, it's hard to, like, when you say stronger, like, you mean most convincing?
Yes, yes.
Okay, like the most convincing, I think, was the prosecution. Another definition of stronger would have been like the most audacious or like most off, you know, like off the rails or most emotional. And that would have been the defense for sure. But the defense was just nasty, bro. They stood up there, that Agnifilo guy gave a 4.5 hour closing argument, which is just about what the prosecution gave. But it goes like this, right? So in closing arguments, the prosecution goes, they went for about 4.5 hours, a little more than 4.5 hours. Then the defense will go. They did about 4.5 hours. But once you have both the prosecution and the defense have spoken, the government gets to come back with what they call a rebuttal. Right? Which I don't think is right, if I can be completely honest with you, just off the side, right on the, you know, just our conversation. I think closing arguments are like, okay, one side gives their closing arguments, right? The other side gives their closing arguments, and then everybody should shut the fuck up.
Yeah. That sounds good.
It's not really fair that the government gets this extra turn to quote unquote like point fingers and call bullshit. I don't think that's right.
I agree. I'm no like fucking attorney or nothing, but that sounds fair, right? Closing arguments from each side.
Yeah.
No rebuttals. The government has a special rebuttal thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool, right? Both sides, you get to say what you have all the time in the world you want. If they could have gone 6 hours, right? It's like if you had more shit to say, you should have said it the first time. Yeah, so that's not cool, but that's what happened, right? So the prosecution was very deliberate in their way of going through. Like I said, they did repackage a lot of those. Like they would just kind of, instead of going through every single thing with the arson, they just explained the arson, how it's chargeable. They reminded the jury of everybody that was involved, the testimony that was given. And they did that for every single charge. You know, that was essentially the closing argument, which was, you know, we understand this isn't your classic RICO. We understand what people think of when they think RICO. But they broke it down and said, but at the root of it, just like we've been talking about on here to help people understand, they told the jury again, it's the point that he's using his companies to pay employees that are not necessarily working in the fucking record business, right? He's not hiring these employees from his personal, like, Sean Combs LLC. He's hiring these employees through Bad Boy Records and other companies that he owns, right? That do legitimate business. So these employees then work for him. And even though they're not gangsters off the street that know what they're getting into when they join the corporation, these are people that join the corporation, quickly take a look around, see women getting the shit beat out of them, traveled around, male prostitutes, traveled around. These people are being asked to secure and hold drugs. These people are being asked to oversee people that have weapons on them. They're being asked to go out with him on these fucking kidnappings in the case of the security, or to break into people's houses, like when he had his security with him to kidnap that woman and go into Kid Cudi's house, right? They're like, these are people that are employed by him. And though they don't know what they're being asked to do right away, in some cases they did. Like that drug dealer guy, he got hired knowing that he was going to be a drug mule. His very first day on the job, as a matter of fact, the very first fucking minutes that he was hired and walked into the job, they put him in a chair in the garage and had him rolling joints for a bunch of hours. So like that guy knew what his job was about. But some of these people just ended up being the fucking lube boy or the cleanup dude or the security guy that was, expected to look the other way while women were being assaulted and arred. Then you had these women that were working for him that he just was like, well, if you work for me, then so does your ass, right? Or your parts. And he would just walk by and take them and be like, oh, well, if you want to fucking work or you want to keep working in this business, you'll just give me what I want when I want. Off a side note, a brand new civil suit just hit Diddy. And it's because another civil suit, but this one involves his son Justin. Remember, I told you they got accused of spit roasting a woman. Well, now there's another civil suit came out that said that Justin tricked her into coming to L.A. for some like recording or singing job, and when she got there, she got picked up in a car, taken back to a mansion where everybody just started doing drugs, and everybody took turns doing her, inclling Justin and his father at the same time.
Predatory shit. I don't care how much good money I was making. I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't sleep at night, and I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. The first night I worked there.
So that was just like a side mention.
The first night I'd worked there and seen that, I would take the money, leave, and then try to blackmail the dirty pervert or something, right? Like,
right. Well, yeah, so like that's the prosecution, right? They went through absolutely everything. They described why it was a RICO, how the enterprise worked, what made it an enterprise, right? They went through absolutely everything. It was very, very solid, comprehensive, convincing, everything, I guess you could say for it. It was solid. Now, the defense, their whole defense is that, and they actually got in trouble. So let me start with this. In the closing of his closing, right? So like at the very end of Agnifalo's closing, he said to the jury that P. Diddy was a target of the U.S. government.
Honeypot
now,
style? You think it's honeypot style they want? Because if you think, well, he was running similar to Jeffrey Epstein type shit.
Oh, yeah, no, what he said was that the government, let me put this a different way. We have been saying for a long time, regardless if it was the honeypot stuff or and I've brought up that this dude just had so many civil cases coming against him, bro, that the government was not able to look away. This dude was getting accused of all manner of horrific shit that even had to do with the blackmailing of celebrities and stuff on his own, videotaping them, minors, right? All that crazy shit. Those are the parties that aren't even, we just talked about this too. There's these parties in this trial have to do with the women he took control of and he had on a very personal basis in rooms, closed rooms. These are closed room freak-offs. The other end of his life that's totally sued and civil suited are the large orgies, the ones that the celebrities had to be notified of, right? When we've talked about how Ashton Kutcher and J-Lo had to be sat down on couches with their respective others by the FBI, and they were shown videos of them doing highly suspect fucking bullshit, and then their others left them. So we know it was disgusting and horrible. That's the other end of Diddy's stuff, right? So that's all that shit's still coming, bro. Regardless of how this trial goes, when this trial's over, there are dozens and dozens of fucking civil suits coming after him still. So the government was basically saying, right, so we've said that all along. This dude's had all these suits against him, right? So the defense was the government knew that a lot of those charges were outside of the statute or whatever the fucking the time, right, that you're given to charge people with was a statute of limitations, or they didn't have significant evidence, or the people were already suing them in civil court. They were out for Diddy. They made him a target. They couldn't get him through his taxes. They couldn't get him through any of the business that he was doing legitimately. So they decided to become the bedroom police. That's literally what he called the government, was the bedroom police. And he framed it in a way that if you let Diddy go down by the bedroom police, then all of your bedrooms are next. Okay, dude. Why don't you settle down?
Yeah, it's like, well, not everybody is pulling blackmail R's great parties, you know, like not everybody's pulling great. Now there's obviously there are people out there doing that, but it's not put on blast like yours is, dude. Like, what the fuck? They're all creeps. Anybody that can...
So that was the whole shtick for 4.5 hours, my dude, which was this. He said literally almost verbatim. I mean, I'll say paraphrasing to be fair, but almost verbatim. The fucking guy was like, this is a trial about nothing but Astroglide and baby oil. He's like, this is absolutely ridiculous. He's like, Jane, for everything that happened to her, still lives in a $10,000 a month apartment. And fucking, and he goes, Cassie, of all the things she said was done to her, she's the winner. She got $20 or $20 million in a civil suit, and then she got paid $10 million by the hotel. And the whole world's screaming, bro, she got paid by the hotel because she got to beat the shit out. I've tried to press charges, but the hotel people had sold the fucking tape and destroyed the evidence, basically. So, they had to pay her.
And what about all the trauma she's going to carry around in her head?
Right. How does that make her a winner?
And she's going to get herpes, forever known as this. Her children will read about it one day. How is she a winner?
All the time she had to perform with UTIs and was crying. The Jane woman was literally vomiting in between the men, and he told her clean up and get back on your fucking job.
That will stay in her psyche forever, and a lot of those other people too, right? And like I said, anybody can hold.
Yeah, he said anybody that can
hold these sex animal parties and beat these people and shit are pure evil sons of bitches.
Yeah, it's sick, dude. It's sick. So the defense was very emotional. He was very animated. He was a fucking buffoon and that's a non-biased. I just think the guy he made himself look like a fucking asshole. He was talking to people. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not on the jury, but if I was on the jury, I would have been like, bro, who the fuck are you talking to? Did you see the same shit I saw? Right? Did you hear the same things I heard? Because that's absurd what you're telling me right now.
It is.
You're talking to me like I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You know, like bedroom police, dude. Please, like we hear about all kinds of things what people do, and people do a lot of really, really freaky, fucking crazy shit, but they don't do it to people.
It's consensual.
Like this
I'm
guy.
Sure they're not hurting people. It's consensual, right? If somebody wants to be two people, consenting adults want to do some weird, freaky shit, that's on them. As long as they're not forced.
Right, exactly right. Put it this way: girlfriend, wife, or prostitute, they're probably not fearing that they're about to never be able to work again or lose the roof over their head, right? Or get the shit beat out of them in front of other people and then peed on.
Or get killed, right? They've heard this guy talking about fucking whacking people, killing people.
Oh yeah. He told a couple of those women that they would
Oh, they were
disappear.
definitely scared of that, and they
Yep.
know when you have the money, you got the power. You know, you put fucking money on somebody's head, someone's gonna go kill them, and they seen that, they heard about it, they were terrified of it.
Yeah, one of those women, he had a person brought in to give her like a military lie detector test and shit like that, and they told her on the way there that if she failed, she'd be
Jeez.
fucking disappeared. Then somebody came and saw her in a park. One of his security came and saw her in a park and reminded her that she could be fucking unalived if she didn't keep her shit straight.
What kind of, that's a lot of pressure right there. You can be unalive, the guy taps on you in a park. Yeah, that's not sticking in the back of her head thinking she could get hurt. Like, yeah, that's
It's all
insane.
crazy. It's all crazy, man. And I've seen some people talk about it. I mean, I've been watching a lot of the opinion stuff from the lawyers, right? See what they have to say, see what a couple of judges. Remember, we were talking about Judge Brown. I also saw Judge Mathis pop back up, who I always liked. He was a little militant, but he was still a fair dude. And he was talking about how, bro, this motherfucker's guilty of the arson. Again, that's what Judge Joe Brown said too. He was like, if I'm the judge, he goes, if I'm the judge, regardless of what the jury says to me, I'm giving this guy the maximum I can. And it's going to be in place of all of the shit that I know he's gotten away with. That's literally what the judges said. They were like, if you look at this, if the jurors were like, okay, if they did find him not guilty of the arson, but you know damn well those people are retards. That's basically what the judge is saying, right? He's like, if those people are obviously idiots and you as the judge know this motherfucker did that, fine. Legally, you can't give him the time for the arson. But you know what you can do is give him the fucking maximum for everything else he got charged for, make up for that. He goes, because you're the one that knows, right? And he said, then he goes, that's what you'd have to do with him. He goes, he's guilty of the arson as far as I'm concerned. He goes, he's definitely guilty of the kidnapping as far as I'm concerned. And he goes, whether I agree with it or not, he goes, it's a law. You can't hire a prostitute in a different state, fly them to another place, and have them perform and then fly them back. He goes, that is fucking transporting prostitution for money and sex. He's like, you can't do it. It's a law. It's a federal fucking law. He goes, you're gonna have to get a prostitute local to you, right?
Yeah, how do you get that?
That's just the way it works. He's like, I understand and I do too. I totally understand what people say. They're like, well, listen, man, that's a grown person, right? If they were a construction worker in Atlanta and I needed them to work on my roof in Detroit, right? And I fly them to Detroit and they do the job, it's a worker. I didn't force them to come, right? It's like, I didn't fucking force them to come. I didn't keep them in a closet while they were there and hit them in the nuts with a fucking torture device and make them fix my roof. No, I asked them if they wanted to come. They liked money. They came. I totally get that. It's the same thing with a prostitute. It's like, hey, I'm not going to make you come, but I think you're really hot and I'd like to do you. I'm in Detroit. You're in Atlanta. Can I fly you here? But it's a federal law, regardless of whether or not you agree. That's the thing. That's what we're talking about, right? So whether we can have talks about whether we agree with these things or not, sure, but we can't argue with the fact that by the law, the way the rule is written, this motherfucker broke the rule. This motherfucker broke the law. And there's half a dozen prostitutes and all manner of forensic receipts and text messages and emails and pictures and videos of the freak offs with these guys in it. It's just, you can't get around that, bro.
No,
you
there
can't
is
get
no
around
getting
that.
around that.
So, I mean, dude, they're literally, the jury's out. The jury's
How
out
long do you
right
think they'll
now,
be out for?
right? So here's the general consensus. The general consensus is that they will be deliberating, I believe, over the weekend, 4th of July, like every day but the 4th of July, until they get their shit together and they have a decision. But most people are saying this is either going to be done before the 4th of July, and if not, by the end of the week at the most. So we'll see. We should have a verdict by the end of next week, possibly before, because the way that they're breaking that down is they're saying, the jury might get, if they're pretty convinced and the jury basically knows that everybody's on the same page, they're not going to be wanting to hang around or come back before or after the holiday. That makes sense to me as a human being. Right? as an American, right? I can totally understand that. Sitting in a room with a bunch of people and we all basically know we don't really need to go through all the. Can we please get the fuck out of here before the 4th of July so I never have to come back to this motherfucker, right? That's American. Yeah. That's American as apple pie right there. That's an attitude I can get with. I totally understand that. It's like, bro, if we are all on the same page, can we please get the fuck out of here?
You go, we'll listen to some fireworks and eat hot dogs like a pure Americana.
No doubt about it, right? So, but if there's a skew, right? So maybe if there's a couple people on the jury that are fucking being a pain in the ass, maybe we got to hold out. Then it might, to your point, maybe if there's some secret simps and shit like that. We know that at least one, which means there's got to be at least one more. We know that one got removed for being a secret simp. We could go through all that again, but research it on your own if you don't know. We had a juror get removed because they lied about where they lived, is the short version. But it was all to be on the Diddy trial, and he was all making eye contact with Diddy, basically playing fucking visual footsie with the motherfucker.
Look, I'm going to help you. Please make me a millionaire when I leave here, or give me a video.
Yeah, and the judge threatened to remove Diddy from the trial and not allow him back in the courtroom.
Yeah.
You know, that he got admonished hard. And so when I was saying earlier about, we kind of got off a little bit and I got off my own track. But I do want to bring it up, which is that Agnifilo guy, when he said all of those things about how the government made him a target, they wanted him no matter, they were trying to fucking make it like John Gotti. This was a get him or nothing situation, right? This was all or nothing. It's all card. They were going to get him no matter what. And everybody's like, yeah, fuck you. Come on, bro. It's Diddy. But he said he was a target. He used that word. So the judge shut him the fuck down. The judge was like, bro, you can't tell them that. What the fuck is wrong? You know better than that. You know you can't tell a jury somebody's the fucking target of the government. Now, you and I are not disagreeing that is the case sometimes, right? That people are targets of the government.
When you're having sex parties and your wife gets unalived at 37 and you got all these people, well, what the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, well, right. Again, that's why I do agree with the fact that maybe at a certain point the government they had to say, okay, bro, we have to investigate this guy, right? By the 50th fucking claim of rape and drugging and minors and parties and trafficking and all this stuff, they were like, okay, we're going to have to look into this guy. And when they raided his houses, they found evidence of absolutely everything that they had heard about. They even found mad hidden cameras, literally with the videos of, you know, Kutcher and J-Lo and all these people doing whatever it is the fuck they were doing. Kevin Hart and was literally in bathtubs of baby oil in his fucking
National,
trunks, you know what I mean?
National Jones does, like, in the back of my mind, there always is, I'm not sure about this case, like National Jones says, you never know. There could be holdouts on there. It could be the other way. Judges could have been paid off. If he gets off, something shady went on.
Oh yeah, no, I lose all hope in humanity if he literally got off of everything, because a hung jury is one thing. If one person holds out, that's a hung jury. That's not. He didn't.
No, you need all
right. They will revisit that motherfucker
at the same time.
Yes, right. And so if it's a hung jury, they'll just have to fucking retry him, I would imagine. But if there's an actual not guilty across the board, then there's fuckery about, because there's no way legally. And again, we've got judges telling us this publicly, making opinions saying this motherfucker is absolutely guilty of the transportation across state lines of prostitutes. I can't repeat it enough. The fucking prostitutes themselves were on the stand. I don't know how much clearer that can get for people. You know what I mean? Then they showed the messages, the airline tickets, all of that there. So if those are found not guilty, then there is fuckery somewhere.
It's like, it doesn't get more guilty than that. You got the prostitutes up there talking about it. It's like, come on.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. But the jury's out. The jury is out. The closing arguments were given on both sides, and then again, like the thing I didn't agree with, which was the government got a chance to come back and do a rebuttal. You know, again, whether I agree with what the defense said or not, and I don't. I found most of the defense to be reprehensible, just calling all the women whores and it was fucked up. Calling them gold diggers and whore. He literally stood up there and said maybe Cassie wanted to be urinated on. I was like, bro, the prostitute said she hated it and it was making her sick, and that Diddy told her to do it anyway. I don't know how much clearer you can possibly get.
It's not like
that
she didn't. It's not like the prostitute said. She said she loved it and wanted it. No, the prostitute clearly said the lady was sick.
Yeah.
It doesn't get more clear cut than that.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, dude. I've been saying this from the top, and I don't discount where you've always come from, which is, bro, you never know, right? There could be a holdout. The jury might not see things the same way. I'm totally with that. I totally understand it. I just keep saying, like, dude, if they can't see this clearly and they didn't hear the testimony that counters all of that douchebaggery that the defense was throwing about, then I can't help them. Like,
I don't get it.
Right.
Yeah. Like, come on.
Yeah.
This guy is as guilty as fucking sin.
Absolutely.
And you got mad witnesses saying, yeah, he did it. Like, come on. Anybody else who didn't have $1 million lawyers would have been fucking going. He should have took the plea. He should have took the plea agreement a long time ago. But his ego, or maybe he thought he could beat it. The lawyers just want his money, right? So, yeah, we're going to tell them they're all whores and you'll beat it. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. No, they're going to fucking take that money. Forget about it. In a federal RICO trial, he's paying $1 million a piece to those lawyers. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Yep. Forget about it.
Yeah, they want his Scott all. He must have had, dude. He must got a lot of money hidden and shit because the lawsuits and how much that defense costed him.
Oh, and there's dozens more. Yeah, for the money. Just to throw that on top of a solid point you just made, dude. Remember these dozens of cases that are coming. This is the criminal one, right? So when this is done, win, lose, or draw, regardless, when this one's
have
over,
to pay them, though?
there are dozens of
Let's
civil.
say he's in the can and he's found guilty. He's in the can doing 20, 30 years, right? And people sue him. Does he have to even pay them, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. His estate absolutely has to pay
from
that
his
shit
estate,
out. Yep.
they'll make him do. Okay, gotcha. Well, they'll go seize it and shit.
Yeah, because he has accountants, right? He already has accountants, people that run his companies, all that. Those people would be responsible for those payments. Absolutely.
All right, so they'll just go and seize his assets and shit.
Bro, if he's found guilty in this case, they're going to seize just straight out of the gate. They're going to seize Bad Boy Records and any other company they have a receipt from that touched one of these charges. They're going to seize every single penny. Every car, every boat, every house.
Well, he put a lot of shit, I bet, in like foreign banks. I bet.
Well, that's what he's going to have left.
Yeah. Which will still be much more than any of us regular people would ever touch on.
Yeah. Now, to answer your question about who pays. So here's a good thing. I heard a lawyer explain this too. And this touches on another part of your question. Who pays that, right? So say he's incarcerated, like you said. If he's incarcerated, that means he got convicted. That means the government took all his shit, just like we talked about, right? So who pays then? The government does. The government's literally going to have whatever. Say they take $300 million from him. If he's got dozens of cases against him still, the government has to put that money in an escrow account until they're all settled. But each one of them that wins, if they win $50 million, the government has to take $50 million out of that escrow and pay it to the people that won it in court. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, anything that's left at the end of that, the government will literally keep.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, and they auction off the houses, they auction off the fucking dude. If they get a publishing, this has happened. The government has convicted record companies before, and they grab the publishing to artists and they sell it.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Pretty crazy, man. So we're there's a lot of shit in the air for him. No doubt about it.
He's sleeping. He must have put mad years on his life. That stress right there, dealing with shit like that, man. That's some fucking stressful shit. I can just imagine, right? Like, picture being him, the stress he's going under. But like I said, at the end of the day, he still has his unlike a normal man, he can go to prison and still have sexual encounters. Normal men can never touch a woman again when they go to jail for the rest of their life.
Yep.
So he's always going to look
He
twink.
likes whacking his face.
He'll always have a twink or a transmission in there. So you can look forward to that, right?
Oh, it's always boys' night.
Night.
Yep. You know, some little braided twink, like you said, works in the barber shop with their fucking little Daisy Dukes on and stuff. It's gonna be a little bottom bitch.
Mindy or something.
Yeah, and he'll have his boys too. Like I said, he likes straight up dudes sweating on him with their wangs in his face. He likes men too. It's not just that, you know what I mean? He likes to. I think that one girl, Jane, it was either Jane or Mia. They were like, he wanted to be. I figured it out. Remember, one of them said that by talking with their therapist, they figured out he was a cuck. And we were talking about that. She said the word cuck like 1,000 times. It was amazing in the court testimony because that's going to stick in his paperwork forever, right?
Question.
Eternity.
Sharon says this: will he be able to attend the civil trials if he's found guilty in the criminal case? Because I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think his lawyers will be there. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think so.
You sure? You told me you were a lawyer before.
Yeah, yeah, right. But then you could ask AI, Sharon. Just do a quick AI question. It'll tell you.
Yeah, he's gonna have. Is he still in the Manhattan thing?
Yes.
All right. And now, when he's found guilty, it's going to be federal. So he's going to be shipped to a federal prison somewhere.
Yeah, they said that one of the things I saw this week, they said that if he's found guilty of everything, regardless of appeal, regardless of all of that shit, he will do about 3 more months in the jail he's in, and then the federal people will come in and they'll do some kind of an assessment, and then they'll figure out from there where he's going to go. But they said like within 6 months he'll be in an entry prison where he'll spend like another 6 months or so to get him acclimated and ready to be shipped out to a long-term place.
I wonder where they'll send him.
Who knows, man? Federal, you can be sent anywhere, right?
Get it? Yeah. I love how you call me Big Cocky. What a cock, man. What a cock. Oh, a cuck.
Super cuck.
Yeah, super cuck Ricky Yoon. What a sick bastard, man.
Yep. So we will find out. We'll watch it close. And next week, when there's a verdict or whatever, I'll hit you up in a message and see when you're free, and we'll go live, and we'll either celebrate or we'll lose our faith in humanity, or a mixture of both. It depends on what he gets found guilty or not guilty of, you know what I mean? But we'll go live and we'll talk about it. We'll break it down a little bit, all the charges and what he was found guilty of and not guilty of.
Yeah. He's got to be fucking nervous. Well, he should know he can't beat this. He's got to know that. And his lawyers probably prepared him for that too, right? Like,
I hope so. That I mean,
or maybe he hopes he can't, because I'd like to see him get his hopes get smashed, and maybe he'll freak out.
Dude, I mean, it depends. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? It's hard to say, my friend. Like, I was just gonna throw in there, like, well, they didn't put on a defense, right? So there are only 2 ways that they could have approached him with that, right? Which is, oh, they got nothing, kid. You're going home. That right? You got that one end of the spectrum. Then the other end of the spectrum is, hey, bro, shit doesn't look good. We need to shut the fuck up and just let the jury make their decision now. Because if we talk anymore, we could fuck this whole thing up.
I think that happened because he didn't take the stand like he wanted to. So the lawyers had to give him that. Like, if you take that stand, you will be buried, and they will.
You're going for life. Yeah. I think that you're right.
Like I said before, we've said it, his emotions, right? Him getting angry. He probably called them whore. They were all whores who loved it. Or something stupid he would say. Yeah, it's not fun to be him. I do feel bad for his daughters. Here's why. Because all that money the government's going to take is not going to go to them no more.
Oh,
I do feel bad for the innocent daughters. Not the predator sons, but the innocent 2 daughters, those twin girls. It does suck for them. And not only that, their father is always picture being so proud of your dad, everybody worshiping you because who your father is. Then literally, flip of a coin, and now you're a pariah, right? And any boyfriend or anybody in the future who goes with them, anytime they get into a fight or any dig is thrown, you know it's going to be thrown.
Oh yeah,
Your father's a.
you're right.
But he didn't.
Yeah, your father sucks.
Yeah,
dicks.
your father's a big fanatic. Not only that, they know that's gonna hurt. Like the first day of trial, they ran out of there, never came back.
Yeah, bro. Literally, the first or second day of trial, they literally made it through half of that day, and they've never been back.
No, they were probably utterly disgusted because they looked up to those women, right? They were young girls. They looked up to them,
dude. And now they're finding out that they're. I mean, okay, so allegedly, we gotta be right about it. So they're finding out now that allegedly their brothers are basically young versions of this monster.
Yeah.
Right, because they've got their own, like the one's got his own charge for the R on the yacht. That lady said that, and that's exactly what P. Diddy treated his secretaries and assistants. He said, was like, if you work for me, your parts belong to me, and that's what that kid did to the woman that worked on that yacht.
It sounds legit to me, right? Like it sounds like that's something that's what the father did. So that's something.
Yeah, I learned it by watching.
Remember that commercial?
Exactly.
It was like a marijuana commercial. He's like, "Why do you have these marijuana cigarettes?" Because I learned it from watching you.
Yeah,
and sick.
No doubt about it, bro. And they're apparently spit roasting women together.
That is repulsive, right there. Sleeping with a woman with number one. I'm not into fucking doing that with any other guy around. Never mind your father.
Let alone your fucking kid. That's the worst thing in the world,
way
dude.
some dudes coming
and how could you do that with your father? It goes both ways here. Like, how could you do that with your son, and how could you do that with your father? Like, how are you going to look at your dad while he's giving the O face, bro? That's looking at your dad during the vinegar strokes, bro. It's like, I'm pretty sure you're going to hell now. Like, pretty sure you're going to hell now. Yeah, thou shalt not see thy own father during the vinegar strokes, dude. It's like you're going to hell, man.
To the point of it gets passed down through the family. I think Com said it before too, or Sharon, the mom, right? The mom was all sexual with him and all that shit with the parties and all that shit. So in his mind, it's like.
Yeah, I've heard that from you and people in our chat, right? I haven't, but to be fair, I haven't looked into anything like that.
Well, I've also heard it on like the Jaguar right stuff and all that. Is it true?
I got you.
I believe it is, but who knows? Right?
I mean, it would track, right? I mean, this dude turned out fucked up, and I mean, and we already know he was down to suck the prick by the time he was there with the old guys like Clive Davis and shit. You know what I mean? He was already down for the get down by that point, so something happened before.
Yeah, those old dirty.
And I'm sure I'm going to stick.
Those old dirty white and Jewish dudes who love abusing people in the industry. Yeah, they were definitely having sex affairs with that guy and buggering.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You never ever have gotten an argument with me about that. No, they were definitely sexing him up, bro. Like that old girl. I'm going to sex you up. That's exactly what that dude was singing on Diddy's first day.
With the man on top. Yeah. I want to rip you up.
Forget about it, dude. But I stick by. I think he was born a fucking freak, dude. I mean, all that stuff added to it, but behavior like this.
That'd be a good song.
Yeah, behavior like this, bro. That's
really sick. I want to grape you up. Fucking sick bastard.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll meet up about it next week, see what's going on. Now, going directly in to another sick bastard, we can revisit everything that's going on with R. Kelly. Yeah. I want to pee on you.
I can believe I can rape some guy. Touch a people every night and day. Now they really know that I am gay.
Yeah, no doubt about it, bro. Come out of the closet.
Yeah, I like it in here. It's safe in here. I feel safe.
Yeah, no doubt about it, bro. But anyway, so I mean, I know you know what happened, but I'll run it back for anybody that's listening now out into the ether. Okay, so the short version goes that R. Kelly lost his very last appeals. You know, he was given a sentence of 30 years, and 20 years of that sentence was specifically for quote unquote child sex crimes. Okay. So they appealed everything. They appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. They were told, fuck you. Have fun in prison. Hope you love prison, feeding penis, right? P.S. Go fuck yourself. That was it. Yeah, exactly, dude. So out of nowhere, R. Kelly brings out, and what really he and his lawyer bring out one of the most ridiculous stories ever told by a man. It just reeks of desperation. Makes you laugh when you hear about it for the first time. His story goes something like this. I am R. Kelly. The prisons hates me and wants me dead. They have literally made a deal with a terminally ill, right? So dying, a terminally ill leader of the Aryan Brotherhood. The Bureau of Prisons made a deal with this dying leader of the Aryan Brotherhood and said, listen, if you kill R. Kelly for us, we will make sure you get out of prison so that you can spend what little time you have left on this earth with your family and your loved ones. Okay, so supposedly, excuse me, supposedly this dying leader of the Aryan Brotherhood says, you have a deal. Move me to where he is and I will kill him for you. And the Bureau of Prisons then tells him, hey, you're obviously going to have to get arrested for this, right? It's going to be obvious that you killed him, but don't worry. We'll make sure that the evidence gets fucked up so that they can't actually take you to court. You'll get off and we can send you home. Now, already none of this makes fucking sense at all.
No. Not at
all. But this is the short version, so
it sounds like a child's fairy tale.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. It's like, why would you hire? If you're the Bureau of Prisons, you control the prison, you control the mod, and everybody wants this guy dead. They want you to murder this guy. Why on earth would you ever assume that it was going to be done in such a public, violent, bloody, obvious fashion with evidence left laying all around? And why would you assume if you are the Bureau of Prisons and you control all that stuff that any of that evidence would even make it to anybody in the first place, or that you'd have to be charged? They could literally do anything they want. They could blame anybody else they want. It's just fucking stupid. So anyway, R. Kelly says, but even though I am a black man and this dude is a leader of the Aryan Brotherhood in prison, he, though, promised that he was finally going to get out and be free to see his family and loved ones again. He met me, R. Kelly, and he had a change of heart.
He would have killed his best friend to get out, that guy.
He'd have killed that whole mod full of people.
Yeah. If he's some homicidal maniac gang member, and he can get out and see his family, he's dying, but then he has a heart-to-heart with some fucking Aunt Kelly dude and decides, I don't want to see my family or get out or kill nobody no more on the outside. I want to stay in. You won me over.
R. Kelly's the swellest black guy I ever did meet my whole life. He's changed my whole outlook on society and changed my philosophy on humanity.
Yeah, he would have killed anybody. He would have killed little babies to get out. No matter what,
to get out of prison when you're dying. Come on.
Yeah, give me a break. That's so outlandish.
Right. So they go to the fucking.
You gotta believe in fucking Alice in Wonderland.
No doubt, bro. So they take that dumbass shit to a judge, like for real. Okay. The judge says, I'm gonna have to look. This looks insane. I'm gonna have to look into all of this, and in the meantime, you're just gonna have to go back to prison. I will look into all of this. I will get back to you and let you know my verdict. Okay. So off to protective custody goes R. Kelly. Now, a couple of days later, reports from his lawyer go out to the press that R. Kelly has been given, okay, I'm going to say it again, has been given an overdose level of his own medication while in PC. Now, the lawyer had just put out a thing telling the press that he was going to be seeking a pardon from President Trump for R. Kelly.
Jesus.
He says, you know, this guy's in PC and he's got rats and cockroaches and all this shit on him. He's living miserable. To which I immediately respond, good, you fucking dirty child fucker, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what you get for ripping and abusing women, man.
Yeah. I hope it's worse. I hope they set you just a little bit on fire every single day and it just hurts and heals. And then they fucking light it back on fire again, you fuck.
He's
right?
a predator.
Yeah, dude, 20 of your 30 years are for child sex crimes, and we know what you did, you dirty fuck, right? Like, no, fuck you, bro. So the point of that, though, is that he's in PC. He's so paranoid, according to his lawyer, that he is not even eating the food that they're giving him because he thinks that they're trying to poison him and shit. Okay, but now, a day later, through the slot in his door in PC, he's given a cup of pills.
Yeah. Why would he take? Yeah, it makes no sense. If you think they're trying to kill you, would you take the? You're not going to eat the food, but you're going to take their medicine. Give me a break.
Right. And then again, I say to you, okay, let's look at both sides of the argument as we always do. Somebody goes, well, yeah, but he's on anxiety medication and medication to help him sleep because he's so paranoid. To which I immediately respond, exactly. He knows, right? He's super paranoid. He's in PC. He only gets that same cup with the same color pills, and there's always the same exact number of them at the same exact time. So you tell me how this motherfucker was given an overdose of his own medication if he knows what they look like and he knows how many they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
You're telling me at that level of paranoia, again, that you just brought right back up perfectly, which is you're not even eating your food. But you're going to look at this cup of pills and go, well, that's weird. I usually only get one blue one, but there's three. And that yellow one doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. Ah, fuck it.
Let me give it a shot.
Right? Come on. Come the fuck on. Now, on top of that, and this goes as to whether or not, now we don't trust these people. We're not, when we tell these stories, and I always back this up too when we're talking about Diddy in the federal court. Fuck the federal court. We're not on their side. We trust those motherfuckers as much as we would trust R. Kelly at a Boy Scout.
We've seen what they've done to our people, right?
Right. But there are certain cases where you have to be a grown-up and look at evidence yourself, even not liking them, being extra biased even, and look at it and go, you know what? I don't like you, but you're right.
Yeah.
You know, and Diddy is a case of that. R. Kelly is a fucking case of that. So again, however you feel about the Bureau of Prisons, right? We can all hate them collectively together for the things they've done to you specifically if you've done time there, or our family if we have family that's been in there. Fuck them. But here's the stories regardless. Make of it what you will. R. Kelly's camp saying R. Kelly was found laid out in his cell in PC, completely unresponsive, and had to be whisked away immediately to the hospital for care. Okay. The Bureau of Prisons says, no, that's not true. He's on medication for anxiety and for sleep and shit like that. He was due for a checkup. This dude was in PC. The doctor he had to see for his blood work was at this certain place. We transported him there, and then we transported him back to prison. The drug results basically don't say anything about an overdose level of any of his medication in his system. So it's just garbage. So the judge told him Fangool. The judge said, fuck you. Take this case and stick it in your ass. They're like, dude, you're not getting out of prison. The judge told him. Because remember, he wanted to go home. They were literally asking the judge to allow R. Kelly to go home and do the remainder of his 30 years in home
that'd be
confinement.
like Pablo Escobar's place, right? Like, All right, if you sent him home, he would be abusing women in his home.
Dude. Yeah, everything that he was doing before, he would be doing again. Every single thing. Matters not whether or not he can walk out of that building or not. He's gonna have people that work for him. Let's even go one further. Let's say he got out of there and he was fucking broke. Dude, you know what kind of weirdo, freak, super fan, simp fuckers are out there that would take him in and do anything for his bidding? They would do anything.
He could get out, like you said, broke as a fucking joke. Walk through the mall and make 1,000 friends and fanboys, and people come by and help him out for sure.
Yep, even on house arrest too. If he couldn't go to the mall, so I'm saying,
just
like
house arrest. They know
he could live with people. These stinks. Yeah, he'd live with them. They'd go out and do his shopping. He'd
probably have like 20 women living there and abuse them all over again.
Yep. Yeah, and he'd be fucking right, trying to get their daughters and stuff. Forget about it.
You can listen. People that do grapers, right? Child herders, grapers, people like that. They're never gonna stop doing that. That's in them. That's what they do. They never stop that stuff.
Yeah, that's what gets them off, bro.
And they will never stop that. Like, there's no more rehabilitation. Nope. There's nothing that's gonna help.
There's nothing that changes that part of your brain. We've gone through this so many times with Trash on Blast and stuff like that. Dude.
Yeah, nothing changes your brain for that.
Yeah, that freak that's all totally into those pool toys that was breaking into madhouses to steal the pool floats because he had sexual relations with them. That's what he's always going to be into, bro. That's what's going to get that guy. Like we said before,
like telling me or you we can't like girlfriends or wives or no more. Or the women can't like men no more. That's not going to stop.
Yeah. That's right. You have to ask yourself, as a grown human, being reasonable and honest with yourself, is there any amount of hypnosis or weird fucking MK Ultra mind control, right? Is there any kind of abuse that you could go through that would ever make you stop liking women? Or to your point, if you're a woman, is there any amount of hypnosis or damage they could do to you or drugging to you that could ever make you stop liking men? No, and it's the same way for gay people. It's the same way for people that hump these goats and the people that hump these pool toys, or R. Kelly that fucking bangs children.
Yeah.
And gets off on being sadistic and torturing and in control of them. Same thing with P. Diddy, having control, making them do the things, forcing them to do the things, knowing that they're uncomfortable and they do it because you have the control. And in Diddy's case, the other side to that is that he fantasizes about being the woman.
Yeah, you never seen that video with the wig on. I wish Dustin was in here. He knows what I'm talking about. Where he's got the wig and he's talking all girlish with the long wig. It's like, dude, you like that a little too much.
Yeah, like I said, that it was either Mia or Jane that flat out said, one of them called him the cuck. But the other one said I think he wanted to be me. When he was in the corner giving himself an old fashioned, running the boys with a man he picked out. They always had to have a giant wang. He would always tell them exactly what to do. And he was watching them, not me. He was basically, he wanted to be the woman. He was fantasizing about that guy being with him. And then he would go in the bathroom with these little twink assistants that would show up from time to time. And he would probably do whatever it was in the bathroom that he did in there with those guys. But yeah, he definitely dreamt about being those women and being in the female role of that shit for sure.
Oh, of course. Like I said, my hypothesis on how he got started with that, I believe, like I've always said, like the mother threw house parties and somebody got to him when he was younger. And then when the Owen guy, the old white creep and the old Jewish dude got to him, he's like, hey, no problem. It happened before. Why not sell my ass now to get more fame or whatever, right?
Yeah. And they have blackmail shit over you. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's their famous thing, is the blackmail.
Yep. It goes back to that control. Yep. It goes back to having that control over you, bro.
But I wish he would dime out. Like, I hate stool pigeons and shit, but this is a different story when it comes to R-ing and grapes. I wish he would dime out those old white guys and those old Jewish dudes. I wish he would dime them out, but he's protecting
Well, so
them.
far there hasn't been a reason to do that. I think you might get your wish with whether he dimes them out or not.
As he's found guilty.
The names coming out, though, I think you'll get your wish with that with the big rounds of the civil cases that are coming.
You think so? You don't think when he does get found guilty, he's going to call the FBI and be like, "Hey, listen"?
No, because none of them have anything to do with these specific charges in this case.
True.
That's why I think that those names will come up when they do the civil ones, because those are going to be about the larger parties that had like the celebrity involvement and shit like that. And that's where a lot of those minor charges come from and things. So I think you've got a good chance of those other people's names coming up during those trials, because that's even Clive Davis gave a statement. A lot of these older dudes have given statements early on, but they've been to protect themselves against the shit that's come out in those civil suits. See what I'm saying? Because that's what involves the celebrity stuff. This stuff in this federal trial is all his personal enterprise, his personal freaks and kinks, and his personal slaves. The other civil trials, again, that has to do with the big celebrity parties, the ones where they would lock, 12 people in a room together and they were doing all the weird oxygen and IVs and shit. Now, some of these girls had to have IVs too, but most of that stuff with the hidden cameras and all that shit, that's the big parties. Then that stuff comes in the civil phase. That shit's going to be equally nasty. It's just going to be equally nasty.
You think we'll hear shit about the J-Lo and some of them others?
I mean, if they get in, yeah, we've already heard some stuff about J-Lo. Remember I was telling you, excuse me, that apparently he likes to have he would put her music videos projected on the wall while he watched her get sexed down by dudes. And while there was another woman, though, that he used to like to because J-Lo likes women. So he would have J-Lo getting strapped and then strapping the other woman to like all this crazy house music and stuff like that. And he would put J-Lo's videos projected up on the wall while he sat in the corner like Gollum giving himself an old fashioned.
What a sick bastard. Affleck must have fucking been disgusted when he's seen that.
Well, he left her fucking ass after the feds came through.
I respect him for that.
Yeah.
Any fucking guy that would stay with someone, he probably seen some foul. Like everybody knows, right? You meet some girl, she's slept with people before and had other partners, right? But when you see all some vile sexual degeneracy like that, you're never going to look at someone the same.
Yeah, especially if bro. We've heard about her contact with the women and some of the stuff he did with her, but bro, if she's like in these bathtubs full of baby oil or getting peed on or getting, trains run on her or something like that, then yeah, bro, of course he would have freaked out.
What a sick fuck. Like, what a sick fuck, man. Like, you got these beautiful women. Why not just be a normal person and sleep with them normally? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dude, I'd freak out if there was even just a video of like J-Lo and Diddy doing it, but again, you had that 300-pound guy knelt down next to their heads with his dick in their face. Because that's what the video would be. It would be like, okay, well, J-Lo's having sex with her ex-boyfriend Diddy. Okay, well, Diddy's having sex with his girlfriend. It's like, well, okay, but what about the 300-pound guy knelt beside them with his dick in their face, and why is Diddy staring at it while he's doing her? You know what I mean? Like, then again, it's like, okay, bitch, you got to go. You're going to have to get out of my house, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you's gross.
Yeah,
man.
I could never, if I ever seen some girlfriend or something like that, getting urine, all that shit, I'd be like, you're out of here. I'm out. Bye-bye.
Yep.
You're sick like that.
Yeah, you got to
go. You have no dignity or self-respect. You hang out with this ripper, right? This P ripper. Give me a break. Good for him, instead of being a cuck and be like, you know what, I still love you, baby. Like most of these simps would do, right? Because simps don't care. But at least Affleck's not a simp.
Yeah, well, they've been right. They've been, to be fair, from what I know or from what I understand, they've had like a back and forth, on again, off again type of
For years.
relationship for a good long time. And this was like the final straw. They had just gotten
Yeah, they're
back
gonna get
together.
married.
Things were going good. And all of a sudden, the feds show up and knock on the door. Like, excuse me, Mr. Affleck, we need to talk to your disgusting whore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, when you do shit
That's
like
gotta
that,
be terrible.
that has to be because she wanted to marry him, right? But hey, when you go whoring all these years with this animal and letting him hurt people and letting people urinate on you, you think some dude's gonna want to be with you? No.
Yeah. It's like, bro, we could have told you she was a whore from the get, Ben. Let me tell you something, Ben. Every piece of the entertainment, every level of the entertainment game she was in, it was because she fucked a dude that was doing well in that part of entertainment. Whether it was a TV show or when she wanted to try and start those dance schools and put together all those dance lessons and stuff, she got with that little dancer boy. It was a full-on contract marriage. At the end of it, she gave him two matching Bentleys and a certain amount of money. It was a total contract scheme. Yeah. She fucking got around with that other Puerto Rican singer for a while when she was trying to revive her career. She does
Mark
that
Anthony dude.
Yeah. And then she left his fucking ass when she was revived and her brand was fixed. Yeah, dude, she's a whore. She's been doing that her whole life. Yeah, she just literally fucks her way into parts of the industry.
Well, Hollywood,
sadly,
Hollywood in the entertainment industry. I'm not saying every actress did it, but the majority of those actors and actresses, men and women, the casting couch applies to men and women.
Dude, I would say 9 out of 10 of them have sucked a dick to get a role.
Men and
sure.
women.
Yeah.
Yes, men and women have.
Oh yeah, and there's been a couple of men that have had to do some wretched Skeletor-looking old lady too.
Yep. There's many of these dudes who've not just women, men. They'd had to blow dudes to get pots.
Well, yes, but I'm saying they've also had to do some really gross old women. Yeah,
all kinds of matters of sexual depravity.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, it's gonna go both ways.
And now there are people who wouldn't do that, right? Like shout out to those few dudes who said I won't put dresses on, Dave Chappelle, and a few other people who said I will never.
Oh yeah, Cat Williams.
I'm not kissing a dude on camera because they say this. It's acting though. It's not really you. It's an art craft. You're still kissing another man, right? Like, all right.
Yeah, well, you know what? That guy that does all those Medea movies.
He just like.
Well, yeah, he's got mad charges against him right now for stuff against twinks.
Yeah, but I believe, but a lot of those twinks know what's up. They're devious too, so they probably want his money. I don't deny it.
Oh, for sure. But how many times have we said it's like whether you like it in the ass or not, you got to say it's okay first.
You can't just go grape.
That's what I'm saying.
Grape a twink.
That's all I'm saying.
You can't just go grape some twink. The twink is gonna be willing. You can't do that to nobody.
You can't just be taking stuff, bro.
Yeah, you can't go sexually take anything from any human being. It's
and that's the accusation that this guy's. I don't think that he raped anybody. I think that he was just intentionally being like, I can do whatever I want, kind of like grabbing people by the taint. You know what I mean? Rubbing people's buttholes at parties and shit.
Well, they tried to do that to that actor, that big muscular dude, the black guy. He's like. Mad muscular.
Yeah, he's a fucking pussy.
And like somebody grabbed his ass. It's like, dude, why don't you punch that guy's face in?
Brendan Fraser too, one of the biggest fucking feminine pussies in existence. Fucking made me sick watching him cry about that shit.
Did someone grab his ass?
And then the bad man touched me and grabbed me by the taint, and then like, bro, grow up.
Yeah.
Grow a fucking pair of balls.
Get up there and tell your truth, but don't cry.
Yeah, no, this dude, it ruined his whole life. He fucking eschewed acting and stayed away from the industry and was clinically depressed and fucking went to therapy for years, all because it broke him. Absolutely fucking ridiculous, man. The level that this effeminate loser went to with this shit. Like, Fuck you, bro. Grow up. You should have beat the fucking shit out of that guy, hit him with whatever was close by, or called the police and had him arrested immediately, whatever. But
if some guy I worked with grabbed my ass, I'd punch him in the fucking mouth. And if I had to tell the story, I would tell you, dude, grab me. I wouldn't be crying. You know, everybody's different, but like, I don't know where these people come from. Fucking Pussyville.
I'll never understand that shit because that fucking the black dude, the one you were talking about, Fred, I don't remember his name.
Terry Crews.
Yeah, Terry Crews. That's it. Yep. Yeah, the same thing happened to him. He literally stood there with his little fag dog, and he's another one. He's a dude that admits to having a porn addiction. He paid all kinds of money to some fucking rehab place to get him off of porno. This dude's just a weak-minded.
Most of them are.
Some dude, manager dude, gave him like a little hug and like grabbed his taint and rubbed his finger on his butthole, and Terry Crews just did nothing about it.
Yeah, how don't you?
Did nothing about it. Just cried about it. Just whined and pissed and moaned and got therapy.
What he should have done was punched him in the mouth and then told everybody about it and outed the motherfucker. All sex pred should be outed. Bottom line.
Dude, everybody within earshot's going to hear about it immediately. Yeah, there's no doubt, bro. While I'm either winning or losing a fight, but there's going to be ruckus. There's going to be furniture moving around this motherfucker, and everybody's going to be hearing about why it's going on. They're all going to know you're a butthole wherever.
Hell yeah. It's sick. Thank God I was never put in any situation like that. Put it that way. I remember one time when I was a kid, the only kind of weird feeling I ever got, one time I was a kid, right? And I was in the hospital and like I had a cut on my leg and the doctor asked me if I could pull up my leg to see it. And I couldn't. So the doctor's like, can you take your pants off so I could see it? I'm like, no, I can't. And I got up and walked right out. I was about like 11 years old.
Right.
I felt uncomfortable and walked out. It was like, no, I'm not taking my pants off to show you a cut in my leg. Next time I see you, if I have pants on that go above my knee, I'll show you, but I'm not taking my pants off. And let me tell you, if that doctor tried to touch me or something, I would have bit and fought and screamed. I would have fought him to the death. And as soon as I got out, I would have told everybody when I got out of that door or whatever, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Too funny, bro. Too funny.
Like, I don't know anybody.
But yeah, I mean, even triply so, though, again, like, even if you weren't the type, again, to defend yourself, or maybe you don't think you can defend yourself, if you are Brendan Fraser or this Terry Crews guy, in both cases, the person that did that to these guys were stupid, ridiculous, rich entertainment figures. It's like, bro, why would you not call the police and sue them then? Why would you not take these motherfuckers for 10 million, 15, 20 million, right? Own their house, burn it down. Yeah. Whine and cry and fucking piss and moan and get therapy and have everybody feel bad about you for your truth, right? No. As far as I'm concerned, that guy took your man card and you lit him. So don't come over here, Ty. You're not allowed to sit at the man table anymore. You have to go over there and put knickers on and sit by the fucking children. Yeah, you can't wear long pants anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Crazy. Let me pack this thing back up. I haven't watched it yet, but the new season of Squid Games is out.
Oh, really? No shit. Oh man, I don't have the thing no more, but I gotta go check that out.
Yeah, I just saw it
I'm going to
today.
say one thing in the chat. Please, anybody in the chat, do not promote any doxers channels in the chat, please. Don't promote any doxing fucking soy boys in the chat, their channel. Somebody's asking, like, what show? Don't ask again.
Yeah. Good looking out.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's like go somewhere else to show some rat-loving fucking soy boys channel. Or let them go put up your families and see how you're going to promote their shit. Fucking people. I wish half of you peoples would go start some fucking channel up and God forbid they don't find out who your family is. You fucking weirdos.
Yeah. No support of that shit over here, man. No support over here.
No. Fuck that shit.
But yeah, so Squid Games is out though. It is the
Really?
third
When
and
did it
final
come out?
season has been released. I don't know. I just saw today that it was out, man. Yeah, I just saw today that it was out. I've been so busy. I was looking forward to it for so long. Well, I have been, I should say. We both have been looking forward to it for so long. And I remembered that it was coming out like towards the end of this month, but I've been so busy this week, it escaped my mind. And I was looking through today in the new column, and I was like,
But how's it out though?
shit.
Is it coming out as like season half of a season like last
No,
year?
it's the final full amount. It's like the
okay.
final third installment. So they're all the episodes should
I
be
gotta
up.
I gotta go hang out with my ex-girlfriend this week because that's the only way I can watch it.
Yeah,
I gotta go to
got
my
you.
my Uncle Bob's house and hang with him.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah, but it's out either way, bro. And then the other thing that we were looking for, but I guess before we get off of all of the court cases and the trial talk while I'm packing this thing up, there's been a couple of interesting little turns with the Keefe D trial also going on. Yeah, it got pushed. First of all, the most important thing to know is that the trial was supposed to start a month ago. It has now been pushed until February of 26.
Really? Why do you think that is? The P.
Okay,
Diddy
I can
stuff?
tell you exactly why that is.
Okay.
No. So remember when we were talking about this, what could his angle be to try and plead not guilty or try to get out of this, right? And the number one thing, I think the most rational and reasonable thing that we could come up with was he could just say, well, everything I've said to you so far is a lie. I wrote a book. I went and I gave a lot of interviews for money. And I told you the story that was made up for me by the government during our deal.
Yeah.
Right? That's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. So they have now changed their tact, and they've said to the judge, and the judge gave them the year. She looked at all this stuff. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Keefe D's lawyer brought all of the evidence he'd collected, all of the testimonies he'd collected. They'd gone out, found all the people that were alive, et cetera, and also pulled hundreds of documentaries given by a lot of these people over the years, right? And they've put together an alternate theory to present to the judge with, they say, substantial evidence that not only is Keefe D innocent, but that he wasn't even in Las Vegas the night that happened. Also, they have evidence that the story that he's been telling was completely fabricated by Greg Kading, that cop that's been doing all this stuff. Because remember, well, remember, just a quick, and I think, honestly, bro, I think that we should do an entire show about this because it's so, like, deep and there's so many ins and outs. I think really we should do a whole show where we start at the beginning with the evidence and go through each one of these characters and what they've said so far and really make sense out of it. But I'm going to give you the gist right now. I really do think we should do an entire show about this, though, and break it all down for people. But Keefe D is basically saying, I only told these stories, wrote this book, did these interviews for money. And the only reason I did that is because this Greg Kading dude, who was a cop, he's the one that got me to do this deal and tell him these stories to begin with. He goes, one day this Greg Kading dude comes to me and goes, hey, I quit the fucking police force. I wrote a book. It's got all your testimony in it. Good luck in the world, snitch.
Wow.
Right? And that's true. That's exactly what happened. Greg Kading even tells it not much different than that. So Keefe D was like, okay, well, if this motherfucker's writing a book and he's putting me out on Front Street anyway, and he's telling this story is going to be out, all these people that want to talk to me that have been offering me, you know, $3,000, $5,000 for an interview, all these people that have been wanting to put out my book, offering me 10 grand for this, 10 grand for that. He goes, I might as well just fucking do it. Right? I might as well go out here and get this money. There's no evidence that I fucking killed anybody. All they're going to be able to do is use my own word against me. Well, that's the problem. Okay, so part of what Keefe D's lawyer has shown is that the Nevada, right, Las Vegas Police Department, that they had absolutely nothing, that they still have nothing. They said that we can prove that their investigation went stagnant in 1997. They said the proof of that is that there's been people trying to file Freedom of Information Act shit for this case, and the Las Vegas Police Department kept saying, no, we will not give up any of the information for the Tupac killing because it's still an ongoing investigation. They were just lying to the world for 30 years because they didn't have shit. They didn't want to admit that they didn't have shit. And they also didn't want to admit that there was a huge scandal between their police officers and the dirty LA police officers at the time. So at the same, like right before Keefe D got charged, there was a big trial. Like, I don't know if you call it a trial, I guess a government hearing, because the people that had been going for this after this Freedom of Information Act, or I'm sorry, the people that were using the Freedom of Information Act to try and get all of this information from the Tupac case had finally convinced the government and a judge that the Las Vegas Police Department was lying, that this was not an ongoing investigation. They literally had not a single detective working on it, and they had no new information. They were just lying to cover something up, and people wanted to know what it was. And the judge agreed. The judge was like, yo, I want to know what it is too. Either you're working on this or you're not. And if you're not, you have to give them the info, right? So the Las Vegas Police Department goes, it's open, Your Honor. Watch. Within a week, they went and they raided Keefe D's house in like right outside of Las Vegas. They found nothing, but this way they put it on the news, right? They had a press conference, and they literally, Skullbro, held his book up and said, we have all the evidence.
That's not tainting the jury and trying to make people believe their narrative. They wanted to sell books, those couple of cops, right?
Oh, dude. Yeah, this goes deep. And that's why I say we need to do a whole show about this. We really do. I think it would be interesting. It's something I like. So we'll plan that out. I'll get everything together for a solid show, and I'll let you know. We'll do a whole show about it. But Greg Kading knew exactly what he's doing from go. A short version of that is Greg Kading's whole purpose was basically just to find the LAPD a scapegoat, because the LAPD, they murdered their own officer when he figured out that they were involved in it, that they had some ex-cops that were working as security for death row that were ultra involved, right? Super involved. That guy, his last name was Poole. He was literally getting ready. He had just given a bunch of information to a newspaper that was proof, and he was getting ready to do an expose in a big TV interview. And then out of nowhere, he just dies of a heart attack inside the police station.
LAPD, they work with the CIA. CIA officers moonlight there and train. They're the most corrupt police station you'll ever find in the planet.
Yeah, so they died. He literally just out of nowhere had a fucking heart attack and died inside the police station. And then all that shit went away until Biggie's mom got a hold of that info he had given to the newspaper, and then started seeing smaller amounts of evidence and sued the Los Angeles Police Department for $100 million for the death of her son, for the involvement in the death of her son. So the LAPD had to figure out real fucking quick how to prove that they had nothing to do with this murder and that it was somebody else, right? That's when Kading went to a known snitch that he'd been working with for years, and that is Keefe D. He'd been working with this dude, right? So he knew they all knew what he was up to. He was running a fucking giant cocaine and PCP distribution network. The cops knew that shit. He was a fucking government snitch. But they used that against him, and they said, listen, we know that you worked with and for Diddy against Suge. We know that you got involved in all that shit. We know that there was like Crips, Bloods, and like Nation of Islam security guards and stuff all involved in Biggie's death. Just tell us what happened with Biggie's death, and we will let you off. We'll let you give a proffer, right? We'll make you queen for a day. Nobody will be able to put you in jail, and we'll leave you alone to continue doing your cocaine and PCP distribution. They said, if you don't help us solve this case and give this story to the government and solve this Biggie shit for us, then we're going to arrest you. We're going to arrest your family that's involved, everybody, all your friends that are involved in this distribution. We're going to take everybody's houses, all that shit. And he said to him, well, listen, man, I honestly don't know anything about the Biggie murder. Right? He goes, but I do know a little bit about what happened with Tupac. And I can tell you about how he had us working, Diddy had us working for security for them at their shows because he was scared of Suge. He goes, I can tell you about all of that stuff. He goes, I can tell you about all the conversations we had. I can tell you about his people that I was selling drugs to in New York. He's like, I can tell you all kinds of stuff, people that were involved in it. I can tell you the story that I heard about what happened in Vegas that night. And Kading's like, oh, okay. Well, we need you to help tie some of those people into some of the same locations. And you can just go ahead and tell us about Tupac. Just solve that case then, if you can, and we'll let you off. So Kading came up with this insane fucking story. A bunch of it you can see. He actually did not only he did several shows, but the two I would watch to get the general thing of what Kading said were, of course, Detective Vlad. But he also did, he also did one with Valuetainment with the Shah of Iran.
Oh, with the Shah, right? PBD.
Now that one I would recommend because he puts up like an old school like cop detective board with like everybody's faces and pictures and how they connect and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so that's how the whole thing started. That's how Kading got involved. Kading was one of the dirtiest cops the LAPD had. That's why they had him go to one of their snitches to solve this for them. And if the LAPD is being sued for $100 million and they're trying to pin a murder on anybody but them so they can get out of this lawsuit, you really think they're going to pick a clean cop to do that for them?
No,
they're going to pick the dirtiest, slimiest, scumbaggiest motherfucker that they've got because they're about to try and pin a murder on somebody and they need leverage, right? They're like, well, shit, Kading's got snitches that are like massive national drug dealers. That's why they talk, right? Go to one of them. Here's Keefe D. His name's in all the paperwork. He's a shot caller. His nephew was the one that supposedly shot Tupac. Go see him. He should know all about all the security people that were involved in the Biggie stuff. He knows all of Diddy's people that were involved that night when Biggie got killed. He was and Keefe D was, and his crew were at the building with Diddy that night that Biggie got killed, right? So they're like, have him tell this story. When Kading gets there to talk to him, though, again, just to back up and reiterate, he says to Kading, well, I don't really know much about the Biggie killing. Yeah, I was there that night. I could help you fill some spaces, give you some faces, right? He's like, but I don't really know much about that, but I do know about the Tupac shit. So Kading cooked up this whole story that connects all these people throughout these gangs, and he uses them to kind of like connects them all between Biggie and Tupac, makes up this huge narrative that takes all of the responsibility and focus as far away from the guilty people as he possibly could. And then literally, bro, there's a cop that is in one of these documentaries that worked with him. He was like, no, bro, this motherfucker just straight up didn't come to work the next day.
Yeah.
They're like, he didn't get fired. He didn't get in trouble. He didn't even give his fucking 2 weeks. They're like, this motherfucker just stopped coming to work. And then next thing we hear, he's written a book and he's given interviews for fucking $10,000 a pop. Right? But even Kading says, no, yeah, Keefe D gave a proffer with the FBI. And we'll get into all the stuff he did with the FBI because that's when he went to New York with a wire and all kinds of crazy shit. But he's like, yeah, Keefe D gave his proffer. I recorded everything. As he literally tells Vlad and Valuetainment, bro. Like, he says this shit publicly. He's like, no, I recorded everything. No, it was my personal recorder. They're like, you can do that? He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I can do that. It's totally legal. And they're like, what the, how is that possible? You're sitting in a room with the FBI and people's lawyers doing a top secret fucking confidential deal, and you're allowed to just record it? And he's like, oh, yeah, if you want to. Yeah, sure. And they're like, you actually did that? And he goes, oh, yeah. Like, it's nothing. This scumbag motherfucker, right? He's just like, oh, yeah. So he comes to Keefe D's house just one day out of nowhere, just drives up to him, had a loaded gun on his lap, right? Has Keefe D get in his truck with him. He's literally got a loaded gun on his lap, this dirty fucking ex-cop. And he goes, Keefe, I'm just here to tell you as a man, just as a courtesy, I'm about to tell the world that you're a snitch and that you have everything to do with Tupac being killed, so good luck with that.
Oh, man.
He goes, I'm writing a book. It's already been purchased. It's going to be published. I'm going to be giving interviews, all that stuff. He's like, so I don't know what to tell you, but, like, get yourself protection or whatever you think you need to do. He's like, but everybody's about to know you're a fucking snitch, dude. It fucked him, bro. Fucked him hard.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, see, that's what these dirty pigs do like that, like a dirty cop. What a piece.
I don't even know how that's legal, bro. How can he not sue this guy or take him to court or have him convicted on some fuck shit? That's not cool. A cop can just record stuff and write books on you and put you out in the street and put you in danger with no protection? What the fuck?
Yeah, they don't give a fuck, man. He wanted to write his book.
So that's what happened to him, though. So, yeah, Keefe D literally says, and he's like, if you ask him or if you hear him being asked in some of these interviews, he's like, yeah, man, I figured what the fuck. He's like, I'm already fucked. I might as well do these interviews and get my $3-5 grand a piece. I might as well write a book and, you know, make some money. He's like, because the shit's out there now. You know, he's like, fucking everybody knows this stuff. I'm fucked. He's like, I might as well tell the story. And that, again, Skullbro, to fast forward, that story that Keefe D's been telling that's in his book, that book that he wrote is the book the Las Vegas Police Department held up in their press conference and said, we have all the evidence we need right here. It's a story concocted by dirty fucking cops to begin with.
Yeah. The story is conducted with dirty cops. They blackmail and threaten this fucking guy to tell this story. Yeah, it sounds like they want to take all the blame away from the LAPD and shit.
Yeah, and now they're relying on the Las Vegas Police Department to hang their man for them. Remember, this case, they had nothing going on with this case, the Las Vegas Police Department, since 1997. It's been proven in court by the people that do want to make movies, that do want to write books, that have been hitting these motherfuckers with Freedom of Information Act requests, and they've been telling these movie makers, these interviewers, these people that are writing books, press, no, we can't give you that information because our case is ongoing. And they're like, okay, well, what's the name of the detective working on it? Oh, that's funny. You don't have one. What's the new evidence? Who are you talking to? Well, who's the witnesses? Oh, that's funny. You don't have any. Since 1997. And it was all because the Las Vegas Police Department knew about the fuckery. Some of their cops were working with the fuckery, and they didn't want that shit out. So they just kept this case open while not working on it. Think about that, my dude.
Fucked up.
30 years, Tupac's family wants an arrest.
Like he's got, I don't know if he's got children. He's got a mother. He's got family members. They want to know what happened to their kid, man.
Right. And intentionally, they're just keeping this case open for 30 years and not working on it intentionally to protect their own dirty fuckery.
Yeah, well, we know how.
And then it got proven in court that they did that. And the judge was like, hey, bro, no, this is not an open case. And that is when, literally within weeks, bro, that's when the Las Vegas Police Department, out of nowhere, after 30 years, out of clean, motherfucking nowhere, went to Keefe D's house and arrested him with a warrant in the middle of the night, took him to jail for the murder of Tupac Shakur, and then had a press conference and held up that fucking book full of dirty bullshit and said, now he's under arrest. We have all the evidence we need. They only did that so that they did not have to give in to the FOIA request and to prove to this judge that it was an ongoing case. It's all lies.
Now, that's what they do best.
Yep, it's all fucking lies, dude. So Keefe D's lawyer has finally put all of this together, and he says he knows ultimately who was responsible for the ordering of the hit and the people that did it.
Who says that? Keefe D?
Keefe D's lawyer is saying he, by putting all of the evidence together he's collected, that he knows, and he's going to present it to the judge. And he asked the judge, he said, give me until next year. Literally, give me like 10 months.
That could be true, or he's just trying to help his client?
The information he's been giving out, or that has leaked out so far, is pretty goddamn convincing, dude.
Yeah.
It includes a lot of the information that people have known was true for a very long time, but people were clipped. People died. People were sent to prison and died in prison. These are a lot of gangster fucking dudes. And those cops that were working for Suge, the LA cops that were working for Suge, were full-blown gangsters themselves.
Yeah, Reggie Wright and all that shit.
Well, Reggie Wright apparently is like one of the main dudes that the lawyer is saying is involved in the actual not only ordering of, but conspiracy of the action itself that night that it happened. And they've got mad evidence to back it up. That's why I said it seems very convincing, and it's going to take us an entire show to go over.
Yeah, we should tackle it. We should do that in the future for sure.
Yeah, we will. I'll put it all together.
I know what I will absolutely tackle. That would be a good idea.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's what's going on with the Keefe D case right now as we speak. It just got postponed like a year.
Well, that's some crazy shit.
It sure is, man.
We live in a world of corruption and weak people and fucking sellouts and selfish people, man.
And shit like this is so evil.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
When you're playing with let's just do one. You're playing with the lives of people. They're going to have to spend their life in prison, whether you think they're a good person or not, whether they've been a gangster most of their life or not, whether they've done things. It doesn't, none of that matters when it comes down to you're blaming somebody for something. Is it true? Yes or no? And if you know it's not true and you fucking put them in prison anyway, prison for life, and take them away from their family and take them away from society, all so you can protect some dirty fucking cop.
Yeah, when they want to get you, look at the Madonna and the Korea Caldwell case. Look, when they want to get you, man, they will fucking get you, manufacture shit. I've been watching the We Push Back clip channel. And he's been putting up a lot of old JTP stuff where he's been going through his father's case and shit. Just amazing, like that circus. Like it just shows to my point when they want to get somebody to make something, they will manufacture shit. They will take all kinds of stuff.
Oh, sure they will. And that's why, like a broken record, when we've been covering this Diddy stuff and like we talk about any other trial, and even tonight I said again, we know what's up. We're not in any way siding with these motherfuckers, especially like the Southern District of New York. They're some of the dirtiest, most disgusting lawyers and judges on the planet Earth. They're horrific people. They will fuck you and lie about you and form narratives and stories. Absolutely.
That's why judges become fucking senators and councilmen, all that shit. Prosecutors become judges. They don't care about the truth. They care about their career.
Yeah. But that's why I've been repeating myself to these trials. I know you have to. We always make sure we throw that in. It's like, listen, bro, we're listening to the evidence. We're watching what's going on. We don't trust those motherfuckers for a second, right? But in some of these cases, and Diddy is one of them, it's like, bro, you did that shit. and you know you did that shit,
Yeah.
right? It's like, we're not stupid either. We know those motherfuckers are
just
evil.
chalk
Don't
it
get us
up.
wrong. We
You
don't
know what he
like
should
them,
do?
but they're right
He
this
should
time.
just chalk it up and be like, listen, I had all these years of perverted fun and shit. They caught me. They got me. Let me go live in the cell. I'll have a little twink with a wig, a little mop on his head, right? Like you did it, motherfucker.
Yep.
Take your time, take your medicine, right?
Take your medicine.
Yeah, you got away
right.
with years of abusing people, grapings, all kinds of creepy stuff like that, right? You got away with all that. Now, now the hammer came down, you're caught, right? Take your medicine. Same with their Kelly,
No
our
doubt
Kelly
about it.
guy. You got caught doing all this shit. Stop making up fairy tales from a Dr. Seuss book about people wanting to kill you and all this shit. Take your medicine, grab a twink, and smile. Have a twink and smile.
Yeah, it's retarded, bro. Yeah, and R. Kelly's stories are, I think that's the best way to some crazy tall tale, some fairy tale bullshit that nobody in their right mind would ever believe.
Yeah, National Jones, yes. It shows more and more of the world these days and the corruption neck high. You betcha. Neck fucking high.
I'm going to grab a smoke real quick before we get into our news and trash and shit for the week. Grab smoke real quick. But yeah, so that's all of our court news for this week with Diddy and R. Kelly and Keefe D's. So next week,
I remember those cops going on all those Vlad show. I only watched a couple of them because I never trusted those pigs right there, right? Like, but I did see a few, and Vlad was all like creaming in his pants, loving it, like, Well, he's like a cop himself, right?
Fucking Vlad's like, I solved the Tupac murder.
Taking credit for solving shit.
He's a moron. He claims credit for solving the Tupac murder just because he brought on his show and interviewed all the people that are giving the narratives around it. He's a
ridiculous culture vulture.
Yeah, he's a fool. He didn't solve a goddamn thing.
No, he was just
he's a fucking Russian DJ nobody that just used his money to start talking to backpack rappers, and he was lucky that it blew up.
He was being a propagandist for the LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
Basically. No, if he believed it or not, right? Like, if he believed that, I don't think he would care. He would still run it. He cares about money, right? Nothing else. Truth don't mean nothing. Money. When it comes to guys like the Vlad dude, the Adam 22 guy, those weirdos.
Bro, Vlad's sick. He enjoys getting people fucking jammed up.
He loves it.
He likes getting people to dry snitch, and he drops infos on people and shit. He's a dirty fucker, that guy.
Yeah, he is. All those kind of.
And you and I have both. And we've always said the same thing too, which is like, hey, man, to his credit, if you go on his show and you talk about mad dumb shit that you know damn well you shouldn't be talking about, then we ain't got no love for you, bro. It's your own fault.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we got to call a tree, a snitch, a piece of shit, and go, Vlad, now listen, we know these guys are dumb. We know they can't spell their name, but you're taking advantage of that shit and leading them into damnation, and that makes you a demon. So, fuck you too.
Yeah. Fucking Korea. It just took 14 pills, not one narcotics among them, Mickey Griggs. They don't care about anything or who's going to suffer for it, as long as they get their clicks. And yeah, you could say these guys are dumb for going on there doing that, but if you've got a platform letting these people up there, that like if people wanted to come on my channel, and my channel's tiny, but and do that, I wouldn't let them.
Exactly. That's the mentality, is like, if somebody did start talking stupid, you or I or anybody else with any kind of decency would look at them and go, hey, no, shh, that's enough. Change subject. Don't say another fucking word. You're jamming yourself up, bro. I'm not going to let you do that, right? I'm not going to let you do that. But this guy deliberately takes advantage of people and leads them. Like I said, he grabs them by the hand and walks them into damnation on purpose.
Yeah. He don't give a fuck. Especially like I think that like some of these white guys and shit, they idolize the black rappers, and when they realize they can't be them, they like them but want to see them hurt. Also, they want to see them suffer.
Well, that's Vlad because he's again is white and is right. The guy looks like a fucking diamond dealer.
He's Russian Jewish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looks like a fucking. He looks like one of them too. He looks like that, and he's like, you know what I'm saying, dog?
He's a fucking backpack nerd. He's
like, bro, you're a nerd. It's like you are a straight up nerd. I don't care if you've DJ'd for people before. You're a straight up
dude.
geek.
Most of the black community hate him. They can't stomach.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, you bring on these young kids, the up and coming stars. Yeah, they stupid for talking about that stuff, but you're the platform of platforms it. So you're making money off of these people going to the clink and fucking saying dumb shit. That's not cool. I ain't gonna bring a bunch of weirdos on to say that they shot at people or weird stuff like that. Hell no.
Or put on some fake black scent,
that's ridiculous,
right? On purpose to try and get cozy with people and shit like that. It's weird because when he talks to other people, he doesn't talk like that. He turns into super cop.
Yeah. Well, if you notice with all these kind of, not all of them. Like I knew a few kids that were like adopted by blacks and grew up with blacks. That's why they speak like that. But most of these wankster kids who picked up a CD at 17 and started emulating them, they're all phonies and they actually hate the people. They idolize but hate them. It's weird. Sick people. Yeah. Identity crisis, I say.
For sure.
You know, like I like rap music also, right? Like, but I never tried to become Eazy-E or fucking.
Yeah. It's low self-esteem, bro. You're not confident enough in yourself to just believe that this person's gonna like you for who you are. So you try and be like emulate them. Or
Hillary Clinton did that every time she went on fucking speaking tour. She was speaking to Spanish people. She tried to like talk like them. If she was talking to white people, try to talk like them. Southerners.
Dude, Kamala Harris did it, and she did this little commercial. It didn't even make me laugh, bro. It made me sick to my stomach, and it made me sick for all of my black friends at the same time because she's sitting there talking to Sadie. She's like, "Oh, I know, child. Oh, girl, I know what they talk about out in these streets." And I'm like, "Bro, you are sickening to me. You might as well be a white lady. The thing is, for years, right,
she told everybody she was an Indian American for years.
Okay, fine. You know what? No, that's fine. So let's say that she talked like that as an Indian American. I'd be saying the same fucking thing. Yeah, and she's and again, we'll say it from the standpoint of her being half black. It's like, dude, even as a half black woman that's intelligent, that went to college, that obviously, speaks very, very intelligently, normally does not sound like that at all. For you to just pop up in these commercials,
it's phony,
and be like that level of overboard with it. Ooh, child, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, girl, don't even tell me. I know exactly what I hear out in these streets.
Yeah,
it's like
it's hot out in the what street? You're a rich fucking lady. You're rich.
Don't be hating.
It's like you're some rich fucking lady.
I'm saying though, sometimes the lines be like really long at the Jamba Juice. You know what I'm saying? Or like when you only got 2 maids, that shit is hard.
How about Hillary Clinton bringing the hot sauce on fucking that show? Charlemagne the God, or whatever the fuck the show's called. She brought hot sauce on there and says she doesn't go nowhere without hot sauce. That's a lie. Like, stop. That's not true.
I've always said about Hillary Clinton, if you don't know anything else about her, the only thing you need to know is that right out of college, she was fired from her very first job working for a lawyer as an assistant for dishonesty. That's why she lost her very first job out of college for dishonesty. That's all you need to know about that skank lesbian bitch.
Yeah, she's no good. There are so many people phonies, man. These
she's straight up rotten and mean. Like we've said before, it's like she's just mean-spirited. You know what I mean? Like she's just mean, dude.
Yeah, she's a vicious woman. Her husband, Slick Willie's a pred.
Yeah, dude.
Slick Willie's a total predator.
Who allows their friend to put a painting of them in a dress up on the wall is the first thing you see when you walk into their New York penthouse?
Yeah, that's some weird shit.
Bro. That shit ain't regular. You know what I mean? Like, that shit ain't regular, bro. That's weird. That's super fucking weird.
Super weird. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I bought my first. I bought Guns N' Roses in 1987, and I bought the Eazy-E tape, and I used to like them both. But I never went out and dressed up like Axl Rose or Eazy-E. I tried to talk like them.
Penthouse, like, I'm gonna be one instantly getting detained and beat up by a billionaire's security for setting fire to a painting.
That's weird. Paintings of themselves,
right? I'm not gonna stand here and tell you I'm gonna take on all the this guy's got working for him as security. No, I'm gonna be getting drug out of there, fucked up probably, after setting fire to a painting. There's no way. I'm not even gonna talk to you. I'm gonna see that painting. I'm not even gonna look at you because the disrespect is done. There's no conversation. I'm lighting this motherfucker on fire. And whatever happens next, come next, dude.
What kind of painting was it again?
It was a giant oil painting. As soon as you walked in the double doors of Epstein's New York penthouse, right on the wall in front of you was a massive oil painting of Bill Clinton in a dress and high heels. Earrings, makeup, everything, as a woman. But with Bill Clinton's very man face.
Well, that's how they had them black. That's how that honeypot blackmailed all of our politicians and so many people. Not all, but so many politicians and people, royalty, all kinds of people were blackmailed by Jeffrey. So many.
Yeah. I'm getting drug out of that motherfucker after having committed arson, dude. All them fucking SEAL Team 6 guys that he's got working for him, they're going to be red team go on me. I'm going to be getting fucked up around there, but I am straight up lighting that bitch on fire. There's no way you're keeping me from it.
Yeah, either that or throwing something on it to ruin it, right? Something.
Dude.
Lighting on fire, they might try to fucking like hit you with some sort of like.
Well, that's okay. That's why I said what comes next comes next. It's like I'm not thinking rationally at this exact moment. I just saw a painting of me on your wall in a dress with makeup and all kind of high heels and jewelry on, bro. No. Yeah, and next time I see you, when I'm already charged with some shit, that's when you and I are going to have a problem. This time I'm just getting rid of this nasty painting. This painting of me is not going to.
Do you think he had it up there to humiliate Clinton? Do you think he had it up there to humiliate Clinton, or Clinton liked that he looked like fucking Martha Stewart in a painting?
He might have been down for it.
Yeah, he might have been. Who knows with Slick Willie? He's a fucking creepo.
It's hard to say, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like it's hard to say. He might have been down for it. He damn sure didn't make a thing about it because it stayed there, and he kept hanging out with his homie.
Well, here's why: because Jeffrey be like, "Okay, I'll release the pictures of you with the 14-year-old girls," right?
Yeah, right. Exactly, dude. Or even worse than that, it's like you talk shit, and it's like, well, now you don't get your appointment with the 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, you're not going to see the 14-year-old girl ever again, Slick Willie. Yep. Fucking psycho. Fucking sick people, man. Anybody dealing with that guy?
I'm about to get my ass kicked.
Anybody dealing with that guy fucking is something bad. Something's up with that shit. Like,
yeah.
Anybody dealing with him had some sort of funky, weird dealings.
Yeah, no doubt about it, bro. No doubt about it.
Mr. Honeypot. Yeah, it was a pedo extravaganza on the island.
Yeah, everywhere he went. Yeah.
Just a bunch of perverts when it comes down to it. Fucking sickos. Like, you get that kind of money, and like we talked about before, if you're rich and you have these perverted fantasies, you can make them come true. You get the money to cover it up. You get the money to do it. Pay people off. Blackmail them to keep their mouth shut. He was always a Mossad CIA asset, Jeffrey. Because Lane Maxwell's father was a Mossad agent, for Christ's sakes. Like,
Well, yeah, right.
And that's what they
Yeah,
do.
we've talked about that. He got arrested. They knew what he was into, and they used it for their benefit.
all these,
they just used him to put all those people in fucked up positions and have blackmail evidence
all
on
these
them.
alphabet
Absolutely.
agencies, that's what they do, is sexually blackmail people. Because nobody, let's say if you're running for office or whatever, you're royalty or whatever, and then they got you sleeping with either an underage girl or a girl that looks underage, or they can manufacture whatever. You know, you're banging some little Gary Coleman looking guy. You don't want that out there.
Yeah, right.
You're
exactly.
gonna do whatever they say. You're gonna compromise.
Or Carl Winslow.
Yeah, bang Carl Winslow. You are gonna compromise and fucking do whatever they say.
Yep.
Right.
No doubt about it, dude.
And that's why they have these
No
honey
doubt about
pots.
All right, let's start getting into some of our news and trash for the week. So let me turn this off. Have you heard of the Liver King?
No.
Okay, he's this big savage looking fucking guy. He's all crazy cut and has like veins sticking out of all of his muscles. You see him up there on the left-hand corner, the guy with the hat on backwards.
Yeah, he looks like he just stepped out of a caveman fucking audition.
Absolutely. At all times, this guy looks like he just stepped out of a cave painting, and it looks like he was in there dirty and covered in shit. So this guy's kind of famous on YouTube and social media for having this giant muscular physique, and his whole thing was, I only eat raw liver and like intestines and guts of animals. I only eat raw meat and livers and organs of animals, right?
Okay.
Really gross. And they called him the Liver King. Well, he already got in a lot of trouble for he was selling people like diet plans and like regimens and teaching people how to lose weight and get all big and stuff. He was profiting off of all these people. And then they found out that not only does he not actually eat that stuff, he takes mad steroids.
Like Wes Watson.
So he's been kind of, I don't know what's the right word for it. He's like an outcast now, I guess, right? He doesn't have the same business.
Like a pariah, no.
Yeah, there you go. He's a pariah. Yeah, great. So he lost all of his business. People know he's full of shit. He's like an outcast. Well, this dude has gone full-blown certifiable. And he decided to put a backpack on and start trekking about on his way to Texas to attack and kill Joe Rogan.
What?
Dude.
What a fucking wacko.
And he was making videos of himself on his way. And I'm going to show you 2 shorts about it. This dude literally was making videos threatening Joe Rogan, telling him things like, you're going to want to hold your family's hand to remember what that feels like.
Wow.
And being like really psycho about it. Well, he got arrested for stalking and threatening Joe Rogan, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to play you 2 of these. Here's the first one.
So the Liver King was just arrested for stalking and making terroristic threats against Joe Rogan. Do you guys remember this alpha male who got semi-famous for claiming that he only ate like raw intestines and organs from animals and sunned his butthole, and that's how he got this weird physique? Then he got exposed for doing steroids, like a lot of steroids. This is him now,
Check
and he's
him out.
looking hella beat up from the feet up, and he's in jail.
Joe Rogan,
Look.
We don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight, and you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling.
What in the meth psychosis is that dude talking about? And why was his mouth?
Yeah.
That looked like sort of like Tig, like a cracked out Harold. Wow, and he looked all cracked out. A lot of those. Ever hear of Wes Watson? He's another one.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yep.
Oh, this guy looks real fucked up though in his eye. He looks all cracked out.
Let's say his eyes are crazy, right? Look at this. Fucking pupils are blown out.
And he's not that smart. If you're gonna tell everybody on a live stream you're going to unalive some famous one of the top podcasters in the world, you don't think you're gonna get arrested or like, wow. What a nut. Yeah, and they're all on steroids. That Wes Watson clown with his fake stories, and this guy who didn't really eat livers. Fucking liars. Right. Liars always get caught. They always get caught, these fucking lying bastards. Takes a while, but you get to see through them after a while.
Yeah, this one's almost, I mean, even this guy says, what in the meth psychosis are you fucking talking about, right? Crazy, dude. But yeah, there's like, this one's almost done, and then we'll pull up the next one.
What happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling.
What in the meth psychosis is that dude talking about? And why was his mouth green like that? I don't think that anybody would ever at any point in this dude's life accuse him of being mentally stable,
No
but
doubt.
Holy shit, is this a weird crash out? Anyway, kids.
Right. That's crazy, dude. The dude is totally and completely out of his fucking gourd.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's got to be on heavy drugs.
God damn it. Hang on.
Who the hell would come out and say that, right? Like, come on, you psycho. And you're mad at them? Like, you got caught in the lie. You're mad at, it's like Tig or one of these idiots who say they're Hell's Angels or Purple Hearts. You get caught in the lie, and you hate the people that caught you in the lie. Like, you got caught. If I told everybody I was a master in Kung Fu, and you found out I wasn't a master in Kung Fu, be like, why'd you lie? Whose fault is it? It's my fault.
Yep.
People, no accountability. Unbelievable.
Well, check this guy. This is when they arrested him. Check him out here. This guy is fucking nuts.
The Liver King was arrested in downtown Austin on charges of terrorism after fully crashing out online and repeatedly threatening Joe Rogan's life.
You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you've never come across something like this. Willing to die, hoping that you'll choke me out. I pray to God, because that's a dream come true. It feels I'm fighting for my family. So limb. Go ahead.
The Austin Police Department, as we speak, is on their way to a hotel in downtown Austin to arrest the Liver King, because he's been making a lot of bizarre, cryptic threats.
Yeah, and guess where Joe Rogan lives?
Where?
Austin.
Wow.
He made it there. He was in a hotel in Austin. That's where Joe Rogan lives. So yeah, the cops were like,
do you think he was legitimately going unalive, the guy?
I think he was definitely going to fight him. Dude, that shit, I think he's totally out of his mind. That shit that he was saying, he was talking about fighting for his family.
What family?
And how he was going to have to fight for his family. And, you know, I'll do anything it takes for my family. It's like, bro, what is any of this shit you're even talking about? What does it have to do with Joe Rogan? I think the dude just snapped.
Yeah. Well, did Joe Rogan call him out like on his podcast and say, hey, this guy?
No. So they don't have any beef,
so he just picked him because he's the biggest influencer. He probably wanted to make his money or whatever. But real stupid move. Threatening.
Could be if it's a total stunt, he was still on a lot of drugs while he did it, but because he was rambling some shit that just didn't make sense.
Yeah, he looked like Meth Man 2000, right? Like straight meth out, high as a kite, smoking big boulders of meth in the fucking woods. What a quack.
Yep, totally insane.
You got caught in your lie, deal with it, man. You know, fucking deal with it.
Yeah, he had no choice. Like he was outed hard, dude. Yeah, for all that steroids.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's what happens when you
His idea has bugs living in it, MRH says.
That's what happens when you lie to people and bullshit your subscribers, right? Like, deal with it.
Jason says the guy doesn't shower. He showed up to court with a bulletproof vest on. He said Joe was calling him out. See, this guy's delusional.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd go along with part of it. Might have been for like the number. That's obviously why he went live. But
there
this
is
guy
mental
was
illness.
like, he was in psychosis.
Yeah,
bro.
heavy mental illness right there, and meth use for sure. He was taking big 911.
He was definitely going to at least.
He was taking big 911 hits for sure. Fucking psycho. What an idiot.
Yep. Shit.
That's like that. Like I said, the guy Wes Watson, he came out, made all these lies up about prison and the wartime he did, and then he started taking steroids, and it's all natural. And then he finds out he's some like cuck who pays escorts to act like they're his girlfriend.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
How pathetic is that? Woman dripping.
Well, speaking of pathetic, this lady here, she was a jewelry store manager, and she started taking jewelry home with her from the store she worked at. First, let me do the headline. Vacation selfies of a British woman dripping in diamonds leads to her arrest for jewelry theft. She's a real smart one, this one. So, former jewelry store manager in the United Kingdom was sentenced to 28 months in prison after posting selfies of herself wearing stolen merchandise and sending them to her coworkers. This bitch is dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Lucy Roberts. So, this shit is mind-bending. Lucy Roberts, 39, frequently took jewelry home with her during the year she worked at a high-end shop. She would tell suspicious coworkers that she was conducting work at home and sorting stock for the workshop. It was only when Roberts quit her job and went on vacation that her colleagues realized where the jewelry went. She began sending her former coworkers selfies from a cruise decked out in the stolen jewelry from the shop.
What?
Without a care in the world, dripping in diamonds, thinking she had deceived everybody. What a weirdo.
Yeah, what a fucking dope.
The people see her taking the shit home. She tells them, oh, I'm just sorting jewelry at home for the workshop. Then she quits her fucking job, goes on a cruise, wears the jewelry, and who does she send the pictures to? The people that saw her take it. Fucking store.
What a fucking dummy.
My God.
Yeah, it doesn't get more idiocracy than that, right? Like, come on,
right,
lady, you work at a place, you're stealing the shit. You should have went and sold it or something. You should never wear it,
dude.
Right? You should have never wear it.
Like, somebody's got to sit her down and be like, it's the getaway it's the part where you get away with it that matters, right? That's the most important part of the crime. You worked there, you got the jewelry, you convinced the mooks somehow that you were just taking it home to clean or do side work at home, whatever. You made it. You quit.
The sad thing, it was probably some like mom and pop shop who trusted her and shit, right? And she robbed from them and stuff. Like, what a creep.
Yeah,
and then wore the shit.
Man.
Yeah, not too smart. Gosh, she's no Bonnie Parker.
Yeah, she got 28 months for that shit, bro. Went on a cruise, put on the stolen jewelry, and sent pictures of herself to the people that saw her take it and still work for the people she stole it from. Absolutely mind-numbing.
Yeah. Fucking idiot. There's some dumb people who try to be criminals or do dumb shit like that and just get caught. Told on herself. Exactly, Biggs. Told on herself. Fucking idiot. And I guarantee it was like some people who she worked for who trusted her, right? And she robbed from them.
Yeah.
Not a smart Like, lady, you stop. Just stop it. You're fucking ridiculous. And self-snitching, too. What did she think those people were going to say? Like, oh, wow, where did she get that? That's not the same jewelry from us.
Oh, it's cool. I guess you can have that now.
Yeah,
Fuck
you
it.
can keep that. Some people don't think.
No
I don't know.
problem.
Maybe she's just a fucking dingbat, right?
Obviously. No, for sure. With this one, absolutely. Just a total moron. A total moron. I don't know how or why. Same thing with that lady. Remember, she killed her fucking family off with the mushrooms, and we sat here for 15 minutes going, "What? How?
Yeah.
What? How did you think you were gonna get away
Yeah.
with this? How? In what universe was this gonna work out for you? Where you were gonna get? I don't understand. I don't understand. But they do somehow. Somehow these people come up with a storyline in their dumbass brain
Yeah, they'll never think it was
that makes
me.
sense to them.
They'll never think it was me. What? It's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they will. You got the same.
What, your ex-coworkers that know the jewelry, that saw you take that shit, they're gonna think what, you quit and you bought it, or you just have like you happen to have expensive jewelry you're wearing on a cruise now?
The same
No.
ones from the store too.
Right, the same ones. Yep.
An idiot. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Special kind of stupid.
Absolutely. As most of the people that make it on our show are.
Oh yeah. These fucking.
Yeah. If you end up on the Skullbro show, chances are you're either trash or really dumb. Those are your two choices. You either did something really stupid that's going to amuse us, or you're a dirty motherfucker.
I wonder if they got the stuff back from her or not.
Yeah, they arrested her. I'm sure they got it all. I'll run down through here real quick. But I'm sure they did. Yeah, police found thousands of dollars worth of jewelry strewn around in boxes beneath the bed and in cupboards after searching her home. In total, Robert stole more than $170,000 in diamonds, gold, and silver.
Wow.
Yep.
I wonder if they got all that shit back, or she probably sold a lot of it, or haven't.
No, they did. They said that's what they got from her house. They got
all right.
Yeah, it looks like they recovered most of it. Yeah, it looks like they recovered most of it. But yeah, maybe she did sell a couple pieces or hide a couple, but it looks like they got most of it back.
Yeah.
So this article reminded me of something that fucking Kitten would do. Crickets were released in protest to disrupt the Mecklenburg County Commission meeting. So when I saw this, I just thought of Kitten. I figured after the last time they kicked him out of the building, he might come back and unleash some crickets or rats or raccoons into the building.
Yeah, release some fucking crickets in there. That's fucking funny.
It is funny. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty harmless. It says allegedly someone released crickets inside the chamber at the Mecklenburg County Commission meeting. It was disrupted by protesters. They were protesting the Central Piedmont Community College Law Enforcement Training Center. Okay. The meeting had to pause while a number of the cleaning crew came in, and they vacuumed them up. I like that shit. They just vacuumed up the crickets. The protesters were eventually escorted out, and the meeting then resumed. So the protesters only threw them off for a little while, for as long as the janitors took to vacuum them up. But yeah, I just thought that was funny. It reminded me of something.
Well, it is a harmless, like a juvenile prank that would be done in high school or whatever. It's not like he puts like snakes that are gonna hurt people, right? But it does sound like something Kitten would do.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's like, it's crickets in here. But don't they only do that at night or if it's dark? Crickets.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I know that they'll do it like in the morning. Maybe it is just certain times of the day. Maybe it's if they get released and they're not in a good mood.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think it's just in the dark crickets make noise, but I could be wrong.
Oh, you dirty motherfucker. What are you doing to me over here?
What's up, Bella? Yeah, apparently diamonds are not a girl's best friend. Not right there.
Not hers.
Number one, the lady
Only if you pay for them.
snitched on herself, number one, told on herself by posting everything.
Total moron.
Yeah, she should have, shouldn't have done it anyways, because it's probably a mom and pop shop who trusted her and shit, right? And fucking she steals from them.
That whole rob California, remember? They stole all that jewelry, and the cops didn't even know who it was. And then all of a sudden they started seeing this shit, #robbery crew.
Yeah, those idiots.
On Instagram, and they were showing all the pictures of the money and stuff, and they were like, yeah, you're going to prison.
Yeah, imagine
Idiots.
doing a crime, stealing something, and then posting it on the internet, bragging about it. This day and age with the internet is amazing, with the self-snitching and all this dumb braggadocio shit that gets you caught. Like, it's almost like, well, why do something if the world don't know about it, right? Fucking retarded.
Which is ridiculous. That's the point.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That's the whole point. You make a lick, you make it come up, nobody knows, nobody's the wiser. Shut the fuck up.
Those guys literally put that shit all over
Jesus
Facebook,
Christ.
just like this fucking wackadoo.
Yep.
Crazy British lady. Fucking nut.
Here we got another fucking moron. Duncanville burglary suspect was dressed in a Scooby-Doo costume.
What if he was a furry fucking Robin shit?
Crazy stuff. Yeah, the Tuscaloosa Police Department is asking the public for help in solving a rather cartoonish mystery. It says the Tuscaloosa. Yeah, okay, I just read that part. TBD said Tuesday that an individual clad in a Scooby-Doo costume broke into the Quick Stop on Highway 82 in Duncanville over the weekend, stealing cash and coins, but no snacks. What kind of retard? I'll never understand this, dude. I will never understand why, if you are desperate enough to commit a robbery, why you would rob a store that you know has less than $50 in the register. Right? I'll never, ever, ever fucking understand that, bro. I'll never understand. If you're ready to commit a robbery or like go get some money, why would you take the risk of robbing a gas station or a
crack cocaine? Maybe maybe she just needed that hit or something. I don't know. That's fucking weird. And he's
super weird. And they did it dressed like
he's probably
Scooby-Doo.
a furry. Why would you have a Scooby-Doo costume? I think he's a furry, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not left over from like Halloweening with your niece.
Like, hey, I know that guy. He has a nephew named Scrappy, right? Like, he hangs out with Velma and Daphne. Yeah, fucking not. Well, no one can identify him, right? Like, he's straight out.
No, they're looking for him. Yeah, they're looking for him. So I guess it worked out while we talk shit about him. But I'm still going to talk shit about the fact that you robbed a Quick Stop, you fucking retard.
Well, yeah, everybody's out there looking for a Great Dane. That's what Scooby-Doo was, a Great Dane.
Right. Yeah.
Shit. Like I said, where does he have that costume? He's got to be a furry. That's what they should do They should look at furry conventions, right? Local furry. If I was a detective, I would check out all local furry conventions and shit like that and see if there was Scooby-Doo people, find out who the Scooby-Doos were and go check them out, like Columbo, right?
Might as well give it a shot.
What else would you do? There's no other.
No, right, exactly. You're going to have to look somewhere, too.
Ain't it? Like, Scooby-Doo, where are you?
Robbing the Quick Stop from you now. Yeah, fucking crazy, dude. I don't know. I'll never understand that. I know, like you say, you're right. It's a crackhead or some meth head or some dumbass. But even still, go rob someplace where there's actually money, dude. Rob your crack dealer. You'll get more money than the fucking Quick Stop. Do something.
This is hilarious. A lifeguard impaled by an umbrella.
Yeah, Asbury Park, New Jersey. Lifeguard impaled by a beach umbrella.
Wow.
Let's check this out. It's got a little news clip on it. I figure we'll check it out and see what happens here.
Accident at the Jersey Shore this morning. A lifeguard getting ready to watch over the waves is instead was impaled by her own umbrella. New Jersey reporter Tony Yates is live in Asbury Park. And Tony, it seems like this could have been a whole lot worse.
You better believe it, Sade. Now, she was injured, but she was very, very lucky that that pole did not puncture one of her organs. And even with her injuries, they say she was in very good spirits when they put her in the ambulance and took her away.
Wow.
From our tower camera at Asbury Park Beach, you can see first responder vehicles. They're all at 3rd Avenue at Ocean. Just after 9:30 this morning, one of the lifeguards took a tumble off the perch as she was trying to set the large chair umbrella in place.
Oh, wow.
It was just a freak thing. As she was putting it in, the gust caught it and pulled it up. So when she grabbed it, she was off balance. So, and again, she was on the top step of the bench. So she fell backwards off the bench, and the umbrella came with her when she came down. It just landed on her arm.
The pole puncturing through her armpit, pushing out clear through her back.
About a 1 inch in diameter.
Now I feel bad.
Umbrella pole hit and came out in her back, right near the scapula.
Firefighters cut most of the pole away, but secured about a foot-long section that had embedded in her arm. They set that in place, sending her off to doctors at Jersey Shore Medical Center.
Shocking. It's very shocking.
Wow.
Very, very shocking.
Yeah, as a mother of like teenagers, it's so shocking and so scary. Your child comes off to work to do a very great job, and oh my God, that's just horrible.
But this young lifesaver, this is her second year as a lifeguard. She never lost consciousness after that accident. They tell us she is tiny but strong.
She's a tough little kid.
She actually was.
That's crazy.
I actually
bro.
feel bad for laughing in the beginning. I thought it was going to be.
I don't, because that's freak accident.
A freak
that's
accident,
crazy, dude.
But I thought it was going to be some creep, right? Who fell and got hurt. That was just some poor girl in a freak accident.
Oh, yeah, she's a lifeguard. Yeah, it's a lifeguard. Yeah. Oh, poor thing. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Everybody's like, poor thing, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But it's still funny to me. I have a sick sense of humor. She fucking was setting that thing up. The wind blew. It caught her off guard. She slipped off of the step. And when she came down, that thing was facing up. It went all the way through her armpit and came out.
What's the odds? The odds of that.
Man.
So small. Wow. She's lucky to be alive, dude. That would have hit her fucking lung or something.
Absolutely. Yep. Gone in at a further angle, ended up in her fucking neck.
Poor girl
no
recovered
doubt.
as well and shit. That's a shame.
It sounded like she's gonna be okay. Yeah, they said that it missed all her like arteries and organs, and that she was lucky. They said they cut the pole away, but she had to get in the ambulance with a foot of pole sticking out of her, like she's in the waiting room of Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Did anybody ever see that Faces of Death with a pole impaled those two Asian dudes? Like the same pole was sticking through both of their shoulders. That was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, they were in a car and they smashed into something. And the pole impaled them both. And they both lived. And they had a pole fucking impaled right through their shoulders, each of their shoulders. They looked like a shrimp on a barbie. But they both lived, though.
That's wild, man. Fucking shish kebab.
They look like. Yeah. Hopefully this young girl is okay and comes out of it great.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the odds of that? Whoa.
It's wild, man.
Bad luck.
I would honestly, what I was thinking was, so you hear about these things like when there's a big gust of wind, like an umbrella gap, and you see the videos of when there's these things on the beach and shit's just flying down the beach. You know what I mean? So I thought maybe she got impaled by a runaway umbrella that like went right through her, but
I thought it was like some creepy lifeguard gonna do something creepy, and then it hit him. Yeah, David, sounds like the makings for a new training video, right?
No doubt about it.
Yeah, Peck. It was on Faces of Death, what I'm talking about, with the two Asian dudes impaled. I don't know which one, but you can check it out and you'll find it. It was insane. Like, you can see them in the car, in the pole, going through both of their shoulders. It looks so painful, man. Forget about it. Brutally painful. All
right, we got one that's gonna piss you off.
Dogs.
Yeah. 2 of them in a row. I mean, I'm sorry, not 2 of them in a row. We got one later, but this one for sure, yes, has to do with a dog. We've seen a similar case twice. One of them was a little bit more extreme. This one's not as extreme as one of the cases we've seen before, but it's still going to piss you off. So this fucking asshole of a person, this blonde lady here, hanging out like her dog's her best friend and shit, taking her little social picture. She's a Pennsylvania nurse. She pled guilty to abandoning her dog at an airport after she was unable to take the dog with her on a flight to Mexico
asshole.
for her vacation.
Wow.
She abandoned her French bulldog at Pittsburgh International Airport so that she could go on her Mexican resort vacation. Allison Lynn Geiser, 46, copped to abandoning her French bulldog at Pittsburgh International Airport. In return for that guilty plea, more serious cruelty and neglect charges were dropped. She was fined $150 and ordered to pay $350 in court costs. The charge to which she pled did not carry any jail time.
Yeah, what an asshole, though. Right? Why would you?
She left the dog, dude. She left it unattended in the short-term parking lot.
That's terrible. I don't know how. What a cold bitch. How could you?
And the dog is 7 years
So she
old.
had 7 years with this dog, and she just leaves him like that. I could never. Man, I don't care if I was going to Italy to meet fucking Monica Bellucci, the supermodel, or what. If my dog can't come, I'm not leaving my dog nowhere. Like, I don't give a fuck if they said, yeah, take this plane trip. You're going to be with the most beautifulest woman in Italy, and we're going to give you money. I ain't leaving my dog behind. Hell no.
Listen to this stupid bitch. Man, how are you breathing and walking at the same
Selfish
time,
person.
lady? Okay, so we've seen this twice before. One time, remember the lady drowned her dog in the toilet? That was fucked up. I just still don't understand that. There's no reason for that. You could have gave the dog to anybody or even just left it in the parking lot. Anything's better than killing the poor thing. But we did see one other case where, just like this woman, they left their dog. At least in that case, they left their dog inside in the air conditioning. Jesus Christ. This lady left her dog outdoors in the summertime in fucking August. Just left her 7-year-old tiny dog in a hot parking lot and walked away. She did it because for the same reason the last person we saw. The cops told her, the people at the airport told her that her dog did not meet the criteria for an emotional support animal and did not have a proper kennel as required. So when she got back, she just went out there and so when they told her that, she walked her dog outside and just left it there. Walked back in, got on her plane, and left. She says when she got back from her vacation 6 or 7 days later, investigators pulled her to the side. They had figured out, obviously, by looking at video, right, who left their dog in the parking lot. It's the fucking airport. They find her. They question her, and she goes, oh, well, I texted my mom and asked her to call the airport and tell them to take the dog to the local pound, and then I would get him when I get back. Who are you talking? What do you mean call the airport?
What?
You left your dog unattended outside in the short-term parking lot. Who at the airport's going to know or be able to find your dog? And then what? They're just supposed to take it to the pound, you're saying? What are you, crazy?
Yeah. She is, man.
What a fucking bitch, man.
That's that's a selfish. She don't love her dog. She cared more about hanging out in like Cancun than fucking.
You ready for the kicker? You know what her Facebook profile lists her job as?
Dog owner.
A certified life coach.
Life coach? Oh, that's wonderful, right? Yeah,
a certified life coach, the woman that abandons her small senior citizen dog in the heat of summer and just leaves it there in a parking lot, just abandons. Fucking wow.
What a scumbag.
Yeah, man.
That's terrible. She had the guy for 12 years, the dog, and just leaves him. Well, I thought my mom was going to get. Like, what? That's fucking sick.
Yeah. She didn't even try and pull the shit like, oh, my mom was on her way or my mom was supposed to come get. No, she said, I texted my mom and asked her to call the airport and tell them to find my dog and put it in the pound for me. And I would go to the pound to get my dog when I get back. Lady, you have no oxygen in your brain. Not one of those things makes sense. Who's your mom supposed to call at the airport? There's a million parking lots at an airport. You left your dog when? Right? When was we? How are we going to find this small dog now? It could be underneath a car looking for shade. Hit by a car. Somebody could have stole it. They're buggering it right now in the fucking bestiality bus, right?
Yeah, it's just a selfish bastard right there, man. Yeah, people are wrong.
You know what I mean? It says never trust a life coach or a financial coach. They're the worst humans. Of course, if you're looking for a life coach, that means you are literally one of the most vulnerable people to be preyed upon. You're looking for somebody else to tell you, A, who you are, and B, how to live your life. That means you are vulnerable to be scammed, conned, taken, and ending up buggered in the bestiality bus yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to end up on the fucking end of a Diddy party is what's going to happen. You go looking for a life coach.
That's fucking terrible. Abandoning your animal like that, too. Like, come on.
It is terrible.
Yeah, like, why don't you leave them with your mom in the first place, or pay for someone to watch them, or get the right requirements, right? Fucking bring the cage and the right certification.
Right, move your flight up. Reschedule your flight for whatever the next day, 12 hours from now. You're going to have to give up a little bit of time at your resort, or you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do because you got responsibilities, lady.
And that dog is her responsibility. When
you know, even if it's just drive the dog to your mom's house and again take a flight that's in 6 hours, at least then you did what you were supposed to do and you took care of your responsibility. And you didn't basically murder a small dog or leave it to die in a hot parking lot.
Who's this albino looking psycho?
Nurse, right? So Nurse and the cops have a plea deal over cheesy nachos battery. This Florida woman arrested for shoving cheesy nachos down her wife's leggings. During a 3 a.m. domestic confrontation has pled no contest to battery, and she's been sentenced to complete a 29-week batterer's intervention program. This woman looks like she's on 10 kinds of super crack plus a bottle of vodka. Whacked. 5 head, alien, like gray alien chin.
Yeah.
All kinds of fucked up, this lady. She's got that thin hair. You know what I mean? Great. That fucking super thin hair. Yeah, she's in bad shape, dude. But she shoved a plate full of cheesy nachos down her wife's pants.
What the fuck?
Her leggings during a 3 a.m. fight and got arrested for it. She pled out for domestic violence diversion program. Too crazy, dude. 39 years old. She's a nurse. She was ordered to pay $875 in court costs and then to take those classes or whatever. She's also not allowed to have firearms, ammunition, or controlled substances.
Yeah.
Her
looks like a psycho. That's for sure.
This shit is catty as fuck, too. The whole thing is done. Police say that when her wife, who is also a nurse, was making nachos with nacho cheese in the kitchen, she told the lady, I won't be eating this late, and then she called her fat. Then they had an argument. Swan approached her wife and grabbed a handful of the cheesy nachos and shoved them down the basically, she shoved them down her ass crack. That's fucked up. In her pants. Who does that? But then she, but then she slammed the victim's head on the floor and shoved her fingers into either side of her mouth, pulling her mouth open, like hooked them like a fish. So she actually beat the shit out of her wife, and that's not cool.
No. That's crazy.
Like the nachos down the pants is good for a chuckle. That's pretty goddamn funny. But she actually slammed this poor lady's head into the floor. you know, imagine that, right? Regardless of the fucking finoikery that's going on here. It's 3 a.m. You're both nurses, probably been working a lot. You're both intoxicated. And your wife says to you, hey, I made some nachos. You want some? And you go, no, I'm good, you fat bitch, right?
Yeah.
Right? And she's like, oh, fuck you. You did not just call me a fat bitch, right? And you grab her by the hair and slam her face into the floor and fish hook her mouth. That's not cool,
Did you ever see that movie with Tom Hanks? What was it called? The Da Vinci Code. She looks like that albino Opus Dei guy.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like that albino Opus Dei dude, man.
Yeah. The dude flogs himself.
She looks like that guy on what's the male witch? What do they call a male witch? Yeah, remember that Warlock movie from the 90s, early 90s, Warlock? She looks like
vaguely. Yeah, vaguely.
It looks like.
Yeah, but I know who you're talking, the guy with the white hair and shit. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she looks fucking scary. Where's her
Yeah.
eye? And where
But yeah,
are
that
her?
shit is
Put an
way not
APB out on her fucking eyebrows. Where are they?
Yeah, you're gonna have a long way to travel across that 6 head she's got going on. That's look at her chin. It looks like a picture of a gray alien from Area 51.
Look how small the chin is too.
It's weird, right?
Looking nut. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but yeah, domestic violence is not okay, Susan. Even if you use a phenolic carpet.
So like I got a lesbian cousin.
It's not okay.
I have my lesbian cousin, and I love her to death. But she is always in domestics with her girlfriends, man.
We've talked about it before. It's the highest rate of domestic violence.
The highest rate of domestic violence is gay women. Yes. Yep.
It's the absolute highest rate of fucking domestic violence is with the lesbian community. Yep, no doubt about it. Scissor me timbers.
Yeah, I told you I love my cousin to death, but she is always in the can for fighting with her girlfriends, man. Always.
Too catty. Yeah, women are too catty.
Yeah. Always.
Look at here. Your wife was nice enough to make you nachos. You called her a fat bitch. Shoved the nachos down her ass crack in her pants, lady. Like, damn.
Yeah, very fighting kind of relationship they got going, man.
Yeah, man.
Right? Like,
that shit's fucked up.
Yeah, that must not have been.
Let me pull up this next one real quick.
It wasn't a fun day at the Ike factory.
Yeah, man.
Jay and Silent Ricky. DJ says Warlock. He does look like that. Do you ever see that one? It was a movie in the late 80s, early 90s. They made a couple of them.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. It sounds very familiar, and I know the guy you're talking about with the white hair and shit. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, man. It's just sick people out there, man.
For sure. Here's another one. We've got a bunch of them. Half-naked Iowa woman, 21, caught burning stolen American flags at 4:25 in the morning.
Oh, can you say Antifa for 500?
Yeah, the half-naked part is weird.
Yeah,
sure.
One of Kitten's friends. Yeah.
Oh, and she was naked from the waist down. That's interesting.
What a weirdo, man.
Right? She didn't even just have her boobs out. That's one thing, but you're running around with your fucking bottom half out. Like, damn.
Well, it's it's all crazy, but more normal, I guess, if it was just the chest stuff, right? But anyway, why would you go steal somebody's flag naked anyways? That's weird.
It's very weird. Yeah, it says cops were dispatched around 4:25 a.m. Monday upon getting a report about a nude female lighting American flags on fire about 60 miles outside of Des Moines. When officers located the suspect, she had an American flag tied around her head and was not wearing pants or underwear. That would have been an insane sight to find. Fucking 4:30 in the morning, some lady comes around a fence line with an American flag around her head and no pants.
Freedom!
Yeah. Wow. After reportedly giving officers a false name, Laird allegedly resisted arrest and kicked 2 cops. It was learned that the flags that were taken and damaged belonged to the city. She was found in possession of a bag containing drug paraphernalia.
No way.
Currently locked up on $4,000 bond on a host of charges, including arson, assault, indecent exposure, theft, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Additionally, a criminal complaint charged her with desecration of a flag. At the time of arrest, she was already on probation for a marijuana possession conviction and driving under the influence. Well, we don't care about that. Weed should never be a charge at all. Convicted of driving under the influence, yeah, you probably shouldn't drive drunk. But I'll tell you one thing, was your name Brianna? You got to wear your pants, and you can't be burning flags, dude. Way not cool.
She thinks this is 1969, the summer of love, hippie stuff or something. I don't know. She's out of her mind.
Dude, I can't imagine. She had one tied around her head. What a nut.
She looks like a psycho. She's a facha brute, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, she's very manly.
Yeah, que brute. Ugh. Look at her. Yeah, my mom's going to bail me out, and my dad's a lawyer. Her dad's probably some, like, prominent fucking lawyer. Usually those weird, like, commie kitten types, right, their parents are usually, like, lawyers or real successful and make money.
Entirely possible. Yeah, she's some entitled little brat, no doubt about it.
Let me really freak my parents out, run around naked and steal people's flags, right? Fucking wacko. Jesus.
What happened to your pants, lady? And your underwear?
It's
like one thing you're running around topless. You know, topless, honestly, if you're a grown-up, is really not a big deal. Like, unless there's little kids around that don't understand, it's really not that big of a deal. I've never found that. I've always found that very Quaker and Pilgrim. Like, it's just weird. But there is something to say about running around with your butthole hanging out. You know what I mean? Or like if you're a dude, you got your wang swinging around, or you're a woman, you're walking around with the bottom is a little different. You know,
that's creepy.
I don't know why you didn't have pants on and a flag around your head. You've got this shit mixed up. You should have come to the cops and said, I lost my pants, right? Or I was accosted. They stole my pants. I had to use this flag. That's why it's tied around my waist. Okay. Maybe you've got some defense going on here, but you were setting fire to American flags, which I think they should throw at anybody under the bus for.
You want to burn the flag, you should get a charge, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to protest? No problem. Turn it upside down and protest it, right? Like when you flip a flag upside down, it means distress, right? Do that. Don't burn the flag, you know?
Yeah, no, don't
turn it upside down if you're protesting. Right? You don't burn your flag.
No.
Because in this country, you're lucky. Do that in other countries, they'll cut your head off. You should be happy that you live in a country that doesn't kill you for doing that stuff. And you get the freedom to run around like a freak like you do.
See if I can blow this up a little bit so everybody can see this.
Fucking lady. A young lady. She's young, too. She's out of her mind.
Yeah, 21.
She's a kid, man. Fucking nuts. And that will follow her forever. And picture the embarrassment of her parents, right? Too.
No, for sure. Her poor parents. What? They have the same questions as we do. Where were your pants, young lady? Why are you running around with your butthole out, right? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, what a fucking psycho. I'm sure drugs might have been involved, too. I'm guessing.
Yeah, they didn't say what kind of drug paraphernalia. Right. And I think Daniel Illuminati is the one that mentioned that in there. They didn't actually mention what kind of paraphernalia. They did say she's been charged with weed before in her past. Big deal. But
yeah, who cares about that? Weed.
She had to have been intoxicated on something more than just smoking joints with her friends if she was
weed
out
doesn't
and about.
make you do that. She had to either be drunk or on some heavy narcotics to impress her Antifa walking weirdo friends. In case she was just a mentally ill fucking girl, who knows, right?
Right, because even then, if you're just some like local little fucking terrorist fucker that's running around trying to impress your friends, you don't necessarily do it with your vajayjay hanging out and a flag tied around your head like Rambo.
Yeah, that's mental illness. Born to be fucking sick. Imagine looking out your window and seeing some crazy girl Steal your flag naked? I'd stick my dog on it. I'd be like, Rocco, get her now.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't imagine seeing her come with some flag tied around her head and no pants on.
Yeah, because I'm not touching her.
Couldn't imagine.
I'm not going to detain her or touch her at all.
I'll be honest with you. The first thing I always think of, and I know it's to my detriment because this is how a lot of setups happen on the highway and shit. So, but I think every man probably has that part of them. Like if you would have first spotted some woman with no pants or shoes on, like coming out in the wilderness or coming out of the wilderness and like, you're like, dude, are you okay? Are you escaping a rape house? Is somebody after you? Right? Like, are you all right?
Yeah.
Until you find out she's a psycho and she smells like gasoline, then maybe it becomes a little different. But immediately I'm going to be like, are you all right?
That's what I would be. I would be like, did this girl just like get kidnapped or escape from someone's basement? Right? Were you
Dr. Satan, right? Exactly.
Yeah. Were you in fucking Phoebe's basement or something? Right?
Yeah.
Loman's basement. But in all reality, I wouldn't want to touch her for two reasons. Number one, I don't know what disease she got. Number two, she's a naked girl that can say I tried to hurt her or sexually touch her, right?
Oh, yeah, no, you got to call the cops. Yeah, you got to call the cops. Yeah, no doubt about it. You'd have to call the fucking cops immediately as soon as you saw that to negate all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this next one is for all of you that like to eat fish and fish soups and things like that. Just a little cautionary thing, because sometimes there are little bones left behind, especially in soups and stews and things like that they've put fish in. And if you can see that little white needle that's sticking out of that lady's neck.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's a
toothpick. It looks like something.
It's a fish bone, dude.
A fish bone.
When she was eating fish stew or fish soup, there was a bone left in there, and it literally went through her fucking throat. And she kept trying to do homemade remedies to try and figure it out. She just knew she had a sliver of like a bone or something stuck in her throat. So she kept like eating rice and oatmeals and all kinds of weird gritty stuff and like really thick, dense food to try and get it to dislodge from her throat. And instead, it poked all the way through her neck.
Oh, that's crazy. I'll never stop eating fish, but I watch her eat.
No, but please be careful of the bones, my dude.
Yeah, before my aunt makes some bacala and snail salad next Christmas Eve, you better have no fucking bones in there, Auntie.
Yeah, make sure you're checking your spoonful of broth. There's no sharp white fucking fish bone needle in it, because
I want to ask a question. The neck looks very Roth-esque.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, just had to put that in there.
No, we can absolutely see the bovine fat rolls in the neck, the creases and the wrinkles from the weight of gravity.
Maybe at 2 a.m, she got naked, ran out in the pond, and just ate a raw fish and bit the spine out of it.
Yeah, it's just like Gollum grabbed one out of the creek.
Yeah, it's like Gollum eating out of the creek. I need a fish stick.
Yeah, or like those guys in the sewer in fucking Little Trouble, Big China. Or Big Trouble, Little China, rather. Yeah, too funny, man.
What's up?
I don't know, Bears. Hang on. Bears says, wow, that's insane. Do you pull it out? I mean, at least at this point, you should be able to pull it out, I'd imagine. I'll read it to you, though, bro. I'll read you parts of it real quick, and we'll see what we see. It says, a Thai woman who accidentally swallowed a fish bone, which got stuck in her throat, was shocked to see it eventually pierce her neck after she failed to remove it. It says Facebook user Surian Bupa posted a couple of shocking photos showing his wife's neck with a sharp white needle piercing the skin. The Thai man later told news outlets that his post was meant as a cautionary tale for people who enjoy eating fish but neglect to make sure it's bone-free. Apparently, his wife was enjoying a fish soup when she accidentally swallowed a fish bone and felt a sharp pain in her neck. She tried dislodging the bone using folk remedies like eating rice and bread crust and other things, but nothing worked. So she went to the hospital where an X-ray exam didn't reveal any foreign objects. Although she still felt the pain in her throat following the X-ray, she and her husband both assumed that the bone had been dislodged at that point. Life went on as usual, and Sang got used to the discomfort in her throat, thinking the wound would heal eventually. But two weeks later, she noticed her neck had become swollen.
Wow.
The woman suspected a condition linked to her thyroid and went to the hospital again. The second doctor also performed an X-ray of her neck per procedure, but also noticed nothing unusual. So that doctor prescribed some medicine and painkillers and sent the woman home. At home, while preparing to apply a pain relief patch on her neck, she started rubbing the painful area she was about to stick the medicine on when she noticed a pointy needle pressing against her skin from underneath.
Wow.
After applying a bit of pressure, a white needle had pierced the woman's skin. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and I'll give them this, okay? That's so odd. She probably didn't know what it was at first, right? What's the odds of you thinking a fish bone is in your neck, right? She probably thought it was something else.
Right. Dude, it says, yeah, at that point, since Bears asked, yes, the doctors at that point did manage to remove a 2 centimeter long fish bone from the woman's neck. So that's even a small piece. You got to be careful.
Yeah, for sure. You don't know, if there's like a hook on it, you pull and it hits some sort of fucking artery, right? Like, that's pretty fucking creepy, man. Definitely creepy. Oof. What's this next one? Oh, it's still the fishbone one. Yeah, that is holy shit. I wouldn't know what that was. I'm like, what? I would have pulled
It'd freak you right out, especially going to the hospital and they're taking x-rays and they're like, nah, bro, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. And then you're like touching your neck and you just feel some like needle poking you into the skin, and then all of a sudden it just pops out through your holy fuck, man.
Yeah, that's gotta be terrible, man. Oh man. And shocking. I wonder no, she can't sue them and nothing like that, right? No, like that's just like well, in case there was supposed to be no bones in there, right? Was it a fish with that you're supposed to take the bones out? Or did she? Well, like I said, was she Gollum like raw?
It was a soup, so I mean, she should have just been like more. Whoever was making it should have been more careful, you know. And then to be fair, it's 2 centimeters long. It's a small piece, but it's enough to fuck you up.
Yeah.
So
she's lucky it didn't hit an artery or something crazy like that, right?
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's nuts. Oh man.
She's very lucky it didn't hit like a vein or.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I would have pulled that shit right out. Listen, after I had heart surgery, bro, I had staples in my chest, and Argenti's grandfather, Rocco Senior, me and him grabbed a mirror, and I laid down on the fucking bench, and he was gonna get them out, but his hand started shaking. I'm like, just hold the mirror for me. And I used tweezers and cutters, and I took my own staples out of my chest. My doctor fucking freaked on me, and all like my mother, ex-girl, and all them retail freaking on me about it. But they were in so long. But yeah,
I bet.
They were like little hooks, right? Like staples. You had to like cut it and like loop it out. Because he was in the war.
And why'd you take him out yourself?
These two nurses came like right after I got out of the hospital, and they were like, "No, I'm coming," and none of them ever came again. So the staples are in like weeks after they were supposed to come fucking out. So I was just like, "Fuck it, Doc, call me back." I was like, "Hey, Rock, you gonna help me right
now?" Oh, I got you. That's different. Okay,
so
I got you.
I was like, "Fuck this." And we boiled everything, sanitized everything, and he's about to work on me.
Yeah,
and I seen his hand shaking. I'm like, no, I'll do it. Just hold the mirror.
Yeah, no shit.
Because I got an 80-something-year-old guy helping me like take staples out of my chest. Yeah.
Wow.
It didn't hurt. It was just like pinching and shit. The skin was growing over it and stuff. I could have had a lawsuit probably too. I didn't even think about it. Right? Then like nurse is supposed to be coming checking on you and they don't even do it.
Yeah. People not doing their job for sure. Yep. And then, like you said, if it was like weeks after they were supposed to come out and they're not getting you appointments and stuff, who knows? Yeah, who knows, man? Well, check this picture out. This is just one of those disgraziata fucking bullshit things that people think they're being funny and they put up on like their store, their market, or their restaurant sign. They try and be cheeky and funny. I think this is a disgrace and disgusting and would absolutely 100% keep me from dining at your establishment.
It sounds like a bunch of perverted shit talking stupid.
Yeah. Farm-raised products market. You'll come in for the steak, but it's our thick meat that'll leave you dripping. That shit's profane,
it's fucking
dude.
Disgusting, gross, low tier, fucking. Why would you even do that?
Well, it's fart joke shit.
Fart
it's
jokes,
not funny.
Yes. And it's perverted and degenerate, right? When I see that, I'm like, whoever owns this place is a fucking pervert. You know?
Right. I don't want nothing to come out of your kitchen. Right. You've probably got people in your kitchen doing cocaine off somebody else's ass or something. You know what I mean? That's the kind of people you got working for you.
Yeah. I might have pulled that fucking thing out too, Bears. But yeah, the people who own this place, you're going to be, this is not funny. This is not a funny little joke or nothing like that. That's fucking... It's degenerate shit.
Agreed.
What a fucking idiot. I wonder whose idea it was. If it was anybody but the owner, they got fired, right? After that.
They better be fired if it was anybody but the owner. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, if somebody's like, hey, you know what? I got a great idea. Let's be a little edgy and put a funny sexual joke up. Fucking idiots.
Yeah. And I get that, right? If something's funny and lighthearted and edgy, that's okay. But this is not lighthearted or edgy. This shit is gross. Yeah, and that's why it's profane and very direct.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty gross, man.
That's degenerate fucking shit right there.
This next one I'm going to show you is probably the most unfortunate spelling of vinegar I've ever seen in my life and definitely should have got somebody fired. They had to apologize for the offensive signage.
What a fucking sped. Idiocracy, right?
What the fuck? Who thinks you spell vinegar like that, you dumb motherfucker?
What a tard. Like idiocracy, right? Like the people are getting dumber and dumber.
For sure, idiocracy, bro. All day long.
That's fucking stupid.
Chipotle, no more vinegar sauce. We apologize. In the news, Alabama Chipotle issues apology for offensive signage. A misspelling of the word vinegar leaves customers feeling uneasy. Yeah, bro, come on.
They have to be really stupid to think vinegar is spelled like that. And if you don't know how to spell it, ask somebody or Google it. Yeah, because all you're going to do is offend a bunch of people, and they're not going to eat at your restaurant no more. So you're going to lose. You're going to lose all your black customers who come in to eat, and anybody else who thinks that you're trying to be like an asshole or whatever, right?
Dude, no, you hit it right on the head both times. You're right. You're either going to perceive it as directly racist and done on purpose, right? Yep. Or you're going to perceive it as just being like, holy shit, these people are really stupid and still very offensive. I can't believe nobody caught this and I'm leaving.
Yeah, one or the other.
Yeah, either way, you're not dining there, right? And if it's the first one, there might be a problem, right? Like if you find out they did that shit on purpose, there might be a problem.
For sure. They could get in trouble too, especially with all the, like all the sensitive shit going around. Like, it's not like, hey, we have a retard here who don't know how to spell. It was a mistake. What an idiot. Like, go ask somebody how to spell it, right?
Bro, the most unfortunate spelling of vinegar ever to take place. Just
if you don't ask somebody.
Wow.
Like, are you Googling your phone? How do you spell fucking vinegar? Right? Like, once again, idiocracy, how dumb are people getting? But you think vinegar is spelled ninja, right? Like, Give me a
right.
Fucking dope.
Yeah. Look at this mook right here. This lady used dog urine for her court-ordered drug test.
What an idiot. What an idiot.
Obviously failed. Obviously violated her fucking probation.
What a tard.
Yeah. She went straight to jail.
Oh, yeah, of course. Fucking moron.
Yeah, straight to jail. They knew immediately that it was not human urine, and she went straight to jail. She used dog urine. Stupid. More idiocracy. More.
Yeah,
Pile it on.
that is stupidity. Like, come on.
Beers and Cigars says she looks like she smells vinegar the same way.
What an idiot.
That's funny as hell. She does look like she would spell that too, bro. You're right. That's too funny.
She's got those evil eyes, right?
She got those like opiate eyes, man.
She's got
yeah.
opiate
She needed that
eyes. She will do you. Betty Davis eyes.
Yeah, Tanya Illuminati says, I mean, it was worth a try, though, right? Nope. She says JK, but yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not another animals. Any other human.
Well, she could have went to one of her friends who don't do drugs, right? There's a bunch of ways to get clean urine, I'm guessing, right? Go to a friend who don't get high.
Oh, yeah. You call it freeze-dried urine. A lot of times you get these little packs of it or whatever. They're not expensive.
All right. Yeah, she didn't know about that then, evidently.
Evidently not.
Or she didn't care. I'm going to go with a poodle's urine. They're real smart. It's like, okay, this is your urine. When did you start eating milk bones?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't think they can find a milk bone in your urine, but, worth a shot. What a dope.
The chemicals for dog food, we'll say. Yeah, they found something like that. Yeah, synthetic works great. Daniel Illuminati says, I don't know. I've never tried that stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always come in here. Oh, yeah, T. Marie. I always come in here with the intention of going to bed early. Skull Bros, the chat makes me die laughing. Yeah, well, we're glad you're having a good time, T. Marie. It's always good to see you.
Yeah, shout out to Doc and Chavez. This lady looks like a bird. She looks like some sort of bird, that lady.
Let me see. All right, here, let me get this one.
She looks very angry, too. Like, I violated my probation. What would ever make out a dog's urine? That's not going to work.
Of course not. It's ridiculous, man. So I said pile it onto the idiocracy for the night.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Come on.
Check this out. This is fucking great. Somebody hacked a fucking road sign and changed the shit that it says. And this is absolutely pretty funny. Check this out. That shit is too funny to me. I think it's fucking hilarious. That's harmless. That's lighthearted. That's funny.
Yeah, you see Spanky pulling anal exams, Loman anal exams. Where?
Oh, can't wait. Yeah, right. Can't 2 minutes. I'm there, man. I'm there.
Yeah. Anal exam city.
But that's too funny. Because, like, I would do shit like that when I traveled around a lot. My brother and I, or people that I was with, we would change the letters around on signs. It was one of the things we thought was funny. I also used to go down the side of the road and hold signs that said the end is near. That shit used to make me laugh. Yeah, I'd walk around near the interstate and shit with a sign that said the end is near, or the end is nigh.
I've walked around with some crazy signs in my past also.
Yeah, why not? It's fucking hilarious to me, dude. Not team. I think it's funny.
Yeah, we used to sometimes take the little like stores and shit would put their letters out there and their letters and shit. We usually like put FU or something as kids.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we used to have a great time changing letters around and figuring out what we were going to put on signs and stuff. Too funny. Bears and Cigars said that lady looks like she sells Klonopins in front of the methadone clinic and asks for cigarettes. Daniel Illuminati says, how did she collect the dog urine? I'm hoping very carefully.
Yeah. Poor little dog. There's some little Shih Tzu being forced to pee in a cup.
Yeah, like balanced up on a coffee table, right? Front paws up on a coffee table so she can get in a chug or some shit, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, running around with like if it's a little dog, maybe they put like one of those like a little gas funnel over its fucking shot.
If it was a Great
Dane
to
collect it,
or a Great Dane, she was probably holding its Peugeot.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
He looks like one of those sickos. You know?
It could happen, man. And at desperation, we wouldn't even say it was perversion. It would be her desperation for the pee. We'll give her that pass, right? She could have done that. Yeah, totally. Yeah. National Jones says, I'm glad I caught your guys' show. We're glad you caught the show too, man. We're glad you're here.
Yeah, we always
too.
welcome new people. That Amy lady was timed out by accident, but you're welcome to come back.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. We do this every week. We just go
when you
through
come back,
insane
you're going to
news.
shed blood for our cause.
Yeah, and it's got to be with a fishbone to your neck.
That's the only way you're going to be allowed.
That's it. That's it. It's the only way. Abom Shabai.
Require anal exam. That's... You'll have a bunch of Ricky Yoons standing in line, right?
Oh, forget about it, dude. Kitten's gonna have his hand at fucking Phoebe's back.
He'd be rubbing his ass up against it in heat. You know, like those weird cats will be in heat and rub against your foot or something weird. Get away from me, cat.
Oh, yeah.
Stop sexually harassing me, cat.
Yeah, Phoebe's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's only 2 miles away. Come on, kitten. Grab my belt loop. Let's go.
Phoebe's been MIA, they said, ever since his cop story.
Let's go.
Blowing the painter.
Hopefully he's gone into the underground of the subway with the other fucking freaks and weirdos.
Oh, yeah.
The other toxic Avengers.
Yeah, well, hopefully Phoebe comes to Providence next month with Tranbo and the rest of them. And they come and have a coffee with me on Manton Avenue. You got a better shot of seeing Christ in Muhammad.
Yep. That's for sure.
What's up, Bella? Hit like. Yeah, if you're in here, hit the like button.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It helps the algorithm gods decide if we are worthy.
Well, our channel will be buried by the algorithm because of the words we use and everything like that. But by people sharing it and shit like that, it gets out there.
Yeah, it helps. All right, let me get down here. It's this next one. Oh, this one's fucking crazy. I thought this was fake, but I looked up the condition and it's real. This is a fucking mind-blowing. Wait till you see this. Okay, here we go. This is from an allergic reaction, bro.
Let me see. I gotta click that. Wow! Holy crap! What the hell? That's an allergic reaction. It looks like a Martian. That's an allergic reaction. Damn. Wow.
Look.
Oh, wow. Poor thing. What the fuck?
I know. It's terrible, but it's also like, what?
It looks like those little aliens from Cocoon. Wow,
yeah, man.
Poor kid. What was it from? Fish or? Holy crap.
That's fucked. This reminds me of the Gushers commercial from the 90s. That's
Big League Chew.
Yeah, it says I had a patient that reacted to allopurinol in the same way. His head was a giant melon and his skin was spongy. He couldn't see from his eyes because they were so swollen. It's called a drug eruption or an allergic eruption.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's from a hair dye. She tried a hair dye and she had an allergic reaction and it fucking blew her. Look at that.
I wonder if that's painful. Do you think that's painful? Like your skin stretching out, right? Like.
Yeah, it says right here, home hair dye kit. Yeah, it's got to be horrifically painful,
poor kid,
bro.
Man. All she was using was
like when something gets, even when you have like a black eye or a puffy, like something like an abscess, or it gets all itchy and swollen and irritated because that's all like fluid in your skin. It's got to be terrible.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, poor kid, man. All she did was use some hair products, right? And that happened. That's gotta suck.
Yep. Yeah, hair dye, bro.
Like all she was doing is using hair dye, and that happens to her. That has to be the fucking, oh man, bad.
Bella says someone's allergic to peanuts. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's that damn hair dye. Allopurinol is the chemical that's in it that people, I guess, have an allergic reaction to.
Shit. I wonder how long it took to go down, right?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't say. It's just got pictures there, and it says that it's from that dye kit. And that's why I said at first, I was like, is this real? This is nuts, bro. And I looked it up, and it was real. I saw other people that looked like this. I said, damn.
Yeah, that's bad. That poor girl must have had a fucking fit, right? Like, picture being some person, all of a sudden your face blows up like that. That's got to be fucking stressful, right? Looking like that, that's terrible, man. I actually feel bad for her.
So do I.
Poor girl using
stuff,
hair dye. I think she's culling her hair to go out with her friends on a Tuesday night. She just met some nice guy she's on a double date with, and all of a sudden she looks like a football. Yeah, it's like, no.
Dude.
Wow.
Straight up alien, like you said. And it is kind of like the aliens from Cocoon. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, the Queen of Mean says that's why the instructions say test on your arm to see first.
What if you have no hair on your arm? Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like for your skin. Maybe then your arm would get irritated, right? Or like you'd get a patch on your arm that wouldn't be so bad and you'd know you were allergic to it, maybe. Rough stuff, though.
Yeah, I would say. Look at that. Look at that fucking head. That forehead is very Bambo-esque, but the rest of the face is just what a poor kid.
Man, it's like here. This is the like still crazy. You can see the swelling in her eye and stuff. This right here is when its swelling has actually gone down a little bit. Damn.
I wonder how long it took for her to get back to normal. I wonder what she looks like normal.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. She could be. Oh, this is great. That's from fucking Big Trouble in Little China. That's too funny. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's a good one,
look at
too.
The gorilla,
fucking,
too.
The Fred movie.
Oh, man. I wonder how long that
was a great movie.
I wonder how long it took it to go down.
I don't know. I'm looking through these.
Yeah, David lawyers are probably following her for sure. See if she wanted to sue the hair place. Maybe she is, right? Who knows?
Maybe so. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. Nobody has anything to say in here about how long it might take.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. What a stroke of luck that is, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a fucking shitty day,
man.
bro. It's got to be at least a week. Like even with medicine and like whatever Benadryl or whatever the hell they'd give you for the swelling, it's got to be at least a week, I would imagine, before it all went back down.
Of course, yes, a week more than, or maybe more. Who knows, right?
Yeah, right, Mickey. Then maybe your arm would just swell up. Like if you'd be walking around with like one Popeye arm, maybe.
I'd rather have my arm a little swelled than my whole face looking like a fucking NFL football or an orangutan.
For real. Yeah, I found out Popeye, the character, was based on a real dude. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he was a crazy fucking bartender that was a mad bar fighter, and he really did always have a pipe, and he really did swear that spinach was what helped keep him strong and fit. It's a pretty wild story if you care to look it up on YouTube. He was a wild dude.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just saw that in some random YouTube shit.
Banned from park? What the fuck? You got a leaf blower on him?
And it shoots oranges.
What the fuck?
Bro, his backpack is filled with oranges. It's meant to not vacuum. It's meant to shoot these oranges out.
That's riot control.
Banned from park.
Riot control.
Yeah. Dude, banned from park. Old man with device that shoots oranges. Wait till you see this. Old man has been entering the park and shooting oranges at anyone who appears teenager while shouting no teens in the park.
Fuck?
What he's saying is not true. All ages are welcome. Look at these kids. Hold on. Look at their pictures. Wow. This one caught it in the stomach.
Wow, he could have blinded them.
This chick caught one in the arm, and this dude got hit in his fucking head.
That's not normal, man. You're gonna kill somebody. You could have knocked this kid's eye out, hurt them very bad. What a fucking old nut, dude. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? Holy shit.
He's got to go to jail.
Yeah, you can't go around shooting people. What if he hit that girl in the eye and she went blind, hit that kid somewhere, blinded him, killed him?
Yeah, hit him in the head, fucking has a stroke or some crazy shit.
Seizuring out, flipping on the ground like you fucking rob base, right?
Slips off a step and impales on an umbrella, right? Like anything,
worm on the ground. Anything could happen.
That is, dude, that shit is just crazy. He's got a backpack full of oranges and he shoots them at teenagers, telling them no teens.
And what's that? No teens in the park? Like, who are you? Like, why would you even care? Fucking weirdo. Go eat. I love oranges too. I'm gonna eat one in a little bit. But to shoot them at people, luckily they weren't frozen, right? Well, that kid.
Yeah, dude, frozen oranges would be the worst. They'd be rocks.
At that kid's forehead.
I know.
That could have killed him if it hit him in the temple. Look at the bruise on that girl's arm.
She's got a huge. I know, and he's got one on his stomach, right under his ribs.
Could have broke his rib too. That's crazy. Potatoes would have been more deadlier, Mickey. Yeah, vitamin C, kiddos. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's just nuts, man. People are fucked.
Yeah, it's getting very crazier and crazier. As every year goes by, you see more crazy shit.
What a nut.
Yeah, you think? Oh, fucking psychopath, man. Fucking maniac. So what would even want him to, like, all right, no teenagers here. Why? Why does he care? Right?
And enough to build that thing or purchase it and then go and do it.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. It's not like the kids are like busting his balls, breaking in his yard, or stealing shit out of his yard. If they were robbing his yard and he shot a couple of kids in the ass, right? Hey, no problem. Don't go robbing his yard.
Yeah, right.
But this guy's walking around a fucking park shooting people with Mr. Vitamin C over here, Pappy Vitamin C. And he made this fucking gun to shoot that shit. Wow, the fucking nut.
Yep.
Wow. Should use his brains for something else, old Pappy. Pappy got a gun. Pappy got a gun, and the oranges are going to fly by your head. Oof. Sick.
Grizzly Adams with dementia. Yeah, he's an asshole. He needs to go to jail.
Yeah, he's just, like I said, just because you're old don't mean you're a nice person. Bad people grow old, right? Like, and he's just a bad person. You're going to go around. Like I said, he could have took the kid's fucking eye out. Could have hit him in the throat.
Yeah, parents need to go down to the park with like pockets full of rocks.
Yeah, or hit one of those kids in the throat, right?
Yeah,
that's not normal, man.
No, it's not normal at all. No, it's definitely not normal. What a fucking prick, that guy.
Yeah, and then it's just he just hates teenagers. It's not even like I said, they're cutting through his yard or something crazy like that, right? Like. He just wants to be a prick and shoot people with fucking oranges.
What a nut. So here's one I've been waiting to show you. Actually, I just got done smoking a cigarette. I'm going to talk to you while I'm walking here. So in Bristol, Connecticut, firefighters had to rescue a man who got stuck in the chimney of a Connecticut Parks building while trying to retrieve his dog from a bathroom when the doors automatically locked for the night.
Really? How did that even happen?
Thank you. It left me with a lot of questions, but most of all, obviously the biggest question is, why didn't you call someone that works for the park
Anything besides going down a chimney?
Call the county. slide down a chimney, homie. What are you fucking doing, bro?
Yeah, that makes no sense. There must have been more to it.
Like, I get it. It's your dog.
How'd the dog get left in there without him anyways?
That's what I'm saying. This leaves me with all kinds of questions, that being one of them for sure. It says police were called Sunday morning to Rockwell Park in Bristol for a burglary complaint and were told by park employees that someone was stuck in the chimney. Firefighters responded to the scene and got the man out, having to remove parts of the chimney and parts of the building, causing $5,000 to $10,000 worth of damage.
He's probably
The
going to
Bristol man. Go ahead.
No, I said he's probably going to get hit with that money.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah. It says the Bristol man who was not injured was arrested and was charged with burglary, trespassing, and criminal mischief. He was released on bond and ordered to appear in court on July 7th. A message seeking comment was sent to an email address listed in public records. Phone numbers listed for him were not in service. Online court records did not list a lawyer for him. It says the man got stuck near the flue of the chimney of Mrs. Rockwell's pavilion, a building named after a beneficiary of the park. Locks on the doors to the bathroom are on new timers and automatically lock at 10 p.m. every night. The lady at the park said it's not clear how the dog got stuck in the bathroom or how long the man was in the chimney. The doors can be opened from the inside after they are locked for the night. The dog was unharmed.
Well, that's good. But how does I just don't understand. I'm a dog owner, and I don't know how my dog would get away from me in a store where I don't know where he is, and it's going to close, and he gets lost in there, right? Like, tell the people, my dog's in the store, don't shut it down right now or whatever. I don't know.
Why would you walk out of the bathroom leaving your dog in there and then leave the building to discover the door is locked in the first place, right? That's weird to me. Why would you leave your dog in there?
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Makes no sense.
But he did.
There's got to be more to it.
Yeah, maybe he did that on purpose so that he could break in.
Yep.
In which case, why didn't you just hide in the bathroom with your dog, right? If no one was going to be there and you were going to rob it anyway, you should have just hid in the ceiling or stayed in the bath. It's weird. But in either case, this guy used his dog as an excuse for what they're calling a burglary, and he left his dog in the bathroom, went outside, and then climbed in the chimney and got stuck. Just mook, bro. Just mook.
Yeah, I think she's fucking Santa Claus.
Stunod.
Chris fucking Pringle.
I would never go down a chimney. I would be terrified to climb into a chimney for that exact reason.
Yeah, much as I love my dog, I'm not climbing down a chimney. I'm going to break the window, call the cops.
That's what I said.
Call something to open the door and say, hey, my dog's in there. Get the manager down here or whatever the fuck you got to do.
Yeah, you call the police. Worst come to worst, right? If you don't want to break the door open.
Yeah.
You call the park service or you call the cops and they'll find out who can get the keys or open the door or whatever. Yeah, you don't go in the chimney, dude. And again, worst come to worst, just like you said right out of the gate, you just smash the fucking window out. If it's that big, fuck, dude, don't go in a chimney, man.
Well, the smartest thing to do is to call the police and say, hey, my dog's stuck inside. They'd come, call a manager and all that shit. But if there's no other way to do it, yeah, throw a brick through the window, go get your dog and leave.
And leave. That's right, bro. Yeah, crazy shit. People are fucking insane. Fucking insane. Just like everybody on our list. And all the ones to come. Hang on here. Let's get this next one up here.
Yeah, Grizzly Adams with dementia, David said. Tangerines. My father used to like them, Mick. I'm eating
I like tangerines too.
I'm more of an
I like all the citrus except for grapefruits. I'm not big on tangerines and tangelos and oranges and all that.
I'm more of I like apples, oranges, and grapes, shit like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, my brother likes grapefruit. I just never could get into it. I despise grapefruit
What's your
juice.
favorite drink? What's your favorite juice? Mine's apple juice.
Yeah, I like apple juice. I'm a big fan of orange juice too. You know,
I like
apple,
orange juice,
but those are like
apple
two
juice.
different topics. Yeah, but I like cranberry juice too. Cranberry juice is good, especially with an apple or something like that. But yeah, I'd say that's like I'd say like in my top would definitely be apple juice, orange juice, and then like cranberry juice, I think. Yeah. But I like juice in general. I like pineapple juice and stuff like that. You know, I like a lot of citrus. I'm just not big on grapefruit.
I'm not a big fan of pineapple juice, but I like the pineapple. When I eat the pineapples out of the can, I do drink the juice in there though. I like that.
That's cool.
You know, when the pineapple's out of the can, I'll drink the juice in there. But I'm not I just really stick to apple juice, sometimes orange, maybe some cranberry. Really?
Yeah, I like cranberry juice. I always have. Hang on one second.
Yeah, cranberry juice. Roddy Parade, what's going on? Don't get it mixed up with Dobie Parade, even though Roddy's my dope. That's what's going on. Santa Claus can do it. Anybody can. If Santa can do it, yeah, mine is apple juice, also orange and grape. I like grape juice also, but not like I like apple juice. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I like grape juice, but if I drink too much of it, it makes my stomach hurt. So I don't usually like buy a lot of grape juice, or like I'll cut it with water. I don't know what it is, but something about it always makes my stomach hurt. What's up, Roddy? Always good to see you.
Yeah. Roddy Parade. Rottweiler's on parade. Rottweiler's on parade.
So, man upset over divorce sets fire to a moving train in Seoul, South Korea, faces trial.
Wow, what's the point of that? Like, think that's gonna get your wife back?
Fuck no. And she wasn't. At first, I thought, I was like, okay, maybe he hates the bitch and she's on the train, right?
She's not.
That's what I thought, honestly, straight up. I was like, okay, maybe he trying to kill the lady. No, that's not what happened. So, a 67-year-old man has been indicted for setting a fire on a Seoul subway train, injuring dozens. Bro, a subway train with people on it he set fire to.
That's a sick fuck.
Fuck yeah, it's sick, bro. And he did it as an act of protest over the divorce ruling.
Protest. Yeah, that's a protest. Wow. You can kill children, people on there. You just put everybody's life in danger, you psycho. And you're going to the fucking can for that, for sure.
Looks like we got a 17-second video.
All right, let's see what Mr. Burns is up to.
Yeah, let's see what happens in 17 seconds. Oh, shit.
Wow.
He just threw a bunch of weird stuff on the ground on top of a bag.
What a scumbag.
There's liquid flowing Oh, shit.
Wow. What a psycho, dude. What?
Dude, that was a lot of stuff he threw on the floor. Let's back that up.
It's gasoline or something.
Absolutely.
That's sick, dude. That's sick.
Oh, don't be stupid now. Play like you're told.
These people could have all got fucking singed, man, and died.
Hold on. This thing's being stupid. We got to watch that again. Let me reset this page. Hold on.
That was crazy. Fucking me get divorced. Me mad now. Me burn everybody. Me burn you down.
All right, yeah. So this is a subway train. That's extra scary.
Burning down the house. Wow.
You're stuck underground on this moving subway train, and this motherfucker lights that kind of fire in it. All right, here we go. There he goes. He just dumped shit all over the ground.
What a fucking stuff.
Everybody's running.
Wow, that dude fell.
There's liquid everywhere, and then boom.
Who the fuck would ever? ever do that, because no matter how mad you are, whatever, you're not going to risk innocent people's lives, right? Who have nothing to do with that judge, your wife, nothing, right? You're just going to go burn some innocent people on a train.
Dude, yeah, in protest of, right, you're losing. It said they protested the divorce ruling. That's specifically what it says. He was protesting the divorce ruling. Why don't you go to the
court and, I don't know, maybe hold a sign out, say the judge wears Pampers. I don't know, something funny. I don't.
Right, set fire to something at the courthouse. Set fire to the judge's car or some shit, right? But not a subway car filled with innocent people.
Yeah,
Holy
something that
fuck.
at least makes sense, even though that'd be wrong, but it would make sense, right?
Yeah, at least it would make sense.
Makes
That's right.
No sense. You're gonna go take it out on a bunch of innocent people who have nothing to do with a judge or your wife.
That's a mad fire too, bro. That's a serious flame.
So many fucking innocent people.
Yeah, he's charged with attempted murder, arson on a moving train, violations of the Railway Safety Act, multiple charges. 8:42 a.m. Train was passing. Oh my God, this is scaring the shit out of me, bro. He did it while the train was passing through the undersea tunnel beneath the Han River.
Ah, what a scum, man. Like, come on, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, weird. That pile of, so he was naked. What? That pile, let's hang on. Hang on. I got us here. So this black pile of shit right here that we see through the whole shot, that's a backpack. That guy's got clothes on, but then he walks off of the frame, apparently takes some of his clothes off, and uses that to start the fire.
Wow.
It's got him circled. It looks like he's still got his shoes on. No, there his shoes go. Okay, hang on. He took his shoes off. Okay, I think they're wrong. I can see him in that whole shot. So can we. It looks like he might take his shoes off. Maybe that's just his hand starting the fire. No, his shoes are on. Okay, so he didn't get naked. His clothes, I guess, are maybe in that backpack they're referring to. But that's not what caught the fire. What caught the fire is the fucking fuel or gas or whatever it was that he put on the ground.
Yeah,
so that's just wrong.
Murder, right? Isn't that like attempt of murder?
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, one of his many charges, it says he faces multiple charges, including attempted murder, arson on a moving train, and violations of the Railway Safety Act. But I was just kind of looking at that because they say in this article he used his clothes to set the fire. And I'm like, well, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's not, unless the clothes were in that backpack they're talking about, in which case, okay, fine. But what caught fire was the fuel that he poured on the ground. Yeah, that could have
killed innocent fucking people. Fuck.
Resulted in 22 passengers being hospitalized for smoke inhalation. 129 other passengers were treated at the scene. The suspect was also hospitalized. The fire caused an estimated 300. I don't know what this is in American money, but it's 330 million won in property damage.
Shit. He's lucky it wasn't 30 million Jose. Shit. He's fucking a sick bastard right there.
Bro, but not only is the being in a subway car set on fire scared me already. That freaked me out. But the fact that it was underwater, little tunnel underneath the Han River, that scares the shit out of me. That's terrifying.
Yeah, he didn't give a fuck about any of those lives.
Yeah, that's terrifying, dude.
He just wanted people to die. Because that could have went way worse. Those people are very lucky right there.
Very lucky.
Oh, yeah, that they didn't burn up and get fucking killed.
Yep. No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Fuck, man. You got a lot of sick people out there, man.
I know it.
This dude just taking gasoline and just trying to fucking burn people to death. Innocent people.
Yeah, it's 67 years old because he didn't like the way his divorce ruling went. What a fucking asshole.
Yeah. What a selfish prick. Like, let's just kill everybody. Fucking lowlife.
Yeah, we got more low-life scumbags coming up, my friend.
Firebug. That's even worse.
This guy is a
firebugs.
Yeah.
Fucking creep.
Oh, good. We've got a video for this one too. Good. All right, cool. Let's move over to this one. He should have set himself on fire, Mickey Griggs.
Yeah.
That's what he should have said. He should have just self-immolated his fucking case in front of the courthouse. Go old school like a monk. Just self-immolate.
Yeah. Yeah, why go hurt a bunch of innocent people, man? He can't believe in God because you're gonna go to hell for that. You just can't go fucking. Burn.
All right. New York Post, June 25th, 2025. Serial pervert who tried kissing New York City subway riders' feet was cut loose with no bail. Then has a twisted outburst and says, "Your mother has a foot fetish." Like a real winner, this guy. Dexter Betancourt. This guy, look at this freak.
Wow.
His name is, where I just fucking saw it, Dexter Betancourt. 37 years old, this freak right here.
What's the headline say again?
Serial pervert who tried kissing New York City subway riders' feet was cut loose without bail. Then has a twisted outburst. Your mother has a foot fetish. We're going to watch it in a second, but I wanted to show you this guy's picture and read a little bit of the article. A subway sicko who tried to kiss a female strap hanger's foot, then exposed himself, was cut loose without even bail Wednesday as Manhattan prosecutors revealed twisted new details of the unsettling incident. Slovenly serial creep Dexter Betancourt, 37, looked disheveled in Manhattan criminal court and sported a black eye, shouting to a Post reporter, "Your mother has a foot fetish," after he was let go on supervised release because the charges weren't bail eligible under state law enforcement reforms. That's bullshit.
It is. How do you let somebody out who does this perverted psycho shit? And when he leaves there and kills some fucking buddy.
For real, dude. They do this shit in New York all the time. They just literally let people go.
Clown town. Like
Betancourt had been arraigned on charges that he committed a lewd act in front of the 30-year-old victim after telling her that she had nice toes and trying to kiss her feet.
Yeah, like what woman's going to go for that? She's going to be creeped out.
Oh, here you go. This is the usual story. The foot fetishing fiend, who has racked up nearly a dozen previous arrests for assault and sex crimes, was charged with public lewdness and exposure of his person. Charges that are not bail eligible under state law. So he was just lit out.
That's amazing. Fucking shame on New York, man.
One frustrated cop said, "Why not? Just another pervert with a documented history of lewd acts on the subway. Apparently supervised release is the best equipped to make sure he doesn't do it again." Not.
How about not letting him out and putting him in a fucking asylum or prison? The guy's going around trying to kiss some lady's feet. Next, he's going to grape her.
And he exposed himself.
Yeah. That's the only city that lets these fucking lets people go like that. Like, unbelievable.
Yep. All these people, I guess Albany didn't want to overly discriminate against foot fetishists when coming up with these bail laws.
Imagine caring about that.
I can't. 1 in the morning, eastbound L train at the subway station. He just sees a woman, walks by, tells her, "You have nice toes." Started trying to fucking hit on her. After the victim rejected Betancourt's advances, he bent down towards her feet to try and kiss them. And then he exposed himself to her while urging her to look at his private parts and sickly commenting that he was aroused.
How do you
release him? There he is right there. They caught him on surveillance, creepily licking his lips constantly inside the station. Then he fled on a northbound L train before he was arrested. Well, he got the black eye in jail because he didn't have the black eye when he went in, but he had one by the time he went to court.
Somebody probably punched him in the eye. What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's been lumped up, actually. He's got a big red mark on his forehead. He's got a huge black eye, and then he's got a shiner in the other eye. Good. I hope somebody did beat the shit out of him in there.
But the state of New York has got to really get their shit together, man. You cannot release people who do this shit. Like,
dude, in his previous arrests, one is for throwing a 27-year-old woman to the ground before choking and biting her face.
Wow, Ted Bundy.
Just a year prior to that incident, the creep randomly grabbed a 25-year-old woman in the city, threw her to the ground, and then started groping her.
Yeah,
he also punched a female cop in the face, dragged her by the neck, and fondled her after she caught him smoking weed. So a cop caught him smoking weed, said something to him, and he punched her in the face, dragged her by the neck off, and started fondling her.
How the fuck do you let this guy out?
Bro, that's a dangerous, violent predator.
Yes.
What the fuck? You got to put this guy down.
Yeah, you can't let these fucking people
Wood chipper off the boat with this guy.
Yeah, come on. Now, if he got out of there and killed some politician's kid or something like that, right, then it'd be different. But
dude, and it's like we see guys that we just saw one last week, the guy that walked by behind that bartender and gave her fucking, taint a rub or grabbed her butt cheek or whatever. This dude grabs women by the hair and throws them to the ground and then fondles them.
He's a ripper.
What the fuck?
How the hell do you let someone like this out? It's like you're just begging for more citizens.
Didn't even make him pay bail. Just let him go.
Oh, yeah, New York, you can fucking do whatever and get out. They'll let you out, on
That's
fucking
sick.
anything.
That is fucking sick. No wonder we've got these people. No wonder we got a guy that goes down the subway and humps those dead bodies and shit, right? No wonder you got to put these people away.
Not New York City, boy.
A dozen previous charges. One of them is for hitting a cop and then dragging her by the neck and fondling her because she caught him smoking
This
weed.
guy sexually assaulted a police officer.
Right.
And they let him. That
was confronting him about breaking the law, even. That shit's nuts, bro.
Yeah, shame on New York City. They're a fucking joke.
Big time shame on them. God damn. That dude's got to get locked away on Thorazine for life.
Yeah, come on. He's doing that not only to your citizens, your police officers. You don't think he's going to do it again? Fucking idiots. Now, the next person he does it to should be able to sue the city, right? You would think the next person comes would have a lawsuit against the state of New York. Why are you giving these people fucking bail and letting these predators out?
Let's check this out real quick before we scoot on to the next one, because it does have a video we can check out.
So what do you got to say about Dexter? Anything to say about him?
Look at him hiding.
Dexter, you got a foot fetish? My mother has a foot fetish? Is that what you said? That's not very nice. You shouldn't say that.
I'm a banana.
Real tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Look at him.
What's the matter? You embarrassed of what you did, Dexter?
Yeah, what's the matter? You embarrassed about what you did?
Dexter, aren't you afraid you're going to catch something?
Look at him.
Oh, he caught him out his head. Look at him.
Dexter, come here. Talk to me.
Guy. He's a bitch. He's just running from the
Run, Dexter, go, Dexter.
This dude.
Dexter, aren't you afraid of catching the disease?
I love this guy. Yep.
Public shaming, man.
That.
Public
He
shaming.
Was totally shaming him. I love that.
Listen, people like that should be publicly shamed. Publicly shamed.
Damn right. Yeah, bro. If they're just gonna let him out and not even make him pay a bill, like a bail or a fucking fine or anything, then somebody should be allowed to shame him. Yeah, man.
Yeah, of course. And shame on that judge and the city of New York, man. Like, how do you let someone get away with that? They get out with no bail, no fucking bail, nothing. You just let them out on bond. Well, they let shoplifters out too. That's why most businesses and places are leaving parts of the city because, people are just allowed to walk in and rob everything. They got no laws out there. Let people like this get away with that shit, man. And this guy's a predator. He's already assaulted that woman police officer.
That's brazen shit, dude. A cop walks up to you for committing a crime, and not only do you not stop doing the crime, you punch her in the face and drag her off by the neck so you can feel her titties. What?
That's sick. Yeah.
What?
Deal.
And you're not doing 25 years in prison?
No shit. Literally. You can't do that to people.
Just for hitting a male cop in the face. That's assault on a Leo. They'll fucking throw the book at you.
Oh, yeah. In my state, if I went out and punched a cop right now, which I wouldn't do, but let's say I did, I'd be fucked.
Damn, first offense, 10 years, I bet. Yeah, you're fucked, bro. You can't do that. Assault on a Leo. And it's the same thing if you hit a police dog. They will fuck you hard.
Oh, yeah. Police dogs are considered officers.
Yeah, they're considered officers. Exactly.
Can't do that. It's amazing how they let this guy walk out of there. What a shame.
Unreal. It's blowing my mind, Skull, bro. It's blowing my mind, especially when we were reading the previous charges. It's like, whoa, hold on. This guy's violent as fuck. And
any other state, but New York City, any other city, New York City and San Francisco, nothing shocks me out of there.
That's crazy, dude. This motherfucker right here, Queens pervert cuffed for offering a 13-year-old girl $100 for a sex act.
Fucking animal. I should have cut off his prick. What an animal. What a pride.
Dude. Someone should be hitting him in the head with a hammer right now.
Yeah. Approaching some 13-year-old child.
Yeah. Ali Hamed. Was cuffed when he stepped into the 115th precinct after he saw his photo circulating in the news and attempted to dispute the allegations. Cops immediately recognized him and took him into custody. He lives mere blocks from where at 7:30 in the morning on Wednesday, he followed a 13-year-old girl, confronted the teen, and offered her $50 to perform a sex act. When she declined, he upped the price to $100.
What a fucking animal, man. The fucking scumbag.
He followed her all the way home.
Yeah, he's a fucking pred.
Yeah, and then he ran. The girl's parents immediately called the police, who were able to retrieve video surveillance of him in the area. Yeah, fuck you, bro. You have no excuse. You can nope. The arresting detectives matched the sicko out of the 115th precinct on Friday evening. He declined to comment. He's charged with luring a child to commit a felony, criminal solicitation, and endangering the welfare of a child. You should add stalking to that.
Oh, yeah. No shit, ain't it? What the fuck?
Fuck this dude. Bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, people like that, they can't be cured. Look at that other dude we just seen. It was after he attacked the cops, actually. He's over here doing this. These people don't stop.
Dude, yeah, and that cop was just one of the women. They said, dude, the other ones were crazy. He would literally be walking down the street in the city, bro, and randomly grab a woman by the hair of the neck, throw them to the ground, and then feel them up.
Wow.
Who does that? What the fuck?
Someone who eventually will kill a woman one day.
Absolutely, if they haven't done it already.
Yeah, if there's not some body somewhere he's guilty of killing. Yeah, it's inevitable. It's inevitable.
Man.
It's the same thing with Gene Borello. Like what we've seen, what he does with women. You don't think he's going to kill some woman one day? Of course. Same with this nut.
Did you hear anything about the underage wedding at Disneyland?
No. I missed
I'm
that.
about to blow your fucking mind. Bro, this shit right here is one of the craziest things I've seen or heard about in quite some time. This shit is strange. So, let me just read. Okay, so a British man, 39 years old, arrested for staging a $115,000 wedding to a 9-year-old Ukrainian girl.
Jesus Christ.
At Disneyland in Paris. And
that surprised me in Paris. No. And what is he?
No, they didn't know, and they did the right thing, Skull Bro, just to give you the heads up.
All right.
This guy rented the park. We're going to go through this is fucking insane. He's a known predatory pedophile wanted by UK authorities, okay?
Does he have a name?
I'm sorry. His name? No, they haven't released his name yet.
You know why? Because he's Pakistani probably, or a Muslim. That's why. Especially in the UK, when there's sex crimes and stuff, they never release the names if they're Muslims and stuff.
Right. So, well, before I'll press play on this and we'll watch it together. There's a video. We'll check it out. But essentially, this guy shows up in Paris, rents out part of Disneyland, dude. $115,000 wedding he put together, dude.
What the fuck?
He rented part of Disneyland, literally rented it out. Then he hired people like you would for extras in a movie. He literally hired people to come to his wedding, dude. So he rents out part of Disneyland. Everybody there just thinks that some British guy is coming to have his wedding at Disneyland, right? All the people that work there are expecting to see two adult people get married, right? Yeah. They're setting the whole thing up. The divider's been put up. The part of the park he's rented is cut off. Nobody's allowed in there. The public is told to fuck off. All of these guests start showing up. So as far as Disneyland employees are concerned, okay, cool. All the wedding party is showing up. This is the groom and the bride's family and friends. Okay, they don't know these people are hired to be there. So all of this shit's taking place. The Disneyland employees are getting everything ready for the wedding. All of these people that have been hired start showing up in their nice clothes and sitting down in the chairs, enjoying their time at Disneyland. They're like, oh, this is pretty cool. Whoever's getting married must really be in love. The man walks out on stage. He's a 39-year-old, right? They're like, okay. Out from the bride's corner comes a 9-year-old Ukrainian child.
Jesus.
whose mother has sold her to this dude.
They should take the mother's head off too.
She's there too to give her away to the guy she sold him to.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
So instantaneously, when that child walks up there, as soon as everyone, right, the Disneyland employees, and remember the crowd is Fugazi, they're paid to be there for a wedding.
I don't know.
Dude, when they see this child and they realize what's about to go down, hell breaks loose.
Good.
Disneyland people call the fucking man. Security and cops start coming out from everywhere. The crowd is like cussing this motherfucker out in every like language known to man and throwing shit at him. But he did this. Think about the insanity in this.
Well, why do you think I said
he rented out part of Disneyland, paid people to come to the wedding, knowing he was about to marry a child?
That's why I said most likely he was a Muslim man. I could be wrong, but usually when they call him a Brit. He was probably from Britain, though, because in their a lot of their beliefs, you can marry younger people and stuff.
Yeah, and he could totally be, like, to your point, he could be of a certain descent, but it does say he's from Britain. He's 39, and in the UK, he's a wanted predatory pedophile.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
He's already a one. That's what I'm saying. You got to think about all of this shit. This dude knows he's a wanted predatory pedophile in the United Kingdom. He shows up in Paris with a 9-year-old child bride he just bought in the Ukraine.
Gee.
And he rents out part of Disneyland to have a wedding with Fugazi guests and shit like that. It's fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, that's disgusting. The people must have been like, what the fuck?
They fucking lost it. Every article I could find on this, the people literally, as soon as they figured out what was going on, went up there, grabbed that child away from him, called the fucking cops, and everybody lost their minds. Let's see if this video will play for us, though, and see what they have to say in this specific video.
July 4th blowout deals are here, and they're huge.
Volume. I'll turn the volume off for a minute, and then we'll see. Oh, skip ad. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's just... Let's back it up. All right. French police have arrested... This says 22-year-old Brit. Of attempting... But the article says 39-year-old.
Why aren't they showing a picture of him?
I don't know, but this is the wedding. Look, he's got people that are all playing their instruments. Remember, he rented out part of Disneyland, so it's going to be beautiful. There's people playing instruments. They've got the chairs laid out. All the guests are Fugazi. We've got a huge cake and DJ, a big stage set up for where they're going to get married right by the castle.
Wow.
Okay. So they didn't really, that wasn't a very good video on that, but whatever, we checked it out. Either way, yeah, see, it says Brit, 39 years old, arrested. That's all what I saw in the other articles.
But see how they don't show a picture of him? They ain't showing a picture.
No, they're not. Yeah, they're not showing a picture.
Yes, they won't. They won't show a picture of him.
Yeah, it says the prosecutors in Paris have confirmed the man was known in Britain for sexual offenses against minors. He's a registered sex offender on the British Sex Offenders Register and is currently wanted at the national level by the judicial authorities of his country of origin for failing to comply with the obligations arising from said so he didn't register as the sex offender, and he's wanted for that.
Fucking animal, man. Wow, what a psycho. And the mother of that Ukrainian mother should be flogged. What's up, Steve?
Oh, yeah. She should be shot. Yeah. It says that he rented out part of Disneyland through a wedding booker, and it cost him $115,000.
Fuck, he's getting a 20-something-year-old kid getting this money. Right? Like,
as I said, that video said 22, but all the other articles say he's 39. But either way, that's a lot of money to be dropping on a wedding at Disneyland, especially when you know you're going to marry a 9-year-old child.
Yeah. Like, come on. That's some sick shit. Shame on these.
And here again, it says it again, bro. Who cannot be named for legal reasons was on Tuesday charged with various imprisonable.
Well,
here's they got his face blocked out.
Hold on, let me see. Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, because he's a Muslim, Pakistani guy, a Muslim dude. That's why. Because, and I'm not saying I know people racism. No, because if you go to England and check out the Pakistani rape gangs, and in fucking Paris.
Well, yeah, they're in the Middle East. They're constantly having relationships and sex
in
with
the
children.
UK and in Paris. They let these people, these foreigners, rape the local women, and they won't even charge them because the cops are scared of being called racist. And if anybody don't believe me, go check it out. Go check out the movie Silenced. There's a documentary Silenced. It's sick. Because who else? What kind of person with a brain would think that you're going to marry a 9-year-old kid and everybody's going to like, what the fuck? No, the guy could be anything. He could be just a psycho, but I don't know. It's for them not to put him out there like that. Like those countries are real cucks, right? They're so scared to be calling a racist. They won't even like tell you who the criminal is and if he's a certain. It's 2-tier system. Sick. I don't care what color somebody is, what nationality. If you're a pervert grapo, you should be fucking put on blast. Like, come on.
So weird. Over 100 extras, 100 French extras were hired to be the quote-unquote guests at the wedding.
I wonder if that hung out, right?
Says with the help of a Latvian citizen and other Latvian nationals to ensure the smooth running of the event.
What a fucking shame.
Yeah, it says everyone was stunned when we realized what was really going on. Disneyland acted extremely professionally. They canceled everything as soon as they realized the bride was a child. It was all very shocking. Oh. Another one of the recruited extras described scenes of panic backstage as the shocking revelation was made to attendees.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the Disney staff leave on the verge of tears, and this gentleman passing behind me in English said, "This girl is only 9 years old. We're stopping everything. Get him."
Wow. They should have mobbed him and fucking killed him, right? Stoned him and something, right?
Dude. Yeah,
and
man.
the mother, too, for putting her poor baby through that.
Yeah, buddy.
Like, you sick bastard.
Yeah. You're looking at the girl going, "You got any other family? Because I'm about to kill this one." Like, if this is all you got, I'm going to let her live and we're going to have to deal with this somehow. But if you got like an aunt or a grandma or fucking something, we just going to have to clip this bitch right here.
Yeah.
No.
She's a trafficker. She trafficked her own child.
9-year-old baby.
Fucking sick, man.
That's a baby, bro. I mean, I get it's not like an actual toddler baby, but that's a fucking itty-bitty child.
Not even.
Yeah, it's an itty-bitty child, man.
It's a fucking child. Plays with dolls and should be in school and be playing kickball with her friends, not being worried about being married off to some creepo from her mother.
Yep.
That fucking hua should be flogged, man. Disgusting bitch.
Yeah, it's infuriating. But then one of the weirdest stories ever. The dude actually was a wanted pedophile, and he showed up in Paris and 115 grand. He tried to have a child wedding at Disneyland, bro.
Oh yeah. That's what they've been having a ball with the indigenous European people. They've been having a ball with those children. All those grape gangs and shit, and the people get let out, not even charged. The girls are called whores by the police. They're called whores.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
So crazy that half of the people listening to me probably don't even believe me.
There's a lot of places in the Middle East where you get raped, and if they find out, they kill you.
Well, this is not the Middle East I'm talking about.
Well, I know, but I'm saying to you, there's a lot of places over there that they do that as well. If they find out you were raped, they just kill you for being the whore.
Yeah, there's some sick, fucking sick shit out there, man. You know, like number one, like the mother, that mother should be fucking tortured himself.
Yep.
She was probably some drug addict, prosty, who says, "You know what? Let me sell my kid." That means that this has been done before. They know about stories of this shit before.
Yeah, they just didn't go and do it at Disneyland and get caught.
Exactly.
Exactly, bro. Yeah.
Because there's a whole bunch of people getting mistreated. A lot of, like I said, young girls being abused all over Europe because of this shit.
Well, shit like that is when I'm totally for your ravenous group of fucking monks that can go out and cleanse the world of these types of people.
Yeah, anybody that's going to hurt any child, well, I have to stress this, no matter what nationality, what religion, any kid who is getting hurt, the person hurting them should be flogged and fucking disintegrated in a wood chipper. Like,
yep. And go out like that pirate Lolonois where they just cut him into pieces while he was alive and threw the pieces in a fire in front of his eyes. Yeah. Yep. Fuck
this
you.
Is not 14, 12, and you're not marrying no 9-year-olds, you psycho freak.
That's right. And even then, the fucking dude was 15. You know, come on. It wasn't a fucking 39-year-old.
Yeah, this guy, and he gets out. The amazing thing is he's a convicted pedo. He didn't have to register. What the fuck?
Yeah, right. He's wanted for not registering.
Talk about not protecting your fucking kids and your people, man. Fucking.
I'm gonna marry that poor baby off to that sick fuck.
Yeah, that kid's got to live with that the rest of her life. Like, thank God she was saved, but
yeah, but she's 9 years old, is old enough to remember every detail of that shit.
Every traumatization of it. Her mother giving her up like that, like that's gotta be.
Yep.
You know, my mom fucking married me to some pervert for money.
Yep. And her dad obviously is probably gone, or they don't know who he is. That's what I'm saying. They don't know who he is, or he's obviously already dead or gone or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what is she going to say? I was doing it to help you. Like, there's nothing you can say to your daughter after you tried to marry her off to some 39-year-old and a 9-year-old. Like, right?
That's a known pedophile.
Yeah. On top of it, right? Even if he was a nice guy, he's 39. No, you can't marry a 9-year-old.
Yeah, it's like, I got news for you. He might not be on the list yet, but he's definitely a pedo.
He's 39.
He's 39 and she's 9, so he's definitely a pedo, whether he's on the list or not, their mom.
Yeah, what a piece of shit.
He doesn't have any charges. He's clean. Well, yeah, but he's a fucking
He was very respectful. He bought her a Mickey Mouse toy.
Yeah, you're going to get married at Disneyland.
That's amazing. Imagine the gall wins. That shows you how laid back and like how like perverts is okay over there. Pain like Bane, my bro. What's up? That's right, David. Tommy Robinson is being persecuted. They should let that man out. That's disgusting.
Yeah, he spent all that money. He hired over 100 extras.
That guy's a hero for exposing all the rape gangs and all that stuff that are being done to those girls. He's a fucking hero for doing that. What a shame.
Yeah. Well, over in fucking Japan, they found a 59-year-old unemployed man on suspicion of... I don't know why they say suspicion. The cops caught him walking down the street with his lower body exposed at like 2 a.m. 2 a.m. But here's the thing. He had clothes on his upper half of his body. He was wearing shoes and socks, but no pants or underwear.
Fucking wacko.
And he wasn't even intoxicated. He was just walking around at 2 a.m. with no pants or underwear on, but he had shoes and socks on.
Yeah, he's a pred.
Totally insane. Yeah, and not even intoxicated. No alcohol, no other substances, nothing like that. Yeah, some people are saying maybe Alzheimer's.
No, that's the only way to make it normal is to say he had dementia or Alzheimer's. That's the only way that could come out that it's not a pervert, right? If he's just some old man who's mentally messed up, forgot to put his clothes on or something, right?
And that's yeah. You forgot your pants. You got your shirt. You got your shoes. You got your socks, but you forgot your pants and underwear.
Yeah. Yeah. Well put, Payne. That's what you call a credibly accused pedo, Casbo. Exactly. Fucking. These people are sick, man. Well, it must look with this guy though. Either he's a massive pervert, creep, scumbag, or he's some old dude with dementia who just don't know how to dress himself and got caught walking around. That's the only explanation for that. But I'm gonna go with pervert.
What the fuck? This stupid piece of shit. Oh well, maybe I can just open it there. Hang on, let's do that.
You think he's out, Jones? Really? I thought he was still in there. They said he was real sick and he can't even eat the food because the whole fucking prison wants to kill him. The guy shouldn't even be in there. It's a civil trial. It's fucking sad. Because I love the history of England. I'm a big fan of England, Ireland, obviously I'm half Irish, and Scotland. I love the history of the cultures of those countries. It's a shame. Dementia can't be right, but yeah, yes, you're right, Payne. Dementia person can be a perv too.
God damn you, motherfucker!
If he legitimately doesn't know what he's doing, it wouldn't be like a perv thing. It would just be him like being dementia and not knowing what he's doing. But most likely, it's some perv move. But devil's advocate to say, all right, well, maybe he was just some old man who has dementia who walked out of his house not knowing how to dress. But the odds of that, who knows? Pretty slim. I would go with pervert for 200, please. What is the old man with no clothes on doing? You sick fuck. You should pay pensioner a pervert. Walking to the laundromat to retrieve pants from a dryer.
So this next one in Delaware County, the neighbor was able to catch on video a road rage incident in which a lady got out of her car and then walked up on the other car and then just shit on the other car's hood.
Really? Wow. Why they didn't pull off? I would have floored it or backed up where they fell off my car.
Dude, no, she doesn't sit on the car. She projectile shits while standing on the car. You just, oh my God. I didn't even know you could really do that. You must have some serious water pressure, bro.
Jesus.
This is crazy. You see that? Look, she just walked up and shit on the hood.
Moby Thick.
Dude.
Oh.
And gives him the finger, pulls her pants up, gets in her car, and drives away.
What's wrong with this woman?
Like she goes, oh my God, you are fucking, what the fuck?
That's disgusting, man. That is.
Yo, the bitch just shit on her car.
That bitch just shit on her car.
Dude, that's fucking twisted.
Isn't it? She literally walks up and just shits on her car. And then goes and gets, she doesn't wipe or nothing, just gets in her car and leaves.
Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Amazing.
I cannot believe a human did that. You are a real pig, she said. You're damn right she is, lady. You tell her.
Wow. There she blows.
You're a pig. You are a real pig. Gross. Oh my God. You fucking slut.
Wow.
Yo, the bitch just shit on her car.
Yes, that bitch just shit on her car.
Yeah, that was like a Moby Thick move.
Dude.
Moby Thick backed up with the diarrhea stuff and shit.
lane. Go fuck yourself.
What's wrong with it?
That is
this world gets more degenerate from idiocracy to degeneracy, more and more.
Who does something? Who thinks of even doing something?
Yeah, to
like
get
that?
even.
What on?
Like, why not kick the car, you Amber Turd? Why not kick the car, yell at her, give her the finger? I don't know, throw your coffee on the car or something. I'm trying to think of anything less disgusting than that, right? Like, come on, man. That is wow. Just wow. Just
yeah.
When I see it, all I could think of Moby Thick. Like when Moby Thick's in the police station saying that she's got diarrhea problems and stuff. Just picture the Rippo telling her to shite on a car and Moby Thick doing it. Ugh, that's gross, man.
Just walk right up, bend over, shit on command like that, and then just pull your pants up and walk away, get in your car and drive off. Yeah. Yuck.
Was she raised by wolves?
Dude. I don't even right. That's like why would you even think of such
wolves
a thing?
Wouldn't even do that. Animals wouldn't even do that. Well, the evilest thing God ever created was human beings.
There's no doubt about that. Humans are the worst. Humans are absolutely hands down the worst. There's no getting around that.
No, you can't name me one creature on this earth that does the shit human beings do.
It says a Kansas man was arrested for stealing an 800-pound cannon to allegedly settle a drug debt, and he's the idiot criminal of the day. That's what it says. A Spanish-American war cannon.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It says people would love that, and it probably could cover your drug debt in most cases, but not everyone has an 800-pound cannon that can make you talk of the town. According to the New York Post, Gordon Pierce III was arrested after the 1794 cannon went missing from its podium in a park in Wichita, Kansas.
That's a beat.
But this is, dude, unfortunately, he had to chop it in pieces to fit in his car.
I remember that historical cannon, too.
That's what I'm saying. It really sucks. I hate that. A 1794 Spanish-American war cannon he stole from a park, but to get it into his car, he chopped it into pieces. Which means what? He had like a fucking torch, right?
Some sort of hacksaw torch, something like that.
Said that he told investigators that he was a meth user and dealer and owed his dealer $20,000, and he was scared for his loved ones if he didn't come up with the cash. So this fucking idiot right here, and there's another picture of him locked up, Gordon Pierce III.
What an idiot. And a scumbag for destroying history.
Total fucking scumbag. It says that, yeah, he had some meth he was supposed to sell, but it got stolen from him. So he got jacked, and he owed his dealer $20,000.
Wow.
He was afraid he told the cops he was afraid the dealer was going to shoot him and his family. He cut the cannon up so it would fit in his car. He then took pieces of the cannon to the drug dealer to show he was trying to get the money he owed him, but the drug dealer told him to fuck off. They found meth on him when he was arrested. So he's got charges of theft of property, aggravated criminal damage to property, and possession of drug paraphernalia. He should have to have a charge for destroying some historical artifact and stealing from a public park.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Because that's the part that's not okay. It's like I was following along with he stole a cannon to give his drug dealer. Maybe his drug dealer was into history. I don't know. But, dude, you cut it into pieces, man. That's not okay.
No, he's not. Whoever the drug dealer is not into history because he wouldn't want the cannon chopped up. He wouldn't want it.
No doubt. Well, yeah, the drug dealer told him to fuck off anyway when he brought that shit to him. He's like, you stupid meth head motherfucker. You stole a cannon from a park, chopped it up, and brought it to my house. Get the
What he
fuck
could
away
have
from
done
me.
was chopped it up and sold the metals and shit, the brass and all that.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. But yeah, what a dick.
Yeah.
What a fucking dick.
Scum move.
Go rob something else. Steal something else, brainiac.
Yeah, don't go robbing from history, man. Fucking low life.
Let's see what else we
got. Fucking asshole.
Let's see what else we've got in our.
Yeah, Bane, that was funny, Moby shit. Fucking low life.
Let's see. This one will work. Is it the right one? Wait, no, that's the one we want. Okay, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, naked man high on meth breaks into Mormon church. We got another meth head. Naked man high on meth reportedly broke into a Mormon church in Pennsylvania. He's now facing multiple charges for the incident. This is him right here. Check this guy, this winner out. There's no way he's 34. Damn.
Don't eat that stuff. So worried. Well, let me see this guy.
It says he's 34.
He looks like he's in his fucking 60s.
Bro.
34.
Damn.
How's he that fucking gray?
I don't know.
I looked younger than that when I was 44. And I'm bald.
Oh, yeah. I still look old. I still look younger than this.
Yeah,
God
so
damn. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, and we're both we're the same age. That's what I'm saying. I still look way younger than this dude. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, looks like a sick fuck anyways.
Yeah, naked and high on meth, broke into a Mormon church.
What an asshole.
Yeah, arrested on several charges, including burglary, indecent exposure, possession of a controlled substance, and drug paraphernalia.
Doesn't the methamphetamine want them to get naked and like they get hot or something? Or that PCP?
I've heard that before about both drugs, dude. And in the PCP one, I've seen videos where they're walking around in public naked and like rubbing ice on themselves. I saw one where a guy was literally putting ice cubes up his ass.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy ones too. I've seen some crazy ones.
Yeah, it says
I
reports.
don't know.
I mean, it's speed, right? It would make sense that it would make you hot,
Yeah,
like
true.
Get your body going.
It is speed.
Yeah. It says officials on scene. Okay, so it's not even a question of if this guy did this or not. The cops found him there. So the officials found him on the scene. They found Calderwood breaking into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints while totally nude and under the influence of methamphetamine. So they found him doing it.
Ugh.
Wow, you're fucked, dude.
Yeah, and respect other people's religions. You know, if you believe in them or not, right? You go do that to some fucking Mormon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what drug you're on. You should know better than to rob a church of any denomination.
No matter
That's
what
right.
religion it is, if you agree with it or not, you don't go desecrate in any holy place.
Agreed.
Yeah, PCP, we've seen a lot of that, Danielle. Yep. They got naked because they got hot.
Yeah, it's got to be what it is. Yeah, with the PCP stuff. Like, I've seen a bunch of those where those people end up getting naked.
But they said meth does it too.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me with the speed part of it. Yeah, it seems like it would get your system cranking.
Yeah. Fucking quack.
He's 30. It's Steve Tortola says he's 34 in regular age, but 60 in meth years. He's definitely one of those after pictures, right? They got those before meth and after meth pictures.
Those pictures are fucking sick.
Because you're right, the gray hair, just to start with this, like, fuck, dude, at 34, your hair's gray like that? Damn, dude. but also just like the lines in his face, his eyes are black. The guy's just not in good shape.
He's got some deep pappy looks. And he's out of his mind too, right?
Obviously out of his fucking mind. He's naked and breaking into a Mormon church high on meth.
I wonder if he was a Mormon and broke
It's feared a serial driveway.
Damn it.
And maybe broke into that church for some revenge or stealing something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. This one, some walker was caught on CCTV shitting in somebody's driveway. Let's see what the news has to say.
It's feared a serial driveway pooper is on the loose in the eastern suburbs.
After reports of human waste being dumped at a Kensington Gardens property, there's been another incident just a few minutes down the road.
A crappy early morning visitor disappears below the fence line. At first, it's unclear why she's made her way up the driveway of a Norwood home, but the present of poo left behind wasn't of the animal variety.
Well, I think they're a bit sick. I don't know what the problem is. Well, it's pretty disrespectful, really.
It was April.
It's too much. All the British people in here, you say what you want. This shit sounds all like, she's like a little bit of poo. It just sounds watered down, like the Disney version of a news story that we hear in America. It's just too funny hearing them talk about the poopa. Too funny. I think she's a bit sick.
Have said that's Australian news.
Well, whatever. Same. It's that fucking accent, dude. It just makes it sound like the light version of a news story. It's too funny.
These are all the same.
I have a Norwood home, but the present of poo left behind wasn't of the animal variety.
Well, I think they're a bit sick. I don't know what the problem is. Well, it's pretty disrespectful, really.
It was April 30 that the sticky situation unfolded, the homeowner telling 7 News he walked outside to find it left napkin and he was forced to clean up the mess. And it came only a few days after an incident 2 k's away in Kensington Gardens, also around 7:30 in the morning. These signs plastered along Glenburn Road.
Well,
somebody put up a sign to the lady who defecated in our driveway. Fuck, so she's just taking a walk and shitting in random
I've found lots of extraordinary things, and my background is nursing, so poos and wees have been my business forever.
As for the Kensington Gardens incident, it seems no one has fessed up. Despite kicking up a stink, the homeowner hasn't yet followed through on their threat to release the security vision. Footage of the Norwood incident has been passed on to police.
Well, the thing is, what can you do? Where do you go? Who do you chase? Who do you see? Who do you ask?
Hannah Ford, 7 News.
That's a good point, right? What do? You can't grab the. If I've seen somebody shitting on my fence, I'm gonna sick the dog on him because I'm not touching him. What's up, Stacy? I'm not touching him. I'm not grabbing somebody.
No,
feces, man, that's disgusting. You can get diseases and die.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do, right? Like, person's covered.
I would throw things at them. I would throw things at the bitch. That's exactly what I would do.
Have a good night, Stacy. Good night. You would have to, because
whatever wasn't tied down around me would be hurled
you would
at
have
her.
to, because you couldn't grab the person. They're covered in like feces.
But yeah, I'm not touching them anyway. They're a freak. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume, but I'm gonna throw rocks at their head.
Yeah, you can throw stones,
no doubt about that.
Humboldt.
What are they gonna do? Call the police on me? Right? You just shit in my driveway, bitch. Call the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah. People, man. People. Walking around shitting in random people's driveways.
Yeah, that's fucking really disgusting, man.
Oh, this is great. This is a good one. Let's open this.
She had some weird patenting bear hat on, too.
Yeah, she did. And like that face mask. And that's why I was surprised when they said they caught a shot of her on one of those cameras, because she had like one of those medical masks.
Yeah, and the little
on.
patenting bear hat to go with it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, buonanotte, Stacy. Have a good night.
Yeah, we'll see you soon, Stace. Thanks for coming through.
Fucking sick people in this world, man.
They're all fucked up. Everything is wrong with these people. All right, let's see this one. Yeah, this is great. This shit is so fantastic. This made me laugh. All right, let's see. Idiot criminal of the day. Thailand man throws grenade at ex's house, but it bounces back at him.
What a psycho.
And he is dead, my friend.
Good. He tried to kill her, so hey, should you go to give, you receive.
I love this. Yeah, the Thailand man accused of throwing a grenade at his ex's house and having it bounce back at him has been named our idiot criminal of the day. You never want to be dubbed the idiot criminal of the day in a world filled with dumb criminals. To be named the idiot of all the idiots is really saying something. This guy seemed to fit that bill. He got some instant karma. It says, after throwing a grenade at his ex's house, only for it to bounce back at him, killing him instantly. Fucking idiot, bro.
Thank God.
Yeah. It says he was 36 years old. He died after he threw a grenade at his ex-girlfriend's house after she refused to take him back.
Yeah, that's how you're going to get him back.
He didn't take the rejection very well, so he made a choice to toss a grenade in her house. But the grenade hit a pillar and bounced back at him, exploding and killing him instantly. Yeah, four other people, including his ex, were also injured in the blast.
Wow. Yeah, God fixed him good. It's like, oh, really? Okay, this is going to bounce right back at you and kill you, you prick. Like, the girl don't want to be with you no more. Deal with it, right? Like, there's a million women out there, man. Like, deal with it. Don't go kill her, right? Like, what the fuck?
For real. It says all the injured individuals were taken to the hospital. All of them were discharged except for an old man who suffered slightly more serious injuries and had to be transferred to a different hospital. But yeah, the guy that threw the grenade fucking blew himself the fuck up. He was dead right there.
Wow.
What a dumbass.
Yeah. Well, he probably didn't think it would hit that pillar and shit, right?
Right, yeah, he threw it in her house and it bounced off a pillar in there. No, you're right. He obviously didn't think it was going to bounce back off that shit. And within that amount of time, it was basically, right, you got, what, 4 or 5 seconds? He tossed that thing in there. 1, 2, it bounces back at you. 3, 4, you're dead. Yeah. And he was obviously dumb enough to fucking stand there too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing it while I'm running. Like, I'm running already if I'm throwing a grenade. I'm not fucking about with that thing. I'm running as soon as the pin comes out of that son of a bitch.
Oh, no, you're going to know how to fucking toss one or where to toss one, too. You don't toss one in some...
Right. For sure. And that's not my expertise. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm just doing like a Hail Mary, fuck you, bitch, I hate you, like that guy just did.
Well,
I'm running as soon as the pin comes out.
When I was in Berlin training, they taught me how to throw them years ago, and that's not the way to do it, man.
Nice.
I'll tell you.
Definitely.
You want to do it with a hook, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar used to do the hook shots. You got to do it like a hook shot, and you got to like be elegant like Kareem.
Gotcha.
Not magic.
Kind of like a ballerina.
Sort of Nancy Kerrigan style. My leg. My leg.
Bane says he was a pillar of the community.
Pillar of the community. That's funny. That's funny.
People are fucking ridiculous.
Number one, like, all right, the lady leaves you if you want to, like, throw a grenade through her fucking window. Holy shit.
Just getting ready to say, is like, dude, she wouldn't take you back. Okay, fine. You're going to kill her? And apparently there was other people. He was apparently trying to kill her and her whole family. Let's be real for a minute. They said it was he died, but she got injured along with 3 other people. So there was people in the house he was getting ready to murder with her.
Yeah, and if it didn't hit that pillar, it would have killed everybody in the house.
It damn sure would have killed everybody in that house. Yep.
Yeah.
because they were injured and had to go to the hospital after it bounced out.
Yeah, out. Never mind if it went in, they would have all been dead.
That's right. Yep. It bounced out of there, and they still all had to go to the hospital. The one guy was still all so fucked up, he had to be transferred to a different one.
Especially when a grenade is in a home. It's like not outside. It's inside. The percussion, it blows in.
Oh, yeah. Right. That makes sense.
It's fucking you up. Even if you don't get hit with scrap metal, right? Just that can blow your eardrums out.
It can bruise you. Just the pressure can bruise your skin. Of course. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And never mind the shrapnel flying everywhere, going through fucking doors, right? Fucking
pieces of any kind of anything it blows up.
Well,
Wood,
not the window, the
concrete,
ceiling, the wall, right? Go through a fucking wall, kill somebody. Well, that's what he wanted, but God was there smiling down upon that family that day.
Or laughing at him.
Yeah, a little bit of both. We're gonna go. Yeah.
Smiling on her and laughing at him. Yeah.
Archie Bunker, what's up, Arch? How's Edith doing? Yeah, eardrums, forget about it. Shattered, bleeding. Some people just know how to count. Was he counting?
I don't know. I said I think they go off in like 5 seconds. That's what I think.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
He should have ran as soon as the pin came out of that thing. I would have. I'd been run.
Well, here's the thing. If he's throwing it, here's the thing. He's throwing it through a window. So you pull that pin and hum it. You know, you're not thinking you're getting hurt because you're not thinking it's coming back out. But it hit the pillar and it bounced out. And that's why it killed him. Because if it went through the window, he would have been fine, even just sitting there. Right? Like, he would have still been fine. It was that it bounced out is what killed him. If it went in the window, like, nothing's coming out, he'd be all right. And he would have took off and killed their whole family like a sicko. Yeah, go out with a bang, am I right?
How dare you not love me back? How dare you not get back with me?
Yeah, one of those, there's dudes out there, man, and women too, but mostly like crazy dudes. Like, if I can't have you, nobody will. If you're not going to be with me, I'm going to kill you. It's like there's so many women out there. Like, dude, she don't want to be with you. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, just fucking move on, man. You look like a simp and a fucking bitch by hounding someone who doesn't like you and want to be with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You look like a total simp bitch.
Like, give it up. I get it. You loved her. It hurts. Whatever. Everybody's going to go through it, pal.
But you're willing to take her life away. Right. Exactly. You're willing to take all those other people's lives away. And I got news for you, smart guy. You just blew up a house. You're going to jail. You're throwing your life away, too.
Yeah, but imagine wanting to kill a woman because she doesn't want to be with you. Like, what?
Unbelievable.
I can see being mad at her, thinking she's a bitch. All right. But to kill her? Come on, man. Like, come on, to kill her? Like, that's fucking over fucking kill.
Way overkill, dude. Yeah. Well, our next one is a brainiac in Ohio that robbed a Dollar Tree while wearing nothing but a cape and underwear.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah.
A cape and underwear?
Okay, we're gonna see him. Yeah.
All right. Now this is a story that comes out of the "you can't make this up" file. Let's do it. Southern Ohio, an unusual break-in has deputies searching for a suspect who was caught on camera wearing only a cape and his underwear. Yeah, there he is. According to the Scioto County Sheriff's Office, the man shattered the glass front door of a Dollar General in West Portsmouth early Sunday morning, and it shows him here wearing what appears to be white underwear, a cape, and nothing else. I don't know. Maybe the underwear is his superpower. He went straight to the women's clothing section, grabbed several packs of underwear, and then he took off. Deputies found a trail of stolen items leading away from the store again. I don't know if you want to call him a Cape Crusader or not, but Captain Underpants. Thank you, Betsy.
Captain Underpants. Lieutenant
He
Lude.
went to the women's section and stole a bunch of packs of ladies' underwear. He smashed the front glass out. Dude.
That looks like Jim Terry's brother, Mr. X, who wears the pantyhose on his head.
Right.
Yeah, that they can call him Lieutenant Lude, Captain Underpants, Major Pervert, right? General Jerk.
For sure, bro. Yeah, I can't believe he smashed that glass out like that, ran in a cape and underwear, stole women's underwear, and then escaped. And it said that he was dropping the shit through the parking lot while he was running.
What a psycho.
Oh, my God, bro.
I bet he went and hid in a movie store behind a drum set. Wow.
Oh, my God. Let's see if they say anything else.
He has named him. He is Captain Underpants. I hope he does not come to a store near you. Wow. That is, you can't make it up.
I'm just glad you had that one.
I know you are. You didn't want that. You didn't want that.
No, you can't make that shit up. You can't make any of this shit up. People have been saying that about our show for fucking a year now that we've had it on. People always say that. You can't make this shit up. That's true.
Yeah, I say the same, right? Like,
yeah.
I would never, I couldn't make this. I'd be like, nobody's going to believe if I made up a story. Some guy went in there in his underpants. No one's going to believe that, right?
And a fucking cape.
Yeah.
And then stole ladies' underwear and left a trail running away from it. It's just all too much. But that's why we show the articles, bro. That's
fucking sick fucks, man.
We come with the fucking articles and the videos for this stuff. Yeah, if you can't make it up, you can't. But even if you ever suspected us of doing that, we show you where it came from. Fuck the bullshit. Too funny. Captain Underpants. That's great.
What a fucking wacko. Too bad that glass didn't like cut his artery or something, right? And he had
right. That's a big, thick fucking glass window. Yeah, one of those front windows to a dollar store or Dollar General. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, those are thick, man. Those will cut you open. So that glass hitting you, hell yeah, could kill you too, right? Hit your fucking artery or something.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Take a chunk right off of your ass.
Hell yeah. What a fucking misfit. That's why this world, like, people, you should have a vicious dog, get a firearm. If you can't have a gun legally, get a gun legally. If you can't have a gun legally, get a crossbow and a vicious dog.
Yep.
Because the world's sick. Real fucking sick.
Fucking crossbow, bro. Hell yeah.
Well, even a crossbow. Let me tell you, even a crossbow. Someone coming through your window at night and you loose that bolt, all right, they ain't coming through your window no more. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Or some creep came in your house and I guess you got a felony or whatever. You can't hold a gun or you don't believe in guns or whatever. Well, you shoot the son of a bitch with the crossbow. But the best solution is to have a couple of big dogs.
Yeah. Sick nuts, right? Chopper.
Sick balls.
Sick balls. Yeah, there's a chopper sick balls. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. We got a South Bay authorities looking for a man they say exposed himself on a public bus. Let's see what this freak's doing.
Well, the search is on for a man in the South Bay who exposed himself on a VTA bus and sexually battered the bus driver.
Oh, wow.
Police are worried he may strike again. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau explains.
The man deputies are looking for got on a bus near King and Tully like this one and exposed himself to several passengers. This surveillance video provided to us by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office shows a man in a hoodie and knit cap approaching a woman sitting on a VTA bus and exposing himself in front of her.
He unzipped his pants and he exposed himself to all the passengers. He went up to one in particular, just inches away from her, and starts doing just lewd behavior.
Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office spokesman Brooks DeRose says the woman immediately alerted the bus driver and pulled out what appeared to be a taser. But that didn't stop the man who had
junk. Did you see that?
No, but
that's what she was doing, bro. I was wondering what she was doing with her hand. She got a taser out and hit him in his junk, but he didn't care.
Good.
check this out.
Shows a man in a hoodie and knit cap approaching a woman sitting
There's the
on a
purple
VTA
taser.
bus and exposing himself in
And she
front
hit
of
him
her.
with it. Look,
He
and he goes,
unzipped his
oh,
pants
and
he
walked away.
exposed himself to all
They're
the
gonna show it
passengers.
again.
He went up to one in particular, just inches away from her, and starts doing just lewd behavior.
Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office spokesman Brooks Jarose says the woman immediately alerted the bus
There, see,
driver
bam.
and pulled out what appeared to be a taser. But that didn't stop the man who headed to the front of the bus.
Oh. This man then goes up to the driver.
He's got it out.
And he continues exposing himself, doing this very dirty behavior right in front of her, and then wipes his hand on her shoulder. It's downright dirty and disgusting.
VTA bus passengers we talk with are stunned.
I catch the bus quite often on a daily basis, and it's quite concerning because we have a lot of young children and elderly that ride the bus as well. So there's no protection on the bus individually, so someone has to do something collectively to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, that kind of stuff shouldn't be happening.
The sheriff's office says the suspect got on the bus June 11th without paying by going through the back door. And when he finally got off the bus near Tully and King,
he continues to try to pleasure himself outside on the ground, and then he goes over to an unlocked SUV belonging to someone else, gets inside, and continues this behavior.
Sheriff's deputies are now asking for the public's help catching this man. If he's arrested, he could face charges of indecent exposure and sexual battery. In San Jose, Marianne Favreau, NBC Bay Area News.
Wow. Wow is right. She tased him in this junk. Good for her, but he didn't care.
It didn't even bother him.
No, like he jumped back like just a
Because
little
it wasn't
bit.
even powerful. The shit they sell these people, like they got to get real fucking things like that. Whatever that was, it didn't even bother him. Where does he get? Bulletproof says, where do you find this stuff?
I searched the interwebs, my friend.
Yeah,
every week I spend some time surfing the interwebs looking for the craziest shit I can find. I just bookmark it and then get it ready for our show every week, man.
Oh, I just found my marijuana. I'm just gonna smoke.
Awesome. But yeah, so this is just stuff so we can all sit together once a week, hang out as friends, and laugh at these disgusting people and put them on fucking straight up blast the best we can. We don't have a giant crowd, but we get a few hundred people a week, and that's enough. We put these fuckers on blast, man, and have a good time together doing it.
Yeah. As long as we got some decent people around, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Some laughs and fucking lets people see these creeps.
Yep.
Because there's nothing more creepier than these fucking wackos on here.
I can't believe that he was, dude, they had to blur it out. He was just like giving the driver the swordsman, bro.
Crossing swords. Don't cross me. Wow.
Man.
He's lucky she didn't have something like, I don't know, something more fucking dangerous.
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say. Bulletproof Soul says she should have had better aim. And I was just getting ready to go back to your point, which is a good one. You know, that thing obviously wasn't that powerful or she'd have fried his pecker.
Listen, I remember one time, right? Back in like 2000, early 2000s, one of my girlfriends is like, hey, boy, I did what you said. I got a taser. I'm like, let me see it. It's this little goofy thing she's holding in her hand. I'm like, give me that thing. And I put it to my arm. She's like, no, don't do that. And I put it and I zapped it. And I'm like, look, this ain't going to stop somebody from fucking hurting you. And she's like, oh, my God, this ain't powerful at all. I'm like, no. Like I hold it to my arm and I'm giggling. I can grab you, put you to the ground, anything with this on my arm. This ain't stopping an attacker, right? So a lot of these tasers they buy at these stores or whatever they think are strong and they're not. You're going to have pepper spray or something like that these women should carry. Or a pistol, right? And all women should have a little knife on their keychain and pepper spray. Put it that way.
Yeah, that would have helped her.
Nah, MRE, she could have been hung like Daddy. No matter what, though, it wasn't strong enough. No matter where you hit somebody in that area, it could be your leg, your hip, your privates. If that was a really good taser, that guy wouldn't have just done that. He would have fucking...
Yeah, because you're right. I mean, he did just barely hop back. It wasn't a very big reaction at all.
No. Like I said, it was like some cheap thing. At least she had something, but
It was enough to get her fucking pecker out of her face, or his pecker out of her face, right? He walked away.
If he wanted to go back, remember the key words. He walked away. If he wanted to repeat punching her and attacking her, she would have been done.
That's true.
He chose to walk away after the perverted fucking thing, because he could have kept hurting the woman. So she's gonna she had to get something stronger. And this shit happens in the city on the public buses. You're gonna see Kennedy Plaza, where I live, bro, in Providence. Kennedy Plaza is fucking Beirut in the 80s. It's a war zone.
Wow.
Junkies everywhere. No decent people are scared to go at Kennedy Plaza. And it's the main bus place in Providence, because when you go there, people are walking up to you, asking you for money. Going to try to rob you. You got fucking people with their fucking pervert pricks hanging out. All kinds of weird shit.
Gross.
And it's in a lot of these cities, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I've seen a lot of that shit traveling around.
Yeah, my friend's cousin is a woman who has a beautiful German Shepherd, and he's like a support dog, because she was attacked years ago. I'm not going to obviously say her name and put her personal business out there, but she was attacked sexually many years ago. So she has a male German Shepherd, like support dog, who's like also an attack dog and protection dog, and he's a beast. So she goes to Kennedy Plaza. She will go there with her dog, but she said if she didn't have her dog with her, she wouldn't leave the house.
Right.
And he's like a big German Shepherd, dude. I'm talking like a $1.15, a monster. Total monster. But my point is, these places where these bus terminals or these bus stations at, you get crazies down there. Look at this wackadoo.
Yeah.
Look at the guy. Does he know narc? Does this guy know narc?
He might.
Packy hands down your pants, but the rent is paid, so you can proceed to dance. Look at him. Look at him. We got I got a problem. I'll solve it. Grab Mox, little prick. The Packy resolves it. Rent, baby. It's getting paid on Thursday. Wow. Look at this guy. He looks like a caveman, the Packy caveman, right?
Oh, yeah. He put narc in the mental hospital.
Yeah, where's my purple bitch?
Narc staring in the mirror. You're not a fish. You're a man.
We should use
quit puckering up. You're not gay. You're not a gay.
I'm not a G. I'm not a J. This guy looks like a nut. Look at him.
Oh, yeah. I'm just getting sat down. Just grabbing a cigarette real quick. We're about to...
He looks like a quack.
Get into this weird... Oh, he's a total fucking freak weirdo. Yeah, hang on. Let me get a sip of my drink. We're going to get into this guy.
Wow, look at this nut. Trambo would have said, I met this guy. I gave him a beating one time. He's the guy who sold my wife, Jen, all that Roxy cotton. Wow.
So, naked Florida man covered in mud, arrested after vandalizing a van. But it's more than that. It's much better than just the van. Yeah, this guy is something else. He looks like a total psycho.
Yeah, he's scary looking. He looks like Chewbacca.
His name is Xaid. Zaid Khan is his last name. Khan. Zaid Khan is his name.
But I'm just a caveman. But I'm just a Packy.
So according to Fox 35 Orlando, the naked man has been identified as 31-year-old Zaid Khan. Reports were that Khan claimed he had been following... Okay, this is weird. He told the cops he had been following the sun under instruction from a higher power. He went on to admit to vandalizing the van, although he couldn't recall doing so. So how do you admit to something and then say you don't remember? Anyway, additionally, he wasn't sure why he had removed his clothing and why he was naked. His clothes were later found scattered throughout the property of the van. When police arrived, this is where it's extra weird. When police arrived, they found the home's patio door open with water running from a hose and the furniture inside their house completely rearranged.
Wow.
Weird, dude. Yeah, so he showed up on these people's property, stripped his clothes off like in a random haphazard way around the property, turned their hose on for some reason, messed with their patio furniture, and then went inside their house and rearranged the furniture inside their house.
Wow.
Yeah, and then when the cops got there, he was covered in mud, probably from the hose, right? He was doing something with the hose, so he got covered in mud. And by the time the cops got there, he was vandalizing their van covered in mud.
Wow. Rearranging their furniture, too? What the
Yeah, weird, bro.
And that wig, that looks like the Ripper wig for sure, MRH. Oh, my God. But what is the... Why would he rearrange their furniture? Well, this guy is really mentally ill, though. That's how you know.
Yeah, no, he's crazy, right? He wasn't on drugs.
Yeah, he wasn't on drugs or some rapo, right? He was just a very... he could be a pot rapo, too. Who knows? But
oh, yeah, he looks like he'd get violent if you touched his backpack. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, but the point is how crazy you're going to be to go rearrange furniture, right?
Yep.
Put mud on you. Like,
yeah, you're playing in the hose, getting dirty.
My point, he's not like a BTK type or a Bundy type. He's more of just a psycho. He's really mentally ill, this guy. He should be in an asylum.
Yeah, make asylums great again.
These are the people that are walking in our society. People that should be in insane asylums because they're out of their mind. My friend's dad.
Fucking chained to a floor during the Thorazine shuffle.
Somebody that looked just like this, right? A few years ago, stabbed my friend's father in the back and killed him getting a fucking coffee, dude. Getting a coffee like he did every morning before he go to work. He was a grandpa. Every morning this guy did this. Never had an enemy. Didn't even say nothing. The guy just walked up to him out of nowhere and stabbed him in the back out of nowhere. Never talked to him in his life. Never met him. Just a psycho like this. And they're out there. That's why people in the chat always keep something on you to protect you, especially women. Keep pepper spray with you, something. Do not be trusting with people.
Oh, yeah. If you were in New York, they just let this guy go in the subway. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Forget about it. It's nuts. All these blue cities are amazing, like what they would let crime. Crime was rampant over here. And then the decent citizen can't even own a gun. You got to go through 1,000 loopholes to own
meanwhile, they're not even giving these people fucking bail. They're just letting them out.
They're letting them right out. Walk right out, dude, with no repercussion.
That made me sick. That guy is scary. The guy that from New York, the one that had assaulted that female
cop.
That
was brutal. Never relax.
Dropping women to the ground by their neck just to assault them. Ugh.
No. You never relax around wax. That's for sure. And it's true. Right? Statistics, why do you think people don't like FBI statistics, right? Because they show you what these psychos are like. And this dude is a fucking psycho. That other guy who they let out in New York, you don't think that guy's going to reoffend in a month, a week?
Yeah, quick. Yeah. Especially since he's empowered now. He knows if he does it and messes with some other lady's feet or does anything weird like that again, and they're just going to let him out free. Yep.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do it?
Exactly. No, I've never seen in my lifetime people so easy on degenerate perverts in my life than now.
Yep.
Never.
I mean, fuck, if you did that for stealing, actual stealing, right? And I'd just be in New York, bro. I'd be like, cool, I'm just going to start stealing. They're just going to let me out, right?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, right?
Same premise. These people are doing violent, perverted shit. If you just keep letting them out, they're going to keep doing violent, perverted shit. If you let me keep robbing motherfuckers for money, I'm going to keep robbing motherfuckers for money.
Why do you think all the CVS's and Walgreens and these department stores are leaving the inner cities? Because they're getting robbed 24/7 and there's nothing happens. So they're leaving. And then who's it hurt? The people that live in that area, the elderly, the young people. But when our cities like this are releasing psychos like this guy, it's like, come on, man. You should be held accountable. The next person who gets killed or something, their family should be able to sue you for money.
Yeah, and the judges, we've said that before too.
Well, I should be the judge. The judge who let him out should be personally sued.
Yep.
not the city, so taxes can go up and all that, but the judge who made that decision to let this animal out should lose his car, right? Have to give up money, his car, I don't know, shit like that. Make him
live in the subway with the other shitters. Yep.
Well, that's too good to be true, but he should be sued, right? The family who gets tortured by the people you let out should be sued. On this level,
have nothing, hand them a tent. You're like, here you go.
On these perverted sexual crimes, they should make a new law. If I was the president or the Führer or the king or the monarch or whatever, right now I'd make a law where when it comes to perversion crimes, any kind of degeneracy sexual crime, if you're the judge and you let that prick out, whoever he hurts or kills, they can sue you personally for your shit. Not the city stuff, but your shit. And you see how many of these people won't be letting them out. Because that's disgusting.
We'll see if they fucking, and they're not going to have a dozen charges. Skullbros are president. First fucking charge, we're taking our pound of flesh right off their back, and they're never going to do it again.
Wood chipper, immediately. These people, it was up to me, he'd be taken out of that courtroom, and right in the other room, there'd be a wood chipper, and the stuff would be shot out into the courtyard. He'd go right in the wood chipper. I wouldn't even waste a meal on him, and he
No. You've heard me say that too, bro. We're not buying you lunch. We're not fucking doing none of that there. You're going. Yep.
No, if you're somebody like him, caught on camera doing it, everybody knows you did it. It's not like
you kissing that lady's toes, pull your junk out, or the guy on the bus that we just saw getting his balls tased and giving the lady the swordsman and shit. Yep.
Cases like that, not just if somebody says, "Hey, this guy did this to me yesterday."
No, right. People are on camera caught doing the thing. Yep, right off the building, bro. Bottom of the ocean or the wood chipper or Chinese murder van. Pick.
Yeah. Yep. The other people like normal trials and everything, but these people that you're calling, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in court, there's just going to be a big wheel, like we've always said, just like a wheel of fortune. It's going to have different horrible ways to die. It'll be the wheel of death, and we'll just spin that motherfucker and see how you're going today.
Yeah, is a German Shepherd's going to eat you alive today? Are we going to peel your skin off like the Boltons in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, or you're going to love this new one we've got. I'm going to put you inside this bowl and fucking
yes, we're going to burn you, and it will make noises as you scream.
That's right, dude. The smoke's going to come out its nose.
The Brazen Bull, dude, that was a badass torture device they had.
Yep,
that's a real thing he just said too, people.
Gnarly. Scary.
Bull. They would put you in it, and when you would scream, it would sound like bull noises coming out of its fucking nose and shit. Yep. Crazy smoke coming out, screams. But these people like this, like the guy who did that to that cop woman and that other person in the subway, that guy should not breathe air.
Nope.
He should not. He should be either, like I said, wood chipped or in reality in an insane asylum right now. A mental hospital right away, never to leave. Right?
Exactly. If we don't get to do it our way, you at the very least, this guy's got to get locked away, chained to a floor someplace. Yep.
Yeah, to some prison crazy hospital, right? Like, because he's never going to stop. He's going to hurt this guy. We will be doing this guy again, sadly, in 6 months.
Yep.
Find something on him because
that guy that we saw, the lady cop guy. We're definitely him again. Definitely.
And let's hope it never happens. Let's hope he gets hit by a car before that, right? But trust me, we're gonna see him.
We can all hope, but if not, we're gonna see him again. Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. Unbelievable.
David James says, "Give them a special license plate that say what they are."
Well, that's what we talked about before with tattoos on the forehead, like a scar.
Right on the face. Yep, right on the face.
Yeah, face, forehead, anything like that you can't hide, right?
Yep.
Or give them all purple noses or something, right?
There you go.
Anything where you can see and know that this person will jump and hump your fucking poodle.
Yep.
Or possibly be in your garden. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man, take your time. Yeah, you got to mark them out somehow. Keep them on a list. No doubt about that. Let me pull up this last article for tonight.
Yeah, wood chipper. I got in a coffee. But yeah, vicious Well, that's honestly, that guy was such a sick animal, dude. He's not gonna stop. He's not gonna stop doing the crazy things, grabbing and trying to grate female cops. That guy's never gonna stop being a sick, demented pervert. And the next person he attacks, the judge should have to give up their home. They big money. Something. Then these fucking people who let them out of prison will think fucking twice. And fireworks.
Yep.
Firework, not a gun. Dude, they should go off.
Where is the fucking?
So I'm right near the. Like I'm right now. I'm in the city. We got the projects down the street. We got there's kids around here that blow off fireworks all night, man.
No doubt.
My dog hates it though. He doesn't like it.
Let me see if I can. Where's it at? Let me find this thing. My brother had this thing as his fucking ringtone for absolute ever. Let's see if it's gonna show the whole
Have
thing.
you ever checked that app where it shows all the perverts that live around you with red dots?
No.
Yeah, I did about a year ago. Me and my godson's mother checked it. We checked it many times over the years, and you'd be surprised, man. Any neighborhood, in every neighborhood, there's so many of them.
Actually, let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to show you the. I'm sure you've seen this. I know you've seen this movie before, but this would be perfect to have outside of a court. My brother had this song as his ringtone for years and years and years. It was the Bone Stripper from Nothing But Trouble. You remember that?
Have a great.
The little roller coaster that they had outside of the courtroom in Nothing But Trouble.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I've got you can put that outside the courtroom.
Well, yeah, something like that.
There he goes. The Bone Stripper, Mr. Bone Stripper. And that's where he sent all the drug addicts and the deviants and shit like that. There they go. You just hit a button and they just skip into this little roller coaster.
I'll tell you what, there, I'll give you all your coke and your grinders and spoons, pots, guns and knives and all that back to you when you come out the other
Right outside the court. Nothing but bones comes out. Fucking perfect. Yeah, that's what you need outside the court, bro.
Yeah.
Is the bone strip. My brother had that shit on his phone forever. You're going down. Bone stripper.
If there was laws like that, you would always have these people doing this kind of stuff. Don't get me wrong, but the numbers would decrease dramatically.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the fear and then the shame. Yeah, you do it publicly as well. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
It's all fear and shame.
Well, the fear of getting their testicles smashed apart with hammers and getting eaten by German shepherds and bears from the fucking circus, you know?
Yep.
Or having all the people you abused all stand in line and poke you with a pin or something crazy, right? Put you in the town square and everybody pays 25 cents. That 25 cents goes to the victim and everybody gets a stick attacking you, a long tack or something. Or you get a DeWalt drill gun or something. Everybody gets like drill hole in your leg.
Yeah, I'm not doing we're going to give you a lobotomy. I'm going to give you a lobotomy. I'm not drilling your leg. I'm going to drill your fucking forehead open.
Yeah, give him the old Kennedy lobotomy.
Yep. No doubt about it, dude.
Well, you know, that's a great point you just put up. Now, what the government can do in the States is give these guys lobotomies, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's something that sounds a little more humane, right? Like, because we have fairy tales, wood chippers and shit. It's never gonna fucking happen. But maybe one day there'll become some government in this country that will not stand for this perverted degeneracy, and maybe a 1 or 2 strikes, whatever they think of, they give the person a lobotomy, right?
Well, I'm for the lobotomy over chemical castration because all of the psychologists and psychiatrists warn states and governments against chemical castration because most of the time it just makes them more frustrated and violent.
Yeah.
So if they can't actually get their gratification from the sexual thing and their stuff doesn't work, then they'll often become much more frustrated, and then they become violent, and they end up starting to get off on the violence and the fear.
And they can still hold people and grab people.
Right. So I'm for the fucking lobotomy, which is we're just going to cut that part out of your brain.
Yeah. Do what Planet of the Apes did to Taylor's friends. Right, you cut their heads open and lobotomize them.
Yeah,
because like that guy that we seen on that train, that sick fucking dude, is never going to stop doing that kind of stuff.
No, right. He did it to the ladies. He did it to the bus driver, and then when he got off the bus, he kept jerking off in the street, and then he got into some rando's SUV that was unlocked and did it in there. What the fuck?
And to a female police officer. He assaulted and almost raped a female cop.
Yep, for confronting him about smoking weed.
Yeah, imagine like, wow, like, dude, yeah, this guy, I don't know, this guy needs to be put away, right? Like his family can't take care of him, nothing like that. He's got to be put away because he's going to act again. Watch, we'll see him in a few months on here. I hope not, because like I don't want nobody to get hurt, but we're going to see him on here.
More than likely, we'll see him again.
Yeah.
More than likely, we will see that one again. Yep.
Yeah, that dude right there is not going to, for some reason, stop. None of them do. I think the only way some of them do is if they get too old, maybe. Like, though they're sick or something.
Yeah, or actually get locked up for something else.
Yeah, get locked up for something else, fall ill, most of those motherfuckers reoffend.
Yeah, and the guy we're talking about, the dude that hurt the woman cop, they said he's got a dozen charges like that.
Yeah, a dozen.
A dozen. They were talking about the women. He would just he would randomly grab women on the street by the head or the neck and shove them to the ground so he could molest them. That's insane.
Yeah, that's sick, man.
Fucking insane. Well, this is the last one we've got for tonight. I don't know if I agree with this or not. Usually I'm all for old people getting what they want for their birthday. We even saw that one old lady that was like 90-something. She wanted to go on the tour of that prison. Remember, they took her to the jail?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, it was.
This lady's 102.
All right, yeah.
She's in a retirement home. But she tells them that for her 102nd birthday, she wants a male stripper.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not. That's dirty. Sorry, Grands, but no.
Dude, the fucking retirement home actually brought in male strippers for this lady. Yeah, and I don't know if I agree with this or not.
No, I disagree. I disagree with it personally.
I don't like it. And it's not even based on anything that's like moral, really, other than the fact it's like, dude, this lady's 102. There's other people in this retirement home. We're not going to be bringing male strippers into a retirement home to dance to music for a 102-year-old lady. That's just gross and weird.
Yeah, it's gross and weird. She has the right to do it, but I just think it's degenerate.
Yeah, she has the right to want that, sure. And maybe if she's at her own house or somebody in her family's house, then sure, they can do it, but not inside the retirement home where other people live and get medical care and shit.
She's probably the oldest prostitute or something in the world, or maybe you strip
yeah,
her
right.
Right?
I invented the hand job. Right?
Because think about this. Listen, I don't know any old person like what male strike. What? That's weird. I don't know.
I jacked off Charlie Chaplin.
I had a silent relationship with Charlie Chaplin.
Exactly. I gave him the very first silent handy.
Yeah, I screwed Grover Cleveland, 22nd and 24th president, right?
Yeah.
Like
Back then, it was brand new. We didn't call it the old fashioned.
God bless the old,
brand new.
Yeah, God bless the old lady for living that age. But
No
that's
doubt
really
about it.
degenerate. That's really degenerate and dirty.
Yeah,
I'm not for it. Sorry, if
Yeah.
I ran that place, I'm like, I'm sorry, but whatever else you want without sexual stuff, no problem, Grands. No problem. But no strippers are coming here. Like,
And I got something else to add to this story. Imagine you're one of the male strippers that gets called, and you're supposed to strip and dance up on this Skeletor.
yeah, that's disgusting. Some old lady who's that's fucking creepy.
Oh, I mean, this bitch right here is made of tree rings and fucking stone dust, dude. She's not even an old lady anymore. You know what I mean? Like, she's just this side of.
Well, they said that
corpse.
Most male strippers are phenoics anyways, but still, who the hell is going to be is one to do that with some old lady?
Ew, bro, I cannot even.
That's gross. That's some kingpin shit.
Imagine.
That's some kingpin. I got to pay my rent. Handy narc fucking shit.
Yeah, you're not touching me, right? No, there's no way you're touching me. No,
that's dirty.
Happy birthday, Grandma! Smiling, don't touch me.
If a family wanted to do some degenerate shit like that, go ahead. Maybe she's got dementia and she's saying the wrong thing.
Yeah, no, she knew what she wanted.
That's what I was hoping, but no dementia.
Yeah, Gwyneth Griffiths in the United Kingdom, 102 years old, wanted male strippers for her birthday. Yeah.
She was probably like some English whoer in the 20s in a speakeasy or something. Who knows? God bless her for her age, but I think that is very degenerate.
Yeah. It says the retirement home pulled out all the stops to make her birthday wish happen, and they got her strippers.
Yeah, that's just weird. Oh, I'm sure they weren't all with their penises out jumping on her or whatever.
Well, yeah, I would hope not. But they were still fucking twerking in front of her in barely anything if they weren't nude.
Yeah, it's still creepy as fucking hell. Creepy as hell and disappointing for, of all things, you know, like what? Like you like, come on.
The old lady mentioned wanting to show the strippers her tits.
Yeah, that's retarded, man. See, that's sick. If I was an old man that age, I wouldn't even care about fucking that shit no more, man. And one of my last wishes that if I had 102, I don't know, it would have nothing to do with sexual shit, put it that way. Right? Maybe go see something or I don't know, something like that. I have no idea, but that kind of degenerate shit that you're thinking like that at that age, jeez.
Whoever this is, ACAB, True Crime. Justice for old people sex. No, I'm all for it, bro. Hey, old people can bang heroin, smoke crack, do meth, acid.
But this is 102, though.
Right, and if they want to go into their bedroom and have private relations amongst themselves for her birthday, then no one can tell them they can't. And what good for them if they survive it without a stroke or a heart attack. But right, we're not taking her and putting her in a room and bringing male strippers into the retirement home. Absolutely not. Now, I'm for, again, sure. I'm not really for it, but I would say, okay, if her family wants to take her to a hotel room or to their house, that's their business and it's got nothing to do with us. But I am absolutely not providing strippers to a 102-year-old woman inside of a care facility.
Neither a man, neither. No 102-year-old man or woman am I bringing strippers.
Yeah, right. No, we're not bringing strippers. Yeah, good point. Right. Either way you shake that tree, I'm not bringing strippers inside of a fucking care facility.
No, because the next thing I picture somebody say, "What about an old dude?" Like, no, at that age in a facility, no. If their family want to take their old family member and make them do degenerate shit, and they want to do it, go ahead. But
their business, 100%.
But no, not in a facility like that.
I'm not doing it.
And it is weird. Hey, God bless her for living a long, good sexual life. God bless her.
For sure. Yeah. And Grandma, no one wants to hear about your tits.
Yeah, that's just, come on, Grands. Right?
That's nasty.
Yeah. You think of old lady, sweet old lady, you talk about cookies and the old days, not sexual.
Oh my God, could you
Dude,
imagine?
I've gone to many. I used to bring a lot of my dogs, dude, as dogs. Bring them to the nursing homes, right?
Yeah,
For the old people to pet them and shit. Never once did any old lady talk weird to me, ever. Every old lady I met was some sweet old, either Italian or Puerto Rican or Irish lady who had rosary beads and talked about other things.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there are some sexual grannies out there that are 102, but hey, God bless.
Not many.
Not many. James, bro.
But I would fucking vomit in my mouth if I was in a retirement home and some 102-year-old lady made a comment about her chest to me. I would be sick.
Yeah,
I would be sick.
I've been in those situations or hanging around them, meaning at the nurse. And if somebody did say that, I would get up immediately and just walk out of the room immediately.
Yeah, no
I'd
way.
get up and walk right out. If one of the old ladies said something appropriate, I'd just get up and walk away and tell the lady at the desk, right? Like
red flag.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm not bringing my dog in there no more. That lady just said something sexual.
Yeah.
Like old Edith is saying some crazy shit.
Yeah, Edith just told me she used to be Ed, and I'm fucking out of here.
Yeah, Edith was Ed, and I'm gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm not listening to comments about 100 and like the Crypt Keepers.
Yeah, that is odd because like even my mother's old friends, they don't talk like that, man. They're like all sweet old ladies. Like they don't talk like that. Like fucking weird.
Yeah, couldn't imagine.
Hey, they're out. There's always gonna be one of somewhere, right? You know?
Yeah, David James says, I hope she got a stripper that looked like Churchill. Yeah, you get her. Yeah, that'd be funny too if you got her some senior citizen stripper. Yeah, that'd be fucking crazy, dude. Yeah. Somebody came in there with a boombox and they just started playing like old 1920s like talkie kind of music. Funny. Yeah, like a cane and a top hat. He starts
picture the people. How about the people who went and got these strippers and stuff?
Oh yeah, no, that's gross. That's what I was talking. There's no way.
If I worked there, I'd be like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna want to take my job today because I'm not doing this."
Yeah, I don't want to meet Rico Suave.
Yeah, I don't want some twink walking up on me.
Especially the one that's willing to dance all up on a 102-year-old woman.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure
money.
They probably didn't even really do that because she's probably old and like could get hurt. They probably danced around her like in circles.
Oh yeah, still though you're you're fucking twerking up on her and she's gonna be touching your bottom and shit like
true.
that. That's why I was saying I would freak out if that old lady touched me.
Yeah, if you said that she was saying she wanted to show her breast and stuff, yeah, that's like crazy shit.
She's definitely gonna reach out and touch you at some point.
Yeah. She's gonna be groping Granny at some point.
Socks up to the knees. Bulletproof said, "Yeah, that's probably where her boobs would be at too."
I don't want to think about it, please.
I know it's terrible, but I can't help. She said it first, bro.
Yeah, she brought it up. We're gonna blame her ass. You old crazy 102-year-old.
Yeah, she brought it up.
So she was born what year?
Oh my God! If it's 2025,
1928.
1925, right? Would be 100 years. So yeah, 1923.
All right, 23. My math's terrible.
Something like that, I think. Yeah, like 1923.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
God bless her though for that age, but terrible request, Grands. Terrible request.
Sick.
Yeah, for sure. But look, you got a lot of perverted old dudes out there. There are a lot of old people who are very perverted, right?
Oh, we know all about. We've seen so much of that. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of old pervert dudes out there, and there's women too, right? But they're just not as brazen as the men and pull the shit off like the men walking around pulling their privates out, trying to grow people.
Yeah, right. They just wear pineapples on their shirt on cruises.
Yeah. That's funny.
You got that low-key swinger lifestyle going on.
Yeah, crazy bastards, man.
Look at it like a last meal, he says. Yeah. Sorry, you're going hungry, Grandma.
Yeah. I figured she'd want to go to, like, I don't know, play bingo or something. I don't know. Something fun.
Go on a roller coaster or do some other crazy shit that might give you a heart attack or a stroke.
The roller coaster would kill her.
Right.
But I don't know, maybe go to the park or the zoo. I don't know. Pet a tiger, or something like that. A tiger cub.
Right.
Or I don't know, try some delicacy food she's never had, or
something else.
Yeah, is anything besides some bunch of dirty Rickyunes dancing on you? You
Come on, dance up on me. Come on out.
Sonny boy, give it to me. Tell me you love me. Wait.
Nope. That shit is foul.
Yeah, Granny going crazy. She's probably a great grandma if she even has any kids.
But she might be a double up, bro. Great grandma at 102. Forget about it.
Yeah, you live that long, you're gonna.
Because my great grandmother was fucking 89 when she died. But I was obviously much younger. You know what I'm saying? So at 102, you might be a great depending on the ages of people when they had kids and stuff.
Yeah. When one of my niece's kids got pregnant and she was like 14, 15, my niece is crying. And I'm like, hey, look at the bright side of it. If you live to your 100, you'll see like your 6 great grandkids, right? Like you'll have your great grand. She's like, that's not funny.
Yeah. If you keep having kids early, if all of you keep having kids early, that's right,
because
bro.
One of my great nieces, she's a good kid and all, but for some reason she got her boyfriend got pregnant at like fucking 14 years old.
Wow.
Like, holy shit. Like
you could be a grandma at 30.
Yeah. Well, my niece basically is. She's in her 30s and she's a grandma.
Right.
But I told her the bright side is if you live to be very old, you'll have like, I don't know, like great grandkids alive that you can play with. Tried to make some light of the situation, right?
Sure, you can turn one of these little fuckers famous somehow. Get them some money. They can treat you in a way you'd like to become accustomed.
Yeah. Instead of the rob banks. I'm only kidding.
Hey, if you can get away with it, maybe try in New York.
Yeah, they'll let you out. In case you got a vowel in your last name, then they might not.
Oh no, then you're 100%.
Or if you got, or if somebody like said that you knew a mafia person or something, then you're not getting out.
Oh yeah, yep.
But if you grope some woman on a train and grape a female cop on a train, no problem.
No problem. You can be out. You can go run, play hide and seek. I love that guy was shaming him though. That guy was following around.
Yeah, good for him.
Getting his face.
Yeah, good for that dude, honestly. Because he was chasing him with that camera. That's what they should do. After all these guys are out of court for doing that shit, should be somebody there with a fucking camera, man. Let people know what you're dealing with.
Putting them on blast.
Yeah.
That dude was not a tough guy, was he? He was all hunched over and hiding in his hood and running away, trying to get his face on the. It's like, what's up, tough guy?
He got punched in the face, either in prison.
He did. They said he didn't have the black eyes when he went in, so whether it was for his charges or not, he definitely got fucking lumped up.
Yeah, someone beat him down
in jail.
Someone beat him down, as they should, especially especially if you go into like intake, right? Well, we call intake over here in Rhode Island, right? Everybody's in intake. Once you get arrested, there's no jail in Rhode Island. When I say jail, I mean the police stations. We have no jails. We have the ACI, the Adult Correctional Facility, that holds all the prisoners. And then we got the Wyatt, which is a federal holding place. But if you get arrested for a candy bar and go to jail, you're in intake. Or if you murder 10 people, you're in intake. And yeah, if these perverts went in there and got punched in the face, they'd think twice. But they protect them now. But in the old days, they didn't. They all got beat up. My cousins and my cousins did time in the 80s and 90s. My uncles did time in the 70s and 80s. Back then, they used to get shivved and shit and beat to pulps until when they were found out, right? And like stuck in holes. They had to do their time in holes. Most of them got killed. You know how many pedo killings there was at the ACI in the 70s and 80s? I've heard of so many.
Well, I'm
A
sure.
lot.
I'm sure.
But nowadays, you punch one and you're getting 5 years added onto your sentence.
Yeah, that's That's fucking insane and retarded.
That's what they do now.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, it wasn't like that in the 90s. I mean, the 80s and early 90s. It wasn't like that. Especially the 80s. I remember visiting in the prisons in the 80s and shit, man, visiting when I was a kid.
Yeah, I did too. I got pictures. I've told you that before. Pictures of me and my brother, and we were itty bitty.
Yeah. Man, it was fucking. I thought it was cool. Like, not cool prison, but going to see. I thought it was cool, right? You know, you're a little kid. You walk in there, you're seeing. And I remember going into the visiting room, and I not only knew the cousin we were visiting. You know, my dad's couple of my dad's friends were in there and shit, and just happened to be visiting too, right? It was like. It was. Then I seen some real weird looking people. As you know, I'm like 9 years old, and there's like this big guy with some like fucking weird tattoos on his head, and it was and the gods with their big billy clubs. I thought it was a very cool experience as a little kid to go visit my family in there.
Yeah, we were always there visiting an uncle, either on my mom's side or my dad's side. But yeah, the youngest picture that I can think of, I remember with my brother and I was 5 and he would have been like around 3.
Oh, all right. Yeah,
we were just literally in the yard of a fucking prison taking pictures.
My first, the youngest I was about 8 years old, going to the going to the prisons to visit cousins and uncles and stuff. And then,
yeah, I didn't have to start visiting cousins and stuff. But you've got an older family than I do, like your dad and stuff, like a lot older than you. But I didn't start having cousins in prison until a lot later, late 90s, early 2000s, and then much later, like 2010s and stuff like that. My cousins started really getting in trouble and doing.
See, my father is old enough to be normal people our age's grandfather.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
My older cousins, my first cousins, who are my older cousins, all did time when I was little and shit. So I was always, especially in the early, late 90s, we'd go to the medium for my cousin. Me and my aunt would bring him macaroni and eat with him. And minimum back then, you could go and bring food and sit there with your family and shit like that in the yard. And it's right in the prison yard too, right? Like, there's only a fence, like. My cousin escaped. My friend Jason, a few of my friends escaped from minimum. It wasn't everybody. A lot of people escaped from minimum, right? Because all you do is jump the fucking fence, right? But yeah, we used to bring food on Sundays where you can eat with your family. I think we had 4 hours, right? Where we'd bring my grandmother. My aunt would make all kinds of Italian food, and we'd go up there with the trays and shit, and
They let us in the yard for a Thanksgiving.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Yeah, 2 different holidays we were allowed to actually go out. Now it wasn't. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it was regular prison yard time. People don't be imagining we went out in the yard where there was like fucking Vatos lifting weights. That's not what was happening. It was the fucking holiday. It was mainly only for people that were with their families. Everybody was minding their own business, but you got to go out there and walk, like take a little walk. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was for like an hour, I think we had the one Thanksgiving, and then there was a Christmas that we were allowed out there for about the same time, maybe a little bit longer. But we were actually allowed to hang out there a little bit with our fam.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it was nice. It was cool. Yeah, I remember that, being able to actually like stand there with my uncles and stuff, and it was nice. And then later with my cousins for the Christmas.
Yeah, when my girl cousins would come with us, they would always end up crying and shit. When we left, right, they'd always end up crying and stuff. Well, my aunt would always cry when she left and shit like that. Because you're leaving your family, you're watching them, you're walking away.
No, I know, it sucks. It's a terrible feeling leaving your fucking people behind, knowing where they are.
You're leaving there to go home in your bed and your family, and your family member's going to a cell, living in a gladiator zone.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, David. I'm glad you enjoyed the pirate show, man. And
have a good night, David. God bless you. Yeah, I enjoy them too.
We'll have another one this week, probably like Tuesday, I think. We'll do another. We're going to be doing Ann Bonny and Mary Reed this week. We're going to start off
Bulletproof Soul, yes. Back in 97, 98, in minimum security and it's at the things in Cranston, but the ACI is in Cranston, Rhode Island. Yeah, you could bring food and eat with your family back then.
Yeah, when I was a kid too. Yeah, in the 80s, we were allowed to bring picnic type stuff, and that's what we would do. But later we were not. Yeah, later we actually, for that Thanksgiving, we ate food that was provided, and Christmas we didn't eat at all. We were just there for visiting. But that Thanksgiving we actually ate food that was from the prison.
Yeah, they stopped it. I don't know what year they stopped it, but you cannot. I asked a few of my buddies, like they don't.
It changed somewhere in the 90s. I remember like you weren't even allowed to send shoes anymore. Like nobody could have anything. And my information is limited. It might have just been the prisons that my family was in at the time. Maybe they had a problem, or I don't know. I could not tell you. But I remember it being around like the 95, 96, something like that. They couldn't even get packages anymore, and that really sucked.
Yeah, over here it was different.
Yeah.
They did change,
and that was for uncles and shit. Yeah, they were still smoking. Yeah, in the 80s for sure.
Yeah,
they were still smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, 90. That didn't stop until 2000, maybe 8, maybe 9, around where I'm from, Providence, Rhode Island, Johnston, Cranston, East Providence, North Providence. Well, the ACI is in Cranston, but yeah, they stopped that, and I'm guessing, I'm probably wrong on the date, but I'll say the late 2000, 2015, 14, or 9, something like that, 2010, shit like that.
I got you.
In Ohio, New Jacks. When were you there? Well, I wonder what prisons they still let people smoke in. That was the worst.
None now, none at all. You cannot smoke in prison. You cannot smoke in prison now. State or federal, you cannot.
Nuts. You would think you would let people have cigarettes to fucking relax, right? So they don't fight.
Yeah, but they're trafficked.
Yeah, true.
They made them.
But they're going to get them anyways. They're going to bring them in the black market anyways.
Oh, forget about it. It just makes them more dangerous when you do that. Yep.
You know, I remember when I was only in prison for 2 weeks when I was 19, right? So I never did time, but I have a lot of friends and family who did. And I remember when they were stopping the cigarettes back then. I forget what year, but man, people were freaking out. People that I knew that were in there, and people I had family in there. They're like, "Yeah, I just talked to my cousin. He's going fucking nuts. He's stashing all the tobacco he can."
Bulletproof says, when my ex-husband was in, if allowed, I would have brought him a shit sandwich. Well, hey, I didn't know him. I'm gonna side with you because you're in here. Maybe he deserved it, right? You're in our chat.
Your
so
ex-husband, he's an asshole.
No, New Jack City. We don't drop the link around here, but enjoy the show. We appreciate having you.
Yeah. Oh man, that's funny. Shit sandwich.
Yeah, it is. Another one says, I was a prison psychologist at the Minnesota DOC for about 4 years before they fired my ass.
What'd you get fired for?
It's a good question. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Yeah.
He's bringing in pistols. Oh.
Yeah, he brought R. Kelly his medication.
Yeah, bringing R. Kelly's meds. Last coffee strong.
He's fucking overdosing motherfuckers in there.
Oh, yeah, ain't it? Yeah. Where'd you find the channel, New Jack City? An ABC subscribe. How did you find this channel, this podcast tonight? Just curious. Yeah, they said long story. I bet that. But how did you find the podcast?
It's like, well, see, first I got in with these leaders of the Aryan Brotherhood.
Then I met the Crips and Bloods. Then we joined the Asian gang called the Hong Kong Killers.
Yeah, they said it was baby powder. Turned out to be fucking heroin. Real debacle.
Oh, it's 2006. Oh, with the cigarette? Yeah, you're probably right. I can't remember personally. But I'm in Providence. I was in CSI, Southeastern Correction in Ohio. I found it. You found what on YouTube Live? This? I don't believe you. Well, there are some people who used to watch my channel in prison, and maybe this one too now. I'm not sure, but I don't know if I believe you. No offense.
Yeah, I've never heard anything about the only people I could tell you are a couple people I know that have heard the show, but it's not like they listen to it and gather around the campfire in prison or anything.
Yeah.
But they've checked it out a couple times.
Yeah, what's up, Mandy?
But other people I know.
Yeah. Well, one of I can't say too much, but one of an old subscriber used to when he was in the can watch it too.
Right.
Still waiting for an answer to any of these new people. Still quick to speak on other things, but they can't say how you found a podcast. But what's up, Mandy? Good morning. But yeah, they changed a lot in my prison, my state's prison system in the 90s after a couple of riots over here. Because we had one of the dangerous prisons per capita, meaning because we're so small and it was very, very dangerous. We had the ambulance outside all the time, like it never left the prison, right? Like it was considered one of the dangerous prisons in the country per capita. I mean,
right?
Per number of people only. It was in Providence, Rhode Island. Wait, I rode out from CCR, Franklin County to CSI tonight on YouTube Live. Oh, all right. That's cool. How did the other the ABC True Crime find it and Bulletproof? Because I've never seen them before. But all new people are welcome. What's up, Grump? How's it going, man?
ACAP says they hated me. Thought I was trying to hook up with offenders, which was so insulting. Yeah. My professional values, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so they thought you was hooking up with... Okay, we get that. They thought you was hooking up with people. All right. Gotcha. I'm sure that'll do it.
For sure. If they have any kind of thinking that somebody is having some kind of friendship or too much close with an inmate.
Oh, well, we've had that shit on Trash on Blast. Yeah, the guards that do all that weird shit with the inmates and stuff.
Many times. No doubt. Too many times.
What's up, Grump?
Too many times.
All this shit. That's not something you want to get involved in.
Dude, in the 70s in the ACI, they had guns. I didn't know. Well, I knew the people personally, but not back in the 70s, obviously. I knew guys who had guns in prison, right? Like guns in jail. No bullshitting.
Yeah.
Guns in the can. Back in the 70s, though, and these men are all dead right now. But they had pistols in the 70s. And that was not just told to me by them. It was also told to me by other COs and shit. Like, let's say one time I dated this girl. Her uncle was a CO, right? And we met a mutual person was, he asked if I knew, I think she said, this is someone's family member. And the guy's like, yeah, this person used to have a gun back then. I'm like, yeah, I heard those stories. There was a couple of guys who had pistols in the 70s in the ACI. That's how wild it was. Like, that's how you could wear you could wear your own street clothes in maximum, all that shit. And like I said, they had pistols in the 70s and everything in there, man. What's up, Louisiana? I was scrolling on YouTube here, suggested to me. All right, cool. I was just curious. Silent watcher. I rarely show up in chat. So nice, Bulletproof. How long you been watching? What, this channel or my channel too? Just curious. Having convo with the chat. But we have a small prison over here. It's not like that now. It's different. But yeah, it was a very wild prison.
Yeah, my uncle's never really told a lot of prison stories and stuff. I have a couple cousins that are still doing some time, but going on in the real world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like my one uncle was just he's like, you always got to wear your shower slides. He's going to be in there stepping on dead babies.
Yeah, you'll get sick.
That's what he would say. So he's going to be stepping on dead babies in there. And I remember two of my uncles when we saw, what was it? I think it was Goodfellas, and Ray Liotta was talking about the kitchen and how well they had it in prison and stuff like that. My one fucking uncle was like, bullshit. He's just like, bull fucking shit. He's like, I don't give a. He's like, I'm, whatever. He's like, I've been with the Italian people. That's where I sit. Yeah, some things are sweet, some things are cool. You can get away with some stuff. He's like, but all this here, kid, this right here is fugazi bullshit.
Well, Henry Hill was a bullshitter, but I have a picture. I posted it on my timeline before. It's of the guy Eddie Franco, right? Richie Gomes, Gerard Ouimet. I don't know. I don't know if Rudolph's in that picture, but there was about 20 or 30 of them, all in maximum security, drinking wine, eating pizza, and all kinds of food and shit like that.
Yeah, for sure. You had your perks and stuff, but he was looking at that going, kid, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, Henry Hill lied about Henry Hill lied so much in that stupid movie. Was great. I like Goodfellas, but Henry Hill is full of shit.
Of course he is.
Paulie didn't love him like that. He also fucking didn't rob Lufthansa like that. He wasn't fucking.
No. All that's told a totally like backwards ass way. Yeah.
And he wasn't being treated like that in prison. He's a liar. Henry Hill lies about everything. Him and Frankie the Fanuc were hanging out. That's what happened. Right?
Yeah.
Literally.
It's not.
See, it all depends on which prison, right? I'm sure back in the day, guys got away with a lot. Depends who you are, what prison you're in, all kinds of stuff like that. But Henry Hill probably seen guys like that living nice or whatever.
Well, no, like I said, and like my uncle would tell me, he's like, you had perks and things were sweet in some respects. He's like, but you didn't have it like that.
No,
he's like, I don't give a fuck who you are. He's like, you're not living like this in like some private apartment in the prison with like bringing in boxes of fucking steaks and lobsters and shit like that. It's not happening, bro.
What year was Hill in there? The 70s? No, maybe in the 40s. They could have bribed some people or something, possibly. But no, they indulge a lot of stuff in movies and lie. Private, like they had like a whole private sector, and Henry Hill was like leaving the prison and selling drugs. It was fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm still a little tricked. Henry completely healed yet.
But we got My Blue Heaven because of his dumb ass. So
yes. Oh wow! Listen to what she said. I met Henry Hill when I was in college. He was a presentation for my justice. Really? He was walking like he didn't snitch on people. Yeah, he was a dirty rat.
That's how he was. Yeah, he was a bad alcoholic and a drug addict, but he absolutely did walk through life like his shit didn't stink. Yep.
Yeah, he was a big liar too. He looks to see him on Stern. What a fool he always made of himself.
Oh, come on. He was like a fucking vagrant scumbag on Howard Stern shows. Yeah, man.
Brutal.
Yeah, he was a vagrant scumbag on that show.
Oh, he was.
The guy always made me fucking sick.
Yeah, especially when he have his teeth in. He's laughing and all that shit. He looked like a demon.
Well, yeah, and again, like to your points that you've been making, the guy was so unbelievably full of fucking shit.
Yeah, he would always say he killed people too on Howard Stern. He'd be like, I really.
Yeah, and he would claim to know about all kinds of stuff that he would
Jimmy
never
Hoffa.
know in a million years.
Yeah, he said he knew where Jimmy Hoffa was buried and shit. All crazy stuff.
All kinds of crazy stuff.
And it's like, why wasn't this in your movie, Henry? You lying bastard. Yeah. And it's a shame, too, because he's half a Mick. He had to make us half a Micks look bad. Fucking stupid prick. Dirty rat bastard. And a liar.
We got both of those movies out of him because Goodfellas was written by the husband.
Yeah, it was.
Nicholas Pileggi. And the whole time, the wife was listening to all this crazy shit, and she ended up writing My Blue Heaven based on the same bunch of stories and crazy shit about who they really were in real life, the comedy of it all.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a vicious alcoholic. Is he? Where is? Who knows, man? I don't know. I have no idea. No, I don't think anybody alive knows. It's probably chopped up in some basement in Detroit somewhere or somewhere. Who knows?
I mean, the most plausible that I've ever heard is the story that he was basically cremated down the street.
Yeah, yeah, I think I heard that.
Everything about that.
A million.
Everything about that story makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's the one that sounds most believable. Yeah. I've heard he was buried in the giant state. All kinds of weird stories. You know who tells them? All these informant weirdos and.
Bro, yeah, dude, there's so many stories, and most of them are very outlandish. Like he was driven in a trunk all the way back to Jersey, driven in a trunk all the way back to New York, or one of my favorites, they took the car and left him in it and crushed the car into like a cube and stuck it on a fucking freighter to China as recycled metal. It's crazy.
Well, because you've got so many of these informants, these rats who lie and want to sound cool, like somebody told them where Hoffa was buried. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I just don't ever think there was a body. I think the cremation thing is the most
reasonable.
You know, where people literally had a fucking funeral home a block from that house.
Then he definitely got cremated.
Why wouldn't you have just cremated the guy? You can't have that body. That's a famous person. You can't be driving around with that body. You can't risk burying that body on somebody's property, right? Like, it would make sense to me that they would clip him and fucking burn him up.
Yeah, that does make most sense. I never really studied the Hoffa thing at all and know much about it.
Yeah, I haven't studied it either, but I've seen a couple of documentaries
over the years, but I just don't remember too much. I knew he was a Teamster leader that the mob wanted out of there or something, and he didn't want to go, and they killed him. They thought his nephew did it or something. I forget I've seen so many things years ago on it.
Yeah, that guy that they put in the car with the Irishman was stupid. That shit was crazy, but in that scene where they have the Irishman in the car, they portray that dude with the glasses that's like he's a hitter and he's kind of off and he's from Jersey. That probably is the guy, like in the real life guy that he plays. You know what I'm saying? That probably is the dude.
I don't really remember the movie because it was so terrible.
But the Irishman was fucking garbage. I don't think that dude was.
I used to put houses
in that fucking car or on the spot for it.
He's just another liar, man, who wants to write books and shit. So these people are sick, right? Like, that movie sucked.
It was bad.
Yeah. Oh, it was terrible. They make so many of these cringy fucking mob movies. They're terrible, man. For every good movie, there's 10,000 terrible mob movies that are just so cringy. I'm not even a big fan of mob. I do like them if they're good. I do like Casino and Goodfellas and The Godfather, obviously, right? But they got to be good for me to like it. I don't enjoy just any mob movie. It's got to be good.
Yeah. There's a couple of them that I've watched and thought they were pretty good. I've always said I think that one of the most authentic as far as like the way people were acting and talking, and then because they based a big chunk of the script off of like the actual audio tapes and bugs and stuff like that. Was the very first HBO Gotti.
Yeah. That was
the Gotti film that was made by HBO that had Armand.
Yeah, a lot of good actors.
That's an excellent movie.
They had a lot of good actors.
It was very, very well acted.
Anthony
it was
Quinn.
And it was pretty. I mean, it was pretty much as on the nose as you're gonna get for something like that. But yeah, like you said, most of those movies are like B and C level and use shitty actors, and the stories are flat out fucking offensive.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? If you're actual Sicilian or Italian,
they make them all women.
They're ridiculous and over the top and make you look like a bunch of fucking stew-nod wops.
Make them look like all woman beaters
Ridiculous
and shit.
Man. Oh, for sure. Yeah, straight up racist, womanizer,
like that
woman beaters.
Scumbag movie, Saints of New Woke. That movie was disgusting, repulsive.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even bother watching it because my friends told me the same exact thing one day before you told me. You guys said, like, literally everyone said identical, and I was like, well, I'm not watching it. I'm good on that. But I wasn't even really like, I enjoyed some, we've talked about this before. Like, I enjoyed some of The Sopranos.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Some of it was deep. Like, the characters were good. Polly would make me
made
laugh.
him a jerk off at the end.
I thought so whatever was a pretty good act. You know, the one that at least the part he played was pretty decent.
I didn't like him.
But I never really got into the show. I just didn't, man. I don't know.
Oh, I liked it. I did like The Sopranos, but it's not my favorite HBO show by far. It's in the top 5. But no, it's not my favorite.
Yeah, I just never really got hooked into it like a lot of other people did. Like I said, don't get me wrong, there was some shit that made me laugh, and there was some parts in it that were pretty solid, but it just never really grabbed a hold of me like it did a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I don't watch a lot of shit like that on purpose. You know, and a lot of it, it grosses me out.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't see when it first came out. I watched it for 2 seconds. I was like, this is retarded. I didn't watch it. And then the end of the second season, I started watching it, and then I liked it. But there was a lot of parts that were very cringy and stupid, too. But I still liked it, though. But it's not my favorite HBO series at all. I love The Wire, Deadwood, Rome, Game of Thrones to season 4. There's so many things.
Yeah, I watched all of the Deadwood stuff. I enjoyed
show.
that.
That was fucking great, Deadwood.
Yeah, my brother and I both liked that show a lot. We used to watch that.
Yeah, Deadwood, amazing show. Amazing. Shame they stopped it.
Yeah, it was a good one for sure. Yeah. I don't even remember why.
After the third season, because they were making Game of Thrones and all that shit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they stopped it all. It was a shame.
Gotcha.
Because I was really looking forward to season 4.
Yeah, I remember that whorehouse was insane in that show, bro. In Deadwood, the bar whorehouse. I remember that lady walking in and having all these like stacked up against the hallway walls, and she's like walking by and checking them out, and then she gets to one chick, she's like, your breath smells like 10 kind of cocks, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
like,
well, that show was very realistic on how it was in that camp. There was no law in Deadwood, right? No law whatsoever.
Yeah, law of man.
It was just a wild west, man. Just wild people killing people, like robbing people for gold claims, road agents. Road agents are people that will, after you dig your gold and you leave, they follow you and murder you and take your stuff. They're called road agents. Filled with road agents. Just fucking great show, though. And Rome was one of my favorites. The first season. Second season, they went through 22 years and fucking 8 episodes. Fucking pissed me.
Right.
And they could have made so many seasons out of that. It got me so angry. But the first season was fucking great, man. Great. Awesome. And Game of Thrones, the first 4 seasons were the book, and it was great. Like, really good shit.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch the new Squid Game stuff.
Yeah, that should be very interesting.
I'm looking forward to that big time. I can't wait to see how they resolve this out. I can't wait.
Yeah, with the girl sniper. That's very.
Oh, with the female. Yeah, the big things I want to see are, the female sniper. I want to see that arc. I want to see what happens with the 2 brothers. I want to see how they handle that. And I can't wait to see the look on everybody's face when they find out Homeboy's still alive and he's the leader. That shit's going to be amazing.
Oh, you're a Game of Thrones fan? Are you a fan of the books or just the show, Bulletproof? because I'm into the books. I read all the books. I love the books. They could have made so much more of that show if they took from the books. They skipped past so many shit from the books. They left so much stuff out, and they ran out of material in the 4th season because they didn't use all the material in the books. Fucking retards. But I can't watch it past the 4th season. It's retarded. I can't watch it.
Damn it, Mandy says, I know, I haven't seen it. Haven't seen
Squid
what,
Game?
Mandy? If you're talking about Squid Games, we haven't seen it yet either. It's the last season. We haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be really good.
Just talking about the arcs of the story, we're looking forward to seeing like how they resolve, because it's going to be great. I mean, it goes without saying that, you know, we can't wait to see or I can't wait to see what games they have left, but the story, I can't wait to see what's up with that, with the brothers, and how everybody handles finding out that dude's alive and flipped on him. That shit's going to be crazy, because he played the game with them and everything.
Oh, you're a book fan? Who's your favorite house? Like, what houses do you like? Yeah, I love the books. Fascinating. I want to see what happens with Fagin, with Aegon, young Griff. They should have put that in the book, young Griff, man. If Aegon was in here, you know what I was talking about. They should have put young Griff in there, man. It's the Blackfire. They didn't.
Yeah, I know very little about that show. Yeah, I always kind of just like I'll go a little. I'll let you guys hash that out.
Yeah, it was. The books are fucking great. They're still not done yet, though.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Two of them, the fucking retard.
He's even put his own body up for for ransom, right?
He said we could kidnap him if he doesn't finish them by fucking 2 years ago, and we don't even got Winds of Winter yet. Like, he released his sample chapters like 5 years ago. I still listen to the sample chapters. I love them. I can't wait for that fucking book. If I could honestly, like, if I could kidnap that guy to make him write that book, I wouldn't hurt him, but I would kidnap him and make him write the book.
Fucking hobble him.
Yeah, make him write these books, dude. Like, I'm a huge fan.
That's it, Mr. Snooty Duty.
Fucking books.
Mr. Duty Face.
Yeah, I want to see what happens with John.
You're getting hobbled.
I want to see what happens with Jon Snow after he gets stabbed by the Night's Watch. All that shit. But he got all those stupid HBO things, and he cares more about all that money than he does it.
Yeah, hopefully he's slowly working on them, though, man. You know, I mean, hope in one and shit in the other, but hopefully he is slowly working at least on the stories, and he'll get them out eventually. I mean, it's still to your point. Yeah, he's probably making a lot of money, but that shit will make him plenty of money too if he can get it done.
Yeah, but
maybe he's got some kind of block going on.
He's gonna
maybe
go
he's like
also.
conflicted about where he wants to take the story.
Yeah, he'll probably turn them all into transmissions on us anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Have a bunch of Decepticon dragons and shit. Yeah, no doubt. Transmission Vikings running around.
I didn't read that series, but the books are always. But you said you're into Game of Thrones. You said you were into the books.
No, Bulletproof said that watched the shows, didn't read the
I thought it was a book fan. Gotcha.
Yeah, it said watch the show. I'll go back up just to make sure. It says no, the show. I do love books though. Yeah, I didn't read the series, but books
check
are
out
always
the books.
better. So there's the green.
They're on audio too, on the audio books on on YouTube. Check them out. If you think you like the show, then you would love the fucking book, because it's so much more to it and shit. It's just real good. You'll love it. Yeah, obviously books are always better. Especially they change so much shit. I don't like when they do that neither. That pisses me off.
Yeah, I was just talking about, I think when I did the last pirate show, I was talking about Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit came. Oh, I remember what it was. I think it was Mandy actually that said the intro song sounds kind of like an old Norse thing. And I said to her, I said, well, it is a pretty classic pirate song. I get where you're coming from. I said, but it reminds me of The Hobbit, when all the dwarves are in Bilbo's living room and they're singing the song about down under the mountain and shit like that. And that got us talking about the extended versions of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And if you're into those books, if you watch the commercial releases of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies, you'll be like, man, there's a lot of shit in those books I wish they would have put into the movies, right? But if you watch the extended, now I will warn you, the extended versions are like 3.5 and 4 hours long. But if you're into the books and you watch the extended versions, you will be fucking pumped and stoked by the end. There's a lot of good shit that's left out of the commercial releases. I mean, they basically tell the book story. They still leave a few things out, but they tell basically the book tale in those extended movies, which is pretty cool that they did that.
Yeah, I'd never seen The Hobbit. I heard it was good. I like The Lord of the Rings.
They're amazing. They're amazing films.
I did like Lord of the Rings. That was awesome.
Yeah, and I mentioned to you before, I love the Lord of the Rings movies, but I like the Hobbit movies just a little bit more. And that might just be me. Because remember, in the way that the books go, the Hobbit comes first.
Yes, okay. I know that.
Right. Yeah. So if you read the books, then you're going to actually be starting with the Hobbit tale, and then you get to the Lord of the Rings tales. And I like the Lord of the Rings movies, but the Hobbit movies for me are just a little bit better. I enjoy.
I never seen it. What's up, Just Chilling?
Yeah, I think you'll like, especially if you like the
What is
Lord of the Rings
Bilbo?
movies,
All right,
you'll
give me
love the
some
Hobbit.
a synopsis of what is the Hobbit about. What does Bilbo do? It's how he finds the ring, basically.
Yeah, that is when. Okay, sure. So, just with the right, there's 3 movies, so we'll just go with the first one.
Oh,
for
there's 3 Hobbit
premise,
movies.
The beginning. So,
man,
yeah.
I'm gonna check these out. Shit. And it's all about Bilbo and his adventures at finding the ring, right?
Yeah, he finds the ring in the first movie. Yeah. So basically how it starts off is like Gandalf comes to the village or to the Shire rather, because he has a relationship with the hobbits, and he knows some of Bilbo's direct relations, people that came before him that he had been around and been on adventures with and stuff. So he comes to Bilbo's house, and he offers to take him on an adventure. This is the very short, abbreviated version, but he says, he wants him to go on an adventure with him, and Bilbo's like, "Fuck that! Adventures are the kind of things that make you late for dinner, right?" He's like, "I'm good on that, dude. I'm just gonna hang out at my house and smoke my pipe and eat my food, and everything's gonna be great." Well, all of a sudden, while Bilbo's sitting there eating dinner, all these dwarves start showing up, one after another, a couple at a time, one at a time, until he's got a house full of dwarves that are just like eating all of his food and drinking all of his drink. And then Gandalf shows back up. It turns out, again, short version, it turns out that they are all on a mission to return to the mountain where the dwarves come from, right? So one of the dwarves that's there is essentially like royalty. He's the prince, or will be the king if they can take the mountain back over. His father was king. The reason they left the mountain is because the dwarves are miners, right? So they would mine in the mountain and get all the gold and the silver and the jewels, and they were known for being like the best jewelers and goldsmiths and builders. So the inside of this mountain is literally filled with fucking treasure, dude. Seas of gold and seams of gold still in the mountain. Well, a dragon named Smaug. If you remember, I know you know a lot of like the old tales, and dragons were treasure hoarders. They were drawn to gold and especially, but treasure in general. They were very greedy, very covetous, and this dragon Smaug takes over the mountain, right? The dwarves have to leave the mountain. So while Bilbo's sitting there in his house with all these dwarves and Gandalf, he finds out that they're on this mission to get back into the mountain. And on top of it, they're looking for a very specific stone called the Heart of the Mountain. It's like a giant diamond. And they need a burglar. Well, turns out that that's why Gandalf has been trying to enlist Bilbo, is to be their burglar. The dragon knows very well what dwarves smell like,
but not
and look
Bilbo's
like.
people.
But but the dragon has no idea what a hobbit is. And hobbits are very, very, they're smaller than dwarves, right? Much lighter on their feet. They're very good at disappearing, reappearing when they need to, etc. And hobbits are not affected by that kind of greed. That's not what they see as treasure. And they kind of tell that whole story throughout they tell that kind of trait. They show that trait. That's a better way for me to put it, being this stoned at 5 a.m. They show that trait in Bilbo as a hobbit as it's going on. Like, while all these people are like coveting swords and treasure and talking about all the brilliant things they want to wear or their armor or whatever, Bilbo was focused on these really nice, beautiful seeds and acorns he found along the way in his adventures. And he had been saving them the whole time, coveting them, making sure they were protected so that he could plant them in his garden when he finally returned home. Right? So he's trusted. He gains the trust of these people, the dwarves over time. But yeah, dude, they just go on the maddest, craziest adventures. They end up in the elven kingdoms, which are always beautiful and magical, very well made, very well done, true to the writing. And they end up in the goblin kingdoms, and it's just great, man. Like I said, there's 3 movies to go through.
That evil guy when he was good, the sorcerer. The guy,
what about him?
Gandalf the White. Remember the other dude, that shithead sorcerer?
Well, yeah, right. So you have Gandalf. He's a wizard. Then you have like his boss, who's the one that's in the white, right? So Gandalf is Gandalf the Grey. Then you have Sauron, who's the guy, the wizard,
the one
the white wizard. But he turns to the dark side. He turns to Sauron, right? Sauron is like the big eye, right? He's the shadow in Mordor. So eventually, as a matter of fact, if you watched the Lord of the Rings movies, then you saw when Gandalf died, right?
But this is years ago. I haven't seen them, but yeah, I do.
Okay, so Gandalf, remember they were going through the mines, right?
He died. I remember.
Right. Gandalf was with everybody on the Lord of the Rings. He was with the whole team. They were in that mine. As they were escaping the mine, they had let loose one of the most evil monsters, basically a giant demon from deep in the ground, right? That had been living in this mine forever. Well, as they're escaping, that fucking thing comes out. Gandalf does a quick bit of battle with it.
I remember that.
And as it's falling down in this chasm, it reaches up with one last flick of its fire whip and catches Gandalf in the leg and pulls him into the chasm with him, and poof, he's just gone.
I remember that part. Yep.
Well, in the beginning of the very next movie, they show them Gandalf and that demon, for all intents, basically falling through the center of the earth, if you will, right? they're just falling through this chasm. It's the deepest hole ever, and they end up landing, like, again, for all intents, like on the other side of the world. Gandalf basically dies, and when he comes back to life, because Saruman had flipped, right? He was the white wizard, but he turned to the dark side. Because that happened, when Gandalf the Grey died, when he woke back up, he was Gandalf the White.
All right, yeah, I remember he had the white on.
Right, so he became like that, what Saruman was. Remember, Gandalf was the gray, Saruman was the white. Saruman turned to the dark side, so now they needed a white wizard, and now Gandalf the Grey becomes the white wizard. He becomes more powerful when he wakes up, right? Exactly, Mandy. The demon was a Balrog, exactly. And he's a monster of the first age, is what they call those, the things that live deep, dark underground. But yeah, so Gandalf becomes Gandalf the White. And then when in the Lord of the Rings, once he's the White and he travels back through the forests, eventually they meet back up at Saruman's tower that has now been destroyed by the trees.
All right, yeah, the big tree
right?
guys.
The big
yeah, I remember them dudes.
And they've got a couple of the
hobbits
guys from the a couple of the hobbits with them, basically. Yeah, I was just keeping it. Yeah, exactly. They've got a couple of the hobbits there with them that have been traveling with them. So now the whole party is back together, except for the Fenouillerie of Samwise and Frodo, right? They're still off on their mission with Gollum, trying to find their way to Mordor so they can destroy the ring. But when Gandalf gets to the tower, he's basically there with like the other hobbits and the rest of the team, like Aragorn and all those guys.
I hate how he used to say Sam. I hate when he used to say that.
Oh yeah, that's his Sam. Yeah, those guys are definitely butt gay for each other. Yeah. I mean, in the movie, Samwise actually does show an interest and have an interest in this woman that he eventually marries and has children with, but Frodo is basically a queer. Yeah, he comes across that way. For sure.
Sam. Oh, his voice used to. Great movies. I do like them. I haven't seen them in years though, right? But they were really good. I love Lord of the Rings. I just don't remember much.
Yeah, they're fantastic, bro. And again, like
when someone talks about it, I'll remember it, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm the same way with movies. You know that. Yeah, I'll wait till you give a description or something will be vaguely familiar.
But yeah, it was a good movie. It had a great story, right? Like there was no transmissions and
oh no. Yeah, and there's 3 of each. There's 3 Lord of the Rings movies and there's 3 Hobbit movies. So there's plenty of them. And again, you start getting into the extended versions and they're all 3.5, 4 hours long, but they tell the stories of the books though. So if you're really into the books or you want to see the whole thing,
those guys are kind of annoying, Pippin and Merry. Like I wanted to like always kick them in the ass. They were just crazy. Like sometimes they were just nuts, Pippin and Merry. They were funny, but they were like sometimes annoying. Like they'd start screaming.
Yeah, and they're catalysts for things too in the story. You know, they help like kick off certain arcs and certain parts of the stories and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I just their voices used to annoy me when he was yelling on that tree. Look, like I was like, oh my god. Midland, UK, token. Oh, really? Bane.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Middle Earth is actually based on parts of the Midlands of UK. Tolkien knew as a child. But Tolkien invented languages. He and his friends, one of the things that they liked to do was invent their own languages and their own words for things so that they could talk to each other without adults and authority figures knowing what they were talking about.
Yeah,
it's really
didn't they
cool.
make an elf language and all kinds of shit?
Oh, dude. No, it gets
People
to the level
speak
where
at convention.
Tolkien was a very religious man. A lot of the stories that are in the Lord of the Rings and in the Hobbit are based on church type values. He also very loosely uses stories from the Bible.
What
but the other
religion,
thing
though?
that's very Bible
What
related
religion
is that
and denomination?
Oh, I don't know. Some flavor.
He's got to be
of
a
Christian.
Protestant if he's in England. I'm guessing.
Yeah, so some flavor of Christian. But he not only did he create languages, literally written languages, he wrote these fucking things down with like dictionaries and all that kind of shit. For the elves, for the dwarves, for the orcs, for all of them. All of them have their own languages, right? And dude, they all have histories going back ages that are written out. Like when you heard me say the Balrog is a monster of the first age, I literally mean that. Like if you go through from the Silmarillion and through the rest of the books, this dude literally takes you from how their god created the spot where Middle Earth is in the first place and how it became, like how it got, just like in the Bible, let there be light. Same thing, dude. He starts from there. He starts from angels, essentially. He starts with like a god
and where is
angels.
he from?
And it says
what part
that,
of England is this guy from?
Oh, he said, what's his face said Urbane said the Midlands. I honestly don't know, man. There's really cool documentaries on all this stuff we're talking about on YouTube that are free. You can check out about the languages and how
I
he
just
got
want to
the
see the
ideas and
movies,
wrote
The
this stuff.
Hobbits.
Yeah, no, you totally should. Yeah.
Not really
But
a
just so
sci-fi.
I was just going to tell you though, the Silmarillion, when you read it, it's kind of like the Old Testament, right? In the way that it literally starts with darkness and a god making angels, and as the angels sing in harmony and in unison, literally begins creation. It's very cool, dude. It begins creation, and then there's one motherfucker who becomes dissonant, who doesn't sing within the tune, who has his own ideas for songs he wants to sing, right? Absolutely. A Lucifer character, which eventually grows into the darker creatures that become what we know in Lord of the Rings as like Sauron and stuff like that. So it starts very, very early on with this idea of like angels, just like the Bible, and then like them creating, there being trees of creation in Middle Earth that light the entire land. The idea of fallen angels, or the ones that were cast out for wanting to be like God. It's all very similar. It's very cool. But then it walks you through like when that land starts to become populated by, like, again, if you want to think about it in our terms, it's no longer just angels and stuff. Now they're starting to bring in wizards, right? Now they're starting to bring in what would become the elves. They explain how the orcs are basically if you want to consider elves being like of the ilk, like the magic, or like of the relation of angels, the orcs are like demons. They're literally the bad version of elves. They're like elves that have fallen.
And then they become Orokai somehow, right?
The Orokai are right. So you have your orcs, and then the Orokai are the really, really big ones. The ones that go to war and carry the swords and paint.
Well, the orcs go to war too. The small.
But the Orokai are the really big ones that carry the giant swords and have the big white handprints on them and stuff.
Yeah, they're fucking monsters.
And they form those out of the earth, out of like the clay and the earth. They literally dig them out of the fucking ground.
I've seen that in part 2, the 2 towers, I think.
Yeah, it's really cool. So, but yeah, it's really neat when you realize like the way Tolkien tells these stories.
Yeah, I'm not really into sci-fi, but I do love like Game of Thrones.
Well, that's fantasy. Yeah, that's not just. I mean, that's fantasy. Yeah.
Well, I'm not into fantasy, but I do, like I said, love Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. I love Game of Thrones way more than Lord of the Rings, though, the books. But I do like Lord of the Rings a lot.
Yeah, that's cool.
But Game of Thrones is it's not Game of Thrones, it's called Song of Ice and Fire, but everybody knows it as Game of Thrones because of the show. But Game of Thrones is only the first book. But yeah, I'm not into sci-fi or fantasy, but I guess I do like some of it, right? Because I like that.
Yeah, and I like some sci-fi, but I am a big fantasy geek. Yeah, I do
What
like
is
a
it
lot of
called?
really cool fantasy stories and movies and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really big.
And then I like some sci-fi. It just depends if it's done well or not.
Yeah, and I'm sure I like some sci-fi movies. Don't get me wrong, like Alien was good and stuff like that. But I'm not really into the series and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've never really got into like a lot of the Aliens and Predators.
No, I like some of those movies. Just
but I like some. You know, as I said, once in a while, if they're done well or they're written well or something captures my attention, I like some sci-fi here and there. But I am a big fantasy nerd. That kind of stuff I really do like. Even when I was in elementary school and junior high and stuff, I would read all those books about fucking dragons and elves and all the fantasy realms and things like that.
I was more into like the historical, like medieval knights and all that. Sometimes it would cross paths. Don't get me wrong, but I liked all kinds of stuff more like that as books when I was younger. And I did I did like the cartoon Lord of the Rings when it came out as a cartoon in the 80s. You've seen it.
Yeah, right on.
Frodo with the
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it was really, really like cheesily, like softly drawn, but it was still all right.
Remember they started singing the song Frodo with the 9 fingers? I don't know if you remember that, but
no,
it was a cartoon.
Maybe
I was
vaguely, but I don't remember that.
Dude, it was probably like 1986 or 85.
It was very early, and I literally remember the drawings. I can think of them in my head right now. And yeah, they were very.
Yeah, he got his finger bit off by Gollum, I guess, for the ring, or somebody cut his finger off in the cartoon. I don't think it stayed too accurate to the books. I'm not sure. I don't remember it too much. I was little. But I remember watching that. That's how when I see Lord of the Rings come out, I was like, oh shit, I seen that fucking cartoon as a kid. And he's like, it's a book, you fucking dope. My cousin said to me. He's like, it's a book series.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I didn't even know.
I was hooked. The first time I read The Hobbit, we just talked about this when we were discussing in the Pirate Show too, when we were talking about The Hobbit and stuff. I would literally, as soon as I started reading the story of The Hobbit, and it's like within the first paragraph, it starts talking about deep down in a hole in the ground is where the Hobbit lives, right? And it's not, and it describes it to you. It's like, it's not a stinky hole. It's not a gross hole full of like bugs and insects and worms and stuff. It's a cozy little house. And it starts describing how the Hobbit is small and has the house in the hill and in the Shire and everything like that. And I was just fucking hooked. My imagination started running wild.
Isn't there a few people who literally made houses like the Shire and that live in?
Oh, it's there. You can visit it thanks to the movie. I mean, yeah, I'm positive real people have taken their real money and built Shire type houses.
Listen, hey, if I was a millionaire, I would make a castle. I would build the castle and have banners and shit, right? Like, so I can't blame anybody for creating like a Shire or something. Like, I built the castle.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah. But the one from the movie still exists and you can visit it. Right? So like when they made the movie and they built the Shire, they built it in a permanent fashion, and it's in New Zealand. That's where they shot it all. So if you wanted to go to the Shire, you really can go to New Zealand and go to the Shire.
How big is it?
Pretty fucking big. Yeah, it's a little town.
Do you think anybody lives in there? Has to live there all year?
Oh no, nobody lives there. It's a place you can go visit. It's like a
to
tourist.
Keep maintenance and shit. You think there's like a little
maybe
a little midget who might live in one of the apartments?
Maybe it's possible.
Probably the caretaker or something.
I mean, it's possible. Maybe bring over some of the ones from the midget island of North Korea. Help manage the little people town. Could be.
Yeah. Well, probably not. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe they think enthusiasts would come there. Maybe it's like all gated up until it's open. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. That's the case too. They probably
try to sleep there if you think about it. I don't know.
I don't know what shit's like in the countrysides of New Zealand. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if at the best some weirdo fucking fanatics or tourists tried to move in there and live there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, very possible.
Who knows, man? But in either case, though, whether it's blocked up and you got to pay admission or not, you can definitely go there and take pictures and check it out.
Oh, that must have a lot of tourism because that's a huge,
it does. I've seen a bunch of stuff on YouTube for it.
The Lord of the Rings is a huge series, dude. It blows the Game of Thrones away because they destroyed the fucking.
Oh yeah, it's got like Star Wars level nerds and fanatics. It's been around, but dude, I mean, you gotta remember the Hobbit movies. I mean, the Hobbit books were first written back in like the fucking 30s or 40s or 50s or something like that. Like very early on. They've been around for
Yeah, but the movies is what made them real popular.
And at first, Tolkien wasn't even going to write a sequel story to The Hobbit until he was already working on the Silmarillion, which is like I was telling you, like the Old Testament, like where he could go through the ages and stuff and really explain it all. Once he did that and started really creating the universe in his head, he decided to write The Lord of the Rings and put together the whole sequel to it. Yeah, and then after that, he released the Silmarillion. But he was working on stories for characters within that universe up until when he died. His son took over a lot of those manuscripts and finished out some of those stories for people after his father died, which is pretty cool.
All right, he must have been into it. The father told him a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and he had all those insane notes and languages written. He had the histories, right?
That's pretty crazy, creating a language.
Several.
That's tough.
Several. Yeah, him and his friends, like I said, when they were growing up, they would do that shit for fun. They would create their own languages and stuff so that they could only understand each other. And then he went to university and studied a lot of linguistics and things like that.
I had a couple of girl cousins when I was little who tried to say they talked pig Latin and they would say these stupid words and act like they knew what they were saying, but I don't know if they were just lying. I don't know. They used to do that. I couldn't. Me and my cousins used to hate that shit. They did that, but I don't know if they were lying or not. But they said they had a language called Pig Latin. They would say,
"Yeah, Pig Latin's real." We used to speak Pig Latin when we were kids in elementary.
So it's
school.
a real thing. When I go to my girl cousins used to do that, man. I thought they were always bullshitting.
No, it's like you would like your name would be Ickney. You literally take the very first letter of a word, you move it to the end, and you add a to it.
Really? Oh, I couldn't do that.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, your name Nick would be Ickney. Yep. You take the first letter of every word that you're going to say, you move it to the end of the word, and you add a to it, and that's
I couldn't remember that. I had to finish a sentence and how though.
Yeah. Oh no, you probably talk slow for sure, especially at first. But we used to do that stuff when we were in elementary school.
Sound like Jimmy Calandra. And a potato. Wow. You remember that too, Hev?
Yeah, like the Colse Robe House would be the Skullbro show. Yeah, Colse Robe.
I'm gonna end this stream right now if you keep talking like that. I'm gonna leave. It must stop, please.
Too funny. But yes, no, that's just to answer your question, though, that it is absolutely real. It is a real thing.
My cousins, I remember my girl cousins doing that. And me and my other cut thinking they were just full of shit, right?
Right.
Wow. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I'm like half, I would go full mental helmet and not be able to do it.
Oh,
but to make up a whole
language, everybody down, bro. You have to stop and think about it. It slows everybody down.
I'm not much of a thinker nowadays. But imagine making up some weird elf language that don't even exist.
And then imagine writing, like, not only developing the words and meanings and how to spell them, but then imagine coming up with a writing system for it so that it has different dots and lines and shapes, and it has different letters and numbers.
Yeah, you're gonna be super smart,
right? So like,
shit. His IQ must be out fucking crazy.
Yeah, he was very, very talented, highly creative.
What's up, bro? Sure. Yeah, you gotta be to add a. I don't know what the fuck that even means. Add a. Grumpy's speaking it now. Add a.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Just add A. Right. You got to take
I thought he was using
take the first letter, move it to the end, and add A.
I thought he was saying something like leaving letters out of the word. Just add A. Bulletproof, it's a girl thing. It's a girl thing. I'm sure there's other people that do it too when they were kids.
Mostly kids. That's why I said it was like people did it when I was in elementary school. I remember doing it.
They didn't want maybe didn't want the parents to know hey, we snuck extra pizza out of the fridge to feed our criminal neighbors and I rob a bank tonight. No, my kid. We're gonna feed the homeless guy on the street and poison it with arsenic. Who the fuck knows? But invent any language, it's gonna be crazy. You're on the road. On the road, Jack. Don't you drop back no more.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine sitting down and figuring out all those systems for every word. And
my uncle was a trucker. My uncle Vinny was a trucker. Yeah, and my cousin was, and my father's brother was. My uncle John, he was a trucker. He died though in the 1967. I never met him, but he was a trucker. My uncle Vinny was a trucker. I used to go with him to Mecca in New Jersey to drop off coffee beans. We used to drop off and pick up pizza boxes in Brooklyn or the Bronx. I forget. No, Brooklyn. And always go to Mecca for the coffee beans. I used to unload those trucks. The hardest physical labor I've ever done in my life is unload a whole semi-trailer. I used to do it every couple times a week. Unload that trailer in the fucking summer heat of those coffee beans with those hooks. And the guy next to me, we both grab it and load up those forklifts, right? The whole fucking truck. The hardest work I've ever done in my life. But I loved it. My uncle was really proud of me too. I was about like 18 years old, right? And I unloaded I unloaded that whole truck every fucking time we went because he had a fucked up leg at the time. So he used to bring me or his sons with him, right? So if his sons didn't go and they couldn't go, I would go. So I'd go with him about twice a week. We used to have fun. Like we'd drive through the cross Bronx with all the cars up on cinder blocks and shit. Yeah, he was a character.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah, truck driving. I don't know how to drive a fucking truck, but I've been in a lot of them as a kid and shit, and it was fun. You're up so high, dude. Everybody else is so lower than you. Like you feel like you're in a tank almost. Very cool.
Yeah.
In a fucking tank. I wouldn't want to see one get jackknifed, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I just saw crazy shit on YouTube. It wasn't a semi. It was like one of those big, I don't know what the fuck you call them. They're like huge pickup trucks, though. They pull like these RV things behind them and stuff, and that thing jackknifed in the middle of the road. And the damn RV thing that was hooked onto it flipped over. That was pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, man, that would suck.
Oh, yeah, you're screwed. You're screwed.
Yeah, my uncle drove for he drove for Izzy, a few different places. I forget the name of them. What was that other place, man? Shit. He used to go to the softball games in the summer all drunk and ruin the softball games and try to fight everybody and shit.
But what? I thought this was America. I thought it was America.
Well, he would get mad. He would go, he was like, you're going easy on him because he's the boss, right? Because the boss of the company, the whole families would be there at softball games, and he would get mad at the pitcher, thought he was going easy on him because he's playing this game like Pete Rose, and it's the World Series. He's all drunk, right? Everybody else is just having a good time. He's taking it real personal and like starts fighting with everybody. He was a character, man. God rest his soul. Good fucking guy.
That's funny.
Totally out of his mind. Is that Pula Iglesia? I don't know. Apulia? No. I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Messed up. Is what it looks like. Messed up leg.
Really? How the hell do you know?
You said your uncle had a messed up leg.
Who had him up? When he was when he was hurt. Yes, he had a cane. Yes. Yep. Yes. See. His legs fucking.
It's super fucking late, and I'm like beyond baked and falling out. I'm grabbing a smoke real quick. But it took me a minute. I was looking down, like, what are you looking at? And I saw what they wrote. And I'm like, okay, I know what Pig Latin is. What are you writing? The words are all fucked up. I'm like, hold on. Give me a second. Got to decipher this. Yeah, got it. Messed up leg.
Yeah, I forget why he was hurt, though. But he was hurt for like a couple of summers. And, about a couple years, something like that. And, his sons, I would go with him to New York and Jersey. That's where he would go mostly.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he did cross country when he was younger and shit like that, but he just stayed locally, like the East Coast and shit. He'd pick me up at like 2 a.m, or around like 2 a.m. He'd pick me up at my house in the Trans Am. He'd like, get in the car, kid. We'd jump in the car, and I'd wait down the road. He'd come with the big truck, and we'd jump in it, and off to New York we would go.
Right on.
We'd hit New York first, like 5 a.m. He'd sleep a little bit. I'd walk around a little, come back, and the fucking pizza box place would be open. This old Italian guy, we'd bring in all the pizza boxes. Their people would load that shit, though. We wouldn't. Then we'd leave there, and we'd go pick up the coffee beans or unload them. Unloading them was the tough thing. Picking them up was easy. They were the forklift basically did all the work.
Yeah, they just brought them on there, right? When you took them off, you had to hook them up and slide them down.
To unload them, we had to do them with our hands with the hooks, right? And you got to know when to release these bastards, right? So many times I would work. The other guy wouldn't know what he was doing, and his hook would end up in the bag. And it's like, dude, we got to get in a rhythm. We got to stay in a rhythm here. Let's grab this bitch, hook it, and release it, and it's gone, right? Like,
right.
Dude, they would yell at them. I remember the old guy hitting the guy with the cane in the back, dude. Yeah, smashing the guy right in the back. Get the fuck out of there.
Thailand shit.
Yeah. Yeah, he told the other guy, you get in there. And the other guy did it right. Me and him knocked the whole thing out. But the first dude kept dropping his hook. Old man, dude, I was shocked, dude. Like, I was like, whoa, like, right? Like he just hit him with a cane twice. Yeah, he yelled a few racial slurs at him, right? Fucking right. And the guy just took off and did some other job. And he had another guy come over, and that guy did it right. And we would just, and then we got in a rhythm, and we just like, boom, bang. Me and this little Mexican dude just knocked it out real quick. Like, this guy was tiny too, but he was strong, and he knew how to fucking release the hooks and not catch him in the bag like a nut.
Right.
You know, because that hook goes, you need the hooks to throw the bags. You ain't throwing the bags without the little hooks. It's not happening. And you got to hook them into a fucking coffee bean thing that's all net, right? So, like, you're grabbing it and then you're throwing it. But as you're throwing it, you got to make sure it's releasing. Or your hooks are going right with it. And if you hold on to the thing, you're going with it. Taking applications for Pig Latin. You seem like a pro with it, for jeez.
Yeah. They might have taken just as long to write it out as it took me to make sense of that for a second. I was like, I know this. I'm just fucking brain dead right now. I'm actually getting ready to hop off here, my friend.
Well, hold on. I'm going to throw my channel in the chat. I might go live.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also, it always says in the description, subscribe to, and it's got your @MobRats Exposed in there too, in the description.
All right. I'll let you go, man. Have a good one.
All right, you too, bro. It was a great chat, man. Good talking to you. And I will hit you up this week for the when the Diddy trial, when the verdict comes in. I'll hit you up. I'll shoot you a message.
Yeah, people come back and leave a comment, hit the like button, drop a comment, some portion of the show or whatever. It's much appreciated. And hey, God bless you all. God bless you too.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Be safe, man.
All right.
Later, bro. All right, everybody. Thanks. Hey, what's up, Just Me? Morning. Yeah, good morning to you too. We're just hopping off of here. I'm going to finally go attempt to get some sleep for a while. But thank you to everybody that came through. It's always good seeing everybody every Friday when we do this show. I will be doing another pirate history show this week, probably Tuesday. Of course, we'll be back next Friday for another Skullbro show, 10:30. But we'll have a couple things going on this week on this channel. We'll have the pirate history show for sure. When the verdict comes in from the Diddy trial, we'll do a quick hell chat and we'll cover that. MRE and I we'll get together and figure out when we're able to do that. And then coming up here, I'm supposed to talk tomorrow with Aegon. Coming up soon, we're going to be doing another Weird-ish. So we might do another Weird-ish this week too, maybe Wednesday or so. I'll figure out what day with him. We'll be covering CERN and the Mandela effect and stuff like that on the next Weird-ish. So stay tuned. We'll have some stuff coming up pretty soon. Have some good stuff going on. We'll have Pirate History Tuesday for sure, or Monday or Tuesday, possibly a Weird-ish, and then we'll have a hell chat this week sometime to go over the verdict for the Diddy trial. So everybody leave a comment. Like MRE was saying, we always do appreciate comments on any part of the show, any of the weird news or the trash we covered. Maybe talk to us a little bit about the R. Kelly stuff or Keefe D or Diddy, whatever. Anything you heard tonight in the show, leave us a comment. We'll holler back at you. And definitely click the like button on your way out if you haven't already, or if you're listening to this later, if you haven't already, click the like button. Helps us out with the algorithm gods. We appreciate it. But I will see you all again.